Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final of the World Series Cup One Day International Tournament. It is between USA and Australia. Australia, the home team, obviously. So we'll have the USA national anthem first.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and grand. In history's page, let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Well done, gentlemen. Good luck today to all players and officials. It's a good game. Chilla? Chilla, you want a photo?
Boys, close. Photo. Thanks, photo. Yeah.
2 weeks. John, you can just do it when it's when you're ready to come on the field and let the guys settle there.
Alright, don't worry about it. All good.
Thanks, Bill.
It's just used. I don't have it. Just get one on each side.
You don't have one?
No, I don't have a name in the back. I don't want to get
Then
in
you
it.
stay at the front. You stay at the
No,
front.
just go. No, get in.
Look up, Chase.
Stand up.
Nice one, guys.
Thank you. Sorry.
Shazad.
Amir Shazad.
Oh, I think we
There
might
we
have
go.
just been talking to ourselves.
We
for the
might have
last
been
2
talking to
minutes.
ourselves. We're on air now, anyhow. Score here at Ian Healy Oval is none for 2. At one point, we're into the second over. Shazad is bowling to Matthews. This is the final of the... Here he is now. And nicely played. A lot of bat on that too. Just a single, well fielded. Gets off the mark.
Well run there by Shawnee Matthews, one of the debutants in this series from South Australia.
How's he
Lovely.
gone? Has he gone all right?
He's gone well. He's got a few starts with the bat, but his left arm orthodox spin bowling has been brilliant. He's really given that extra option to the captain Pinelli, and he's been doing a great job for him.
Yeah, no, that's handy, isn't it? So he opens the batting and bowls spin as well, left arm
Yep.
spin. In one-day cricket, it's nearly a necessity to have one of those in your side.
Yeah, this team is full of all-rounders.
Oh, that's beautifully played through the covers. Not sure it'll go. There's been a lot of rain in Brisbane last week. This week it hasn't been too bad. He'll come back for 2.
Yeah, no, Jack Hall, the groundsman here at North, has done an amazing job to get all the cricket on this week. We only lost the 1 day of play, which, given the rain, obviously Alfred and then the storms a couple
Incredible.
of weeks ago.
It's an incredible effort. Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time, yeah, we had a cyclone, then we had a... He didn't.
And that won't worry Cos at all. Very level-headed at the crease. He's opened the batting at first grade level for years. He knows what he's doing here. He'll just say, right, well bowled, but I'm still here.
Yeah, no, that's... So where's Cos played most of his cricket?
In Sydney.
In Sydney?
Yep. His brother actually plays in the BBL for one of the franchise teams. But Cos was on the Australian team at the World Cup in Cape Town. Had a really good tournament over there for Australia.
Yeah, well left through to the keeper. So he's playing for Australia. What this is that tour, second tour here. And how many teams have we had playing in this competition, Milts?
So there's been 2 concurrent competitions, one for the national teams and one for the A teams. So they're from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and obviously USA. And they're all staying in the one hotel, so it's been a really good way for the players to mix and meet each other and share stories and give each other grief and remind each other how hard they hit them that day or whatever.
Yeah, good stuff. That's what it's all about, and that's what cricket's about, always has been. Where are they staying? Where have they all been staying?
We've been lucky to get into the Meriton apartments in Adelaide Street, and they've looked after us brilliantly.
Yep.
Did a really good deal for us so we could make this tournament happen, and they've been a great support.
Good on you, Meriton. So they basically become a sponsor in a lot of ways, don't they, when they look after you like that?
That's exactly right, and we've got nothing but good things to say about them.
Sinner again from the
Booner
Gold
end.
Coast end, Booner end. Short, well bowled, nice pace.
Very good bouncer.
He was thinking about hooking, he was thinking about not hooking, and then he decided that he just would do nothing.
It's probably
Here it is
disappointing
here.
he didn't get a top edge for 4.
Here we go, look at this. Just got, that was the... If you're going to bowl a short ball, if you're out there watching, that's where they should be. Just hurried him up a bit, so he'll be thinking about that now too, Matthews. Needs to follow it up, as you always do, with a good one. Yeah, nicely played. Well bowled too. There was a shot at the stumps, no chance of a run out, but get the arm warmed up.
So, Sean and I worked out we've got a bit of a connection in the fact that I played first grade with his brother Lee for Toombul.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, and Lee goes by Thompson Matthews and Sean goes by Matthews, so it threw me for a while.
Thompson Matthews, been a few fine Thompsons from Toombul.
Yes.
Had a good year this year, Toombul. First grade.
Top of the ladder. Unfortunately went out in the semis. But
Let's that go through to the keeper. Yeah, no, they did. They And coming from nowhere really last year,
Yeah.
they've got a good, strong club. A lot of the Norths players came over. There was a little bit of poaching, but I love seeing that. So North's lost some players that still went on and won the premiership. So it strengthens the competition up.
And obviously Sean's other brother is Levy Thompson-Matthews, who played a fair bit out at Ipswich for the Hornets and whatnot.
Yep.
It's funny because obviously Thompson-Matthews, Lee's nickname at Toombul was Two Dads, as you would do.
There was a few two dads at Toombul. Harding Smith. No, he was at Norths, Harding Smith.
Ooh.
Well bowled again.
It's well played by Cozzy. Yes, and so when I found out they were brothers, Sean just became one dad to me.
One dad.
He's only got Matthews in his name.
And he got Matthews. And a few very good Matthews cricketers as well over the years. So here we go. Look at this ball here. Just sort of took a couple of steps down, and the bowler decided, well, you're going to walk down the wicket at me. I'll throw it in and give you something to think about. He's got a very good action centre, and I tell you what, he bowls with a few wheels as well.
I'm glad I play over 50s now.
Yeah, that's nicely played and well fielded. So, yeah, 3 games going on here.
Yes.
Another 3 over at Wynnum.
No, just the one over
Just
at
the one
Wynnum.
there today.
We were supposed to have all the A-Series games were to be held over at Wynnum, but Wynnum copped, I think it was 683 mils in March.
Yeah, they did. You only need to have someone cry over there and it gets flooded.
Yeah.
It's
And
not
again,
great.
job to Joe Clark and the Queensland Tutorial team for getting Bill Aubrey Oval up, because, again, they've only missed one game as well.
So they've done well. I mean, Wynnum looks so good now, the clubhouse and everything. They've done a great job down there, Mappers and the team. Through to the keeper. Where are they? That's it. Jim Torpy down here.
Yep,
Fine umpire, Jim.
Well, he's a tournament referee.
Is that right?
Yeah, so, you know, my days playing, when Jim would turn up, you go, well, we're going to have fun, but and he's going to manage the game really well. He was a really good umpire to play under.
Yeah, no, it certainly was. So how many in a squad in the Australian team?
We've got 13 in the Australian team. 14. Oh, can't remember. Yeah, 14.
14 is always a hard decision
Yeah.
then when you've got to let people tell them they're not playing in the final.
Yeah, well, one of those decisions was made easily the other night when poor Jamie Geraghty got cleaned up accidentally by one of the Kiwi bowlers. It was just he was facing one way, the bowler was facing another, and he just ended up running into his shoulder. You know, it was completely accidental. We still gave the Kiwi bowler 8 weeks.
As you should.
Yeah.
Yeah, just down the leg side to be called a wide.
So Jamie, unfortunately, is missing out, and he was to make his debut in the T20 team later this week, but he's under Cricket Australia concussion protocols. He's unable. He's out for 13 days,
Oh,
which
that's
is
a
a
pity.
real shame for him. However, there's always a silver lining, and the Brisbane Sea Eagles over 50s competition starts on the 26th, and he's available for that. So
You guys be happy with that? And I do hear, that's down the leg side as well, called a wide, that you poached him from my club, from the mighty Redlands.
oh no,
No poaching?
Redlands Tigers.
I don't have an over
50
50s.
side, so.
That's because we're all about 80. That's
So,
it.
but he did ring. Can I still play over 40s for Redlands? Of course you can, mate. It's 2 different competitions.
Oh, okay. So he's got the...
You just have to remember which kit to pack each morning.
Yes. Well, I mean, Mark Gaskell did that. He played for Wynnum and Redlands in a few of the over 40s games. Nicely played. What's been a competitive total, Milks, during the tournament?
Look, the Aussies have, I think their lowest score was 220, and that was one of the early days. They got 269 the other night. That 250 is definitely a score to put on the table. And the USA team, they've got some decent bowlers. So
He's lost his run up there, but no run. Yeah, they have. I mean, the two we've seen so far have dropped onto a spot straight away. And the Aussie Aussie lads are just taking their time. I mean, it's 45 overs, isn't it? You just...
Yep. The other night against New Zealand, Cozzy Beadle hung in there, played a great innings, just anchored the innings together because he had batsmen retiring hurt all around him.
So Matthews, you're saying Brisbane...
I'm not sure where the family's
Bit of Sydney,
from
what's
originally,
Sydney?
but he's Adelaide.
Adelaide, yep.
And I know his auntie and uncle came up to watch this, and I know Lee lives out at Chinchilla.
Yep.
Not sure where Levy is.
They're all over the place.
But yeah.
Good to see. Looks like he can bat.
No, he had a very solid Nationals.
He goes for the big drive through the covers and ended up going to mid-on, so definitely didn't get that where he wanted it. Just a little bit of top hand coming in there.
I think because this is the second day on this pitch, they had a rest day yesterday, obviously, but it just looks a little bit quicker than it was the other day. So that probably helps the Aussie batsmen a bit more because we've all been brought up with the ball coming onto the bat.
It's a shout there, probably missing going down a leg.
Going down leg, I'd say.
But you're right, and it takes time too because they've been playing on wickets that are a bit slower, and then today it's a bit quicker. Just takes the time to adjust, and you've got to be a bit careful too going for the working it out. Once you work it out,
it's like batsmen fear playing on the whacker, but once you're in as a batsman on the whacker, it's the best place in the world to bat.
Yep.
So it's just adapting to today's conditions and.
That's a lovely shot.
Great shot for sure.
Waited that time, adjusted. It won't run all the way for 4. They'll come back for 3, though. Well run, or will he? No, just takes the 2. Yeah, fine shot that time. We're just talking about adjusting, and that's what he did. I always find it interesting, Mills, when you get guys go out before they to bat, and they get throwdowns as full tosses, don't they? I mean, it happens at every level.
Yep.
And then they go out there and they've got balls seaming off the deck and go, well, maybe we should have been getting a couple of those bouncing at us.
A few in the nets. Yeah, it's a funny one. I think it's just,
just seeing the ball, isn't it?
Seeing the ball, making sure your eyes are level, making sure you're going towards the ball. Get your feet moving a little bit if you can.
Yep. That's the big one, isn't it? Getting your feet moving. I think sometimes that's the thing the last thing you think of when you go out to bat. Well, especially I did when I'm batting down the order, but I think the openers are a bit smarter, aren't they?
I don't know. They're going out and facing the new ball.
They certainly are.
And Banger, when you were playing, did they have helmets?
They came in near the end.
Yeah.
Near the end, yeah. I used to want to wear a helmet when I was bowling with some of the touch-ups I got. But here we go. We've got a sinner again. Down the leg side. Won't be called a wide. Must have just gone under the armpit.
Yep. It's a good call. I don't think that was a wide. That's a very good call.
We've got to come. It's umpires here. I had a quick chat. I missed his name. He's from Canada.
Assad. Yep, he's from Canada. Him and his wife are over here. And Jeff Charlesworth, or Chiller as he's known at the northern end, he took him and Assad and his wife down the Gold Coast yesterday to show them around and whatnot. So they had a lovely day out.
Oh, good on him. He's from Wollongong. I was talking to him earlier on.
He's a good St George supporter.
Oh, that's a great delivery. That's just outside off stump. Played at it. Luckily played the wrong line. Otherwise he was in trouble and on his way.
Yeah, it's a pearler, wasn't it?
It's been a good little spell, this. Probably a bit unlucky not to have taken a wicket. Johnny Devine's been doing a good job down here, mate. He's got a great company, just running around, sort stuff out. Best in the business.
Yeah. We have an over 40s T20 tournament here in July, and the inaugural one last year, the Toot Byron Cup, and John did the production for that and his team at Calling All Sports Brisbane, and it was great. And it really helps build veterans cricket.
Yeah, no, that's...
I'm sure there's a lot of people sitting at home now going, hang on, I used to play grey cricket against him. I'm better than him, So that'll hopefully get the competitive juices flowing, get them playing veterans cricket, maybe representing their state or maybe being out here for Australia.
He uses his feet and hits it through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That'll run away for 4.
Very good shot.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? You see, especially over 40s too, Milts. I mean, look at the Australian team at the moment. It was Usman Khawaja's 38.
Yeah.
You could sign him up in a couple of years.
Yep.
And and everyone's playing a lot longer now. I think that's got something to do with the fact that there's a lot more money in the game.
100%.
Difficult to retire. But also the fact that they love cricket. But now you can keep playing right through to over 70s. It's just keeps going and going. Johnny Salter's now in the over 70s. He's a great mate of mine. He's loving it.
Yep.
Let someone go through the keeper.
Salt's been great, in his role with Queensland cricket. He's sort of our liaison man from the Queensland Veterans Cricket to QC. And it's great having someone like him who's playing, loves it, talking about it in the offices of Queensland Cricket.
Yeah, no, he's been a big supporter over the years of it. Obviously, as you say, still playing. And great rugby league player too, Johnny Salter. Played halfback for Queensland.
Yep.
And enjoys himself off the field very, very well. Through to the keeper. Well played there. Hit the boundary, got a couple of good deliveries, and then decided to let a couple go as well. So the score at the stage is none for 14.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about Cos. He had that absolute Jaffa and just pushed it out of his mind, then hit a boundary the next ball.
Yeah.
And it was just every ball's a new game. He's one of these, what I've noticed over the last, because obviously 40's only been going, our first Nationals was in 22 in Gosford.
Yep.
And, hello, we've got some trouble here. Peter Clifford's just walked in. Hey, Pud.
Cliffo just keeps going to reunions of New South Wales teams that beat us in Shield finals. But, yeah, Cliffo, fine man, has come down to watch a bit of cricket.
Wes King's brother is a manager of Australia.
Is that Wes King's brother? Oh, didn't realise. Nathan King is the Australian team manager, and he was actually our manager when we went to Karachi as well. He does a great job, and his brother, Wes King.
Let's that go through to the keeper.
So Peter's come down here to watch a bit of good cricket and reminisce.
Former Shield cricketer with Queensland and New South Wales. Peter Clifford has coached a lot in Queensland. I'm not sure what he's doing at the moment. I think he's doing some stuff out with
New South Wales country.
New South Wales country.
Yep.
Off to Scotland. Beautiful.
The Emus.
The Emus. With Porky Parker. 10-ball man. Oh, that's in the air, but it doesn't matter. It's straight. It's 4. You're only going to catch that if your hand would have been going all the way to the boundary with you, but that was a fantastic shot.
Yep, I think he's got his pace on this wicket now. Sean Matthews, that was a beautiful shot.
And that's the way he plays? He's
just a very correct player. Typical, well, back in our day, it was always 2 days.
Yep.
2 day, but, he reminds me of a 2-day opener in his approach to it, but he can get going. And, he's one of those guys, I can't see, what's he got, 8 off 13, he'll catch that.
Yep, I'm with you. So he doesn't get frustrated?
No, another very level-headed fella.
Oh, very, very good shot. He didn't overplay it, so in the end he didn't get all of it, but he got 2.
And growing up with Levy and Lee, you probably had to be pretty level-headed to...
Yeah. But that's a good little start by the Aussie team here, none for 20.
And, I think at 4.1 overs they were 10.
Yep, a couple of good boundaries in the last couple of overs. So they're all staying at the Meriton. Okay, cool. And what do you call this comp?
This is the Over 40s World Series Cup.
World Series Cup, fantastic.
So, obviously, when we were designing the Aussie gear, we wanted to go a bit retro. So it's based on the mid-90s. So actually, it's more probably an early 2000s kit.
Yep.
But what we've done with the Aussie A team is they're in a green shirt with gold trim. So
Oh, a
they've
bit
got
like the Aussie A team back in the
back
day.
in the mid-90s, yes. So we've sort of done a few things like that. The colours of the logo are the old World Series Cup logo, the old Benson and Hedges colours.
That's...
Don't worry about that, kids. You don't know what that is.
No, that's a good guy. He played for a good man, Benson. played for Norths. Here he is again, facing Matthews.
Oh.
Bowled him! That's a great delivery. Just a big... Looked like it swung a bit late
yeah,
too.
It did, didn't it? Got his leg stumped there, as we can see. And as much as it hurts to see an Aussie coming off, it's great to see those Zing stumps light up. We've been very lucky. Zing have supplied the stumps for the 23 Nationals, the 24 Nationals, and now this World Series Cup. They've been a great supporter of over 40s veterans.
Here we
cricket.
go. Have a look at this in the replay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's beautifully bowled. Beauty. Tried to go through mid-wicket. Probably should have kept played that straight. But in the end, I think let's just give the
Around the wicket as well.
credit to the bowler. I don't think he just got beaten by pace.
Yeah, I actually think he got out to a good ball. I don't think he might have played across it a little bit, but
I think that's interesting in that too, Milts. I think sometimes in cricket, people are very quick to say the batsman made a mistake. Sometimes it's just the bowler was better. Too good. That's the time you get into the dressing room and go, okay today. Because most of you...
yeah.
When you at the end of the day, most cricket games, most of the batsmen get out or the batters get out of their own accord.
Oh, 100%. Look, I'm one of those guys. I know myself bowls me out because I'm not out there long enough. I do it to myself early.
I know the feeling.
So Greg Hunt is the Australian vice captain. He's come to the crease now. He's had a very solid tournament. Got 60 odd the other night against New Zealand, but he just side strain and been to the medicos, and they've said, look, it's actually a back spasm that's caused it. So so Hunt is New South Welshman. Also another Cape Town tourists. Had a good World Cup.
Oh, first up gets a full toss.
And that's how he plays. If it's there, it's there. And he had a very distinguished first grade career in Sydney. Did Greg Hunt.
Shazad. He'll be very happy with that. He's bowled a bit of a mixed bag here, but that's the end of the over. But it was the one that got through Matthews was a ripper.
It was a great ball.
Greg Hunt's come out and hit a boundary with his first ball. That's a good start. And so played in Sydney, did you say?
Yes. Not sure of which club. There's so many clubs down there.
Someone will tell us.
Yeah, so he...
Find out.
A very good... I'm pretty sure he played New South Wales Colts or second 11 as well.
You definitely know the name. I do a bit of work down there. I MC every year the Gordon Cricket Club lunch.
Oh, yes. Lovely.
They're a good club. A lot of good fellas there.
Andrew Knight's old club.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Knight had some time there. Also, Adam Gilchrist, Phil Emery.
Yes, please. Yep.
Brian Tabor was there. They've had some great keepers. I mean, we actually had a keepers lunch down there a couple of years ago.
Half the room would have been test keepers.
Oh, yeah, there were. Phil Emery's a great fella, but they had Adam Gilchrist there last year. And apart from being a great cricketer, he is a good public speaker as well.
Yeah, he's a very polished performer, isn't he?
Oh, that's gone through too. Decides very early to do a bit of a walk there, doesn't he, Beetle? That's sort of his go. Is that today, or he always does that?
Yeah, most of the time Hunt does the same. He'll sort of just start coming at the bowler a little bit. When they get to over 50s, they'll have to stop doing that because the keeper will be up the stumps because nobody can bowl that fast anymore.
No, well, these guys they've definitely got a bit of pace going, especially Shazad at the other end too. Or Sinner's at this end. Nicely played.
That's been... because he's got out to that shot 3 times this week, or this tournament, the first 2 times they had a man at backward square and he just didn't go on with it and got caught, and then in the game the other night he went on with it but they had a man back. So he got caught there. So
he likes the shot.
He likes the shot, and he gets a lot of runs. It's like we're all going to get out to our favourite shot occasionally.
Yep, and he played that very well then.
Yes.
Didn't overplay it, just let it roll off the bat for a single. Hunt on strike for the first time to Sinner. Big shout. Umpire says not out.
Ooh.
Just realised there he's come out. A bit of extra pace. So has Australia played the USA?
Yeah, so every team's played each other.
Here we go. Look at this here. I've just missed that highlight. Yep.
Every team's played each other. Australia played, but obviously with the one washout. Australia played New Zealand twice. They've played, I'll just check it now. They've played USA once and they played Canada twice. So the whole format was play each other twice and then a final.
Yep, fantastic.
But unfortunately we missed round 1 due to the weather.
That was probably smart, as we said before, with the weather. Here's Sinner again. Yeah, that's very, very good shot. Just waited for that length on it and hit it through point for 4.
One thing you notice with Greg when he plays, well, you look at that was right under his eyes. It might have been wide, but he waited till it was at the length of his eyes and played the shot. He just doesn't go reaching. It's just a gorgeous shot.
Yeah, but he also didn't, as you said, didn't try and hit it too hard. He's got the strength in the wrists and the timing, so he didn't need to. He's get the same amount of runs for 4, whether it hits the boundary rope hard or not. It's down the leg side, called a wide. Just trying to stretch for that extra yard. Always do, normally after you've been hit for 4.
Yes. Just lost his shape a little bit and pushed it down the leg side.
Yeah, not sure why he's come around the wicket.
He hasn't, has he?
Well, he bowled one. No, he's gone back over.
To Beadle, the left-hander.
Yeah, to Beadle, but yeah, he's come back over. But even with the lefties, sometimes I think you're pushing it across them. They come around the wicket. Work from the other end though. Last over with the lefty.
So obviously, Hunt played that beautiful square drive. But,
yep.
His bowler's still got it. There's a good battle there.
Oh, he's come back very well. This has been a good opening spell from Sinner. None for 14. A couple of fine shots in that, but the rest of it's been, a lot of the singles have been pushed. They push them to their limit. Beatles on 9. He will come back around the wicket. Big fella, Greg Hunt, isn't he?
Yep, his nickname's Lumpy.
Big fella. Does he bowl as well?
No. He's a very good first slipper.
There's a nick and he's out. What a great catch.
Good catch there. That's a beautiful delivery. That angle in and obviously just went away. We'll have a good look at this replay here.
Just followed it a bit, but I tell you, this has been a great bowling performance by Sinner. Again, I don't think there was he played at it.
It'd be great.
Here we go. Let's have a look at this and look at the catch. Just slows it down a bit. Great filming. Nick dives, takes the catch. Very good catch. Yeah, smashed it.
Yeah, great delivery. Yeah. We've got Peter Clifford, obviously a former first grade umpire as well as first class player, giving his decision on it.
That was the biggest shock in one of the biggest shocks in my cricket world of life. When Peter Clifford became an umpire.
I can't believe they accepted him after how he used to treat them.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But he did. He was a good umpire, very good umpire. And sometimes it is good to get those first class umpires who played first-class cricket umpiring is great to see. And Damien Mealy's doing a great job as chairman and selectors of the umpires throughout the country. Played at Easts.
Yep.
Very average batter.
And now that brings Queensland's Steve Paulson to the wicket.
Now, he is a good batsman, Steve
He
Paulson.
is.
We don't have to talk too much about him, but for the ones that don't know him, he's been playing grade cricket in Brisbane for a very, very long time. Still playing first grade.
Still playing first grade. I was speaking to him. I think he played his first grade in 1998. And he's
Incredible.
still playing first grade for West and still dominating.
Dominate. But you know what he did last year, what I liked? He did drop down the order a bit.
Yes.
And he's just a club man, great supporter. Family's here, his dad's here.
Yeah.
They're a great cricketing family.
Whenever there's a Paulson playing cricket, there'll be Nev around pretty close.
Yeah.
But no, and lovely cricketing lovely family, and just soul of the earth people.
There's a shout again. Umpire not going to be moved. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket straight away now. Melt's 2 for now, 2 for 31. Great start by the USA.
Well, if they do, we'll just have a look at this. Yeah, just angling down leg.
Yeah, missing leg.
They do like to appeal the USA team, and they've said to us a couple of times, in the USA, the umpiring's so bad, you just go up. I went, okay.
Through to the keeper there. Hopefully they booked a return flight. That'll be a bit expensive with those tariffs now to get back home.
Well, yeah, we had to use a 55-cent piece just to toss the coin before.
That's it. No, good on you. They're great to see the USA playing cricket.
It's brilliant. And it's very spread out over there. It's like there's teams in California. There's a lot in Texas, Houston and Austin.
Oh, is that right?
And Dallas. Yeah, I think. Houston and Dallas, there's a lot of cricket there. Obviously, it's going to be in the 28 Olympics in the US. And then, people forget the first international game was played in Philadelphia between USA and England. So, USA and Canada, was it? I think, yeah, USA.
What year was that?
18 something, long before Test cricket became a thing. But,
Wow. There you go.
I think it was USA and Canada played the first ever international game. So,
Houston. I was in Houston at Christmas time. There's not a lot else to do there. I'd be playing cricket as well.
Well, we've got a great supporter of Masters cricket in the US, a fellow by the name of Saki Muhammad. He was one of the managers of the US team in Karachi, and I was lucky to spend a lot of time with him, and he's actually built his own ground.
In whereabouts?
In Houston.
Wish I'd gone to see that.
So there's a good chance that the US might be holding the next over 50s World Cup, which would be brilliant.
How good's that? Yeah, no, they. I only joke. Houston was great. We actually did a cruise and we finished up there. But yeah, no, lovely city.
How'd you do a cruise to Houston?
We basically come in at Galveston, which is about an hour south of Houston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where the boats finish.
Yep.
And but yeah, no, it was a great country. Lots to see.
Never been myself, but
cricket is big over there. I know that Stewie Law was coaching there for a bit. He's gone back to coaching. And actually, I think he's coaching Nepal.
yes,
Stewie
he
Law.
is. I saw that the other day. And that's another one of these nations that is. Nepal were in Karachi as well. They had a team there.
Yeah.
Nobody messed with them because a few of them were ex-Gurkhas.
Oh, is that right?
But loveliest people you'll ever meet, and they were just so happy to be there. And we sort of, on the Veterans Cricket Australia 40s board, we sort of look at it as, yes, we've got to put the best for Australia, but those smaller nations, we can help.
Good on you. That's fantastic.
We can sit there and say, all right, well, look, we're going to send a team. Now, it might not be the national team, but we might send an A team, or we might even just send an invitational team just to help them.
Mate, just what about a holiday? How good's that? Then you can, while you're there, climb Everest.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's not...
I'll have a day off, so why not?
Yeah, just jump up. But, I mean, to go to Nepal, I mean, it is just... would be some of the treks you can do and all... And to have a game, play a bit of cricket around it, what a great idea.
The air might be a bit thin up there for our bigger bowlers, but but again, this is stuff where we're bouncing ideas
Good on
around. Hong Kong's now becoming a member of the IMC soon, I believe. So, you know, they played in Karachi as well.
Sinner will keep bowling here. Oh, that's well bowled too. Nice one first up for Paulson.
Yep. Steve, another one of these level-headed. Yeah, he'll just blink and walk away from that. And
yeah, no, he loves his cricket, Steve. I mean, he's playing for the national side here and still playing first-grade cricket and just loves cricket, doesn't he? I mean, that's the thing with veterans cricket. I mean, it's you've got to love your cricket, and there's a lot of people out there that do.
I couldn't think of anyone better to have in a team of 20, 22, 23-year-olds.
Here he is. Oh, he's let that go and he's bowled. This has been an incredible bowling performance by Sinner. Steve Paulson, early on in his innings, has just thought, I'll let one go. I won't get into this too quickly. And Australia 3 for 31.
Interesting. We were in a similar position against, was it Canada? First game we played. I say we.
Yeah, no, you're one of the team squad. Look after him. Here it is. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it just swung in.
Geez, that's well bowled.
Round the wicket. I was having a go at a round the wicket a couple of overs ago. Nothing wrong with that.
So, we'll have a look.
Oh, that's a great ball. We
Top
can't
of
really
off.
see it there. I reckon that swung in late.
Top of off, isn't that they
Top
they
of
coach
off,
it,
yeah. You don't get any better than that. Here we go. This will show it. Slow. Oh, that's a great delivery. Just came in, swung in, and then cut in.
Yeah. But the one before beat him outside the
Beat him outside.
So he probably thought, okay, well, this one might go away again. Anyway.
You know what, though, Milt's there? Even though he was bowled, he probably had every right to let that go.
Yeah.
On me. It was just a great delivery.
And especially, you know, the previous ball he faced went away, beat him on the outside edge.
Even though he had every right to let it go, he'd be sitting in there now going, why did I let that go?
Yeah, we'll leave him alone for a while.
Yeah, it's not a good way to get out, is it?
No. So this brings Stevens bowled Jarek to the crease. Stevens, this is his debut series for Australia, from Victoria. Made his debut for Victoria at the Nationals in Perth in November. Had a great tournament, bat and ball. A genuine all-rounder. Great in the field. Made 50-odd the other night. So, you know, this is a big innings for Steve. Big innings for Australia.
Right-hander has come in with the Australian side in a lot of trouble. And the USA team with Sinner, been a great bowling performance, bowled with pace and movement. And straight up, he's into his fifth over at the moment. What, at 9 or 10?
9.
9 overs?
45 overs, 9 overs per bowler. Now, what we've noticed this week is the first 10 overs is where there's a bit in it. Now, the fact that USA have 3 wickets, that's a great set. You know, they're only at 8.5 overs. So this ball will still keep nibbling around for a little bit.
You know, they need to consolidate now, the Australian side. Spoljaric has joined Hunt, as Milt said, from Victoria. Oh, there's a shout too. Umpire says not out. They'll take a leg by. That was a very good shout. Probably may have even been on the edge of a too good a shout. The umpires sometimes don't like that.
This probably had to be going down leg.
Long way down the wicket, was he? It hit his back.
Front pad.
Long way down the wicket.
It was going to hit, I'd say. The height was okay. All I can think is it had to be going down leg.
Yeah, the umpire thought it was going down. The umpire thought it was not out, so it's not out. That's how it works, isn't it?
Generally, yeah.
I've never seen anyone call back by an umpire.
Not by an umpire. Captains I've seen.
Captains have done it. Yeah, not for LB very often.
No.
Just got one of those. It's one of those tight ones. You've got to be really careful, don't you, Milts, when you appeal? He did sort of look around. They hate it when you don't look at them.
Yes.
And I think they've got every reason to hate it.
It's something I remember back in my early first grade days back in Fremantle. I remember there was a bit of a spate of bowlers, for LBWs just running down the wicket with their arm in the air, never looking at the umpire.
Yep.
And they started to say to the players, right, you do that, you get one warning, and then you get a week off.
Yep.
And I see it creeping back into the game more and more, and it really frustrates me because you've got to show that man the respect. He's the one, you're asking him the decision. You're not asking the wicket-keeper.
No, you're not. And I think some of them work on the fact that they think that by running down more confidently, the umpires are going to say, well, he must be out.
Yep.
But
it'd get my back up if I was an umpire.
Okay, Sinner. Last baller. We've got a no ball in there. No, we haven't. Here he is. Well played by Hunt. He'll just take the single. And we'll take the score to 33. End of the over. Another successful over.
This has been seesawing, hasn't it, Banger? We've had great start where Australia were 10 off 4 overs. Then they went to 20 off 5 overs. And now they're 33 off 9, but they've lost 3 wickets.
Lost 3 wickets. And you've all of a sudden you've got number 5 padded up.
Yep.
Well, number 5, not padded up. Number 5 is out there.
Yeah.
You've got number 6 and 7 padded up. The all-rounders already are padding up. So 3 sounds not too many, but 4 can be...
4 wickets in the first 15 overs can blow these games away. Now, in saying that, Australia have a very, very deep batting lineup. When you've got blokes like Stephen Baker batting at 8, you've obviously got some decent batsmen ahead of him. And look, they do bat down to 11. It's the bowlers have over the years they learnt to bat a bit.
Yep.
And, they know. And
have they had a good bat though? Sometimes when a side goes through undefeated, the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10s haven't really had much of a bat.
Correct, and Stephen Baker's had a couple of bats, and he's probably yet to be dismissed.
Uses his feet and charges him, but no run. Well fielded by the bowler. Yeah, so they've had a little bit of a hit, but probably not as many hits as the top order.
Exactly, and the good thing, luckily for Australia, they've batted first every game this tournament, so there's been, they sort of batted their 45 overs, but it's only once I think that they got right down, and that was the other night against New Zealand. Mind you, 2 blokes have been retired hurt.
Yeah, true.
So, they were 7 down with number 11 at the wicket. Interesting to see how long they keep these boys bowling.
Keeper up to the stumps. Now, Stephen Baker, so where do I know Stephen from?
Ex-Norths.
Yeah.
Yep. Went up to Townsville just for work. He's a teacher. And then end up back in Brisbane, played a little bit for the Dolphins, played a little bit for Beanley Logan.
Yep.
And he's the head of cricket at TSS, the Southport School, one of our more prestigious schools in Queensland.
Yeah, no, he's been a fine cricketer. That's been hit to mid-off for no run. Yeah, no, he's been around a long time, hasn't he?
Yes, and Bakes is just a consummate professional. I do ask him, I said, when the parents at your school are paying their kids, paying $60,000 a year for the kids to go to school, do they know that they're just feeding balls into the machine for you?
Yes.
So he's just a cricket nuffy, is the best way to put it, in the nicest way.
Oh, there's a little nick. There's no slip. It'll run away for 4. Probably would have a slip when you've got a side 3 for 33.
Yes, especially with the keeper up. You'd probably think about keeping a slip in there, 3 for 30.
It's interesting to see sometimes the decisions made where you don't have a slip in. Queensland did it the other day in that Shield final. They took the slip out when they had South Australia and a little bit of strife, and you can't do that. You've got to have them. You've got to keep attacking, don't you? When you're only defending 200 odd. Yeah, so Stephen Baker, how old would Steve be now?
Steve's 49.
49.
This year. So, I'm not happy.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Just waited for that and hit it through mid-wicket for 4. That's a great shot. Great timing.
Yeah, so Steve and I played in the original Queensland over 40s team in Gosford, and we just shared the keeping. So we do 15 overs on, 15 overs off.
Yep.
And it worked really well. It was a great way to preserve us for the week. We got through, and then he made a great 100 against South Australia. Got called up to open the batting when John Izawadi was injured against Western Australia, and he made a brilliant 100 and got picked to go to New Zealand with the Australian team as a batsman.
Wow. Wow.
And then I had a chat with the manager. I said, he's a keeper. Oh, okay. So he kept him one of the internationals over there, but mostly played as a batsman.
Yep.
But no, great. It was great for us, for myself and Steve, to have another wicketkeeper on tour.
Yep. Yeah. There's been a few. There was another Steve Baker, played for North years ago, who might have lost very young. He was a great fellow.
Okay.
So it's a great club, North. You've done a great job down here, haven't they?
Yep. I mean, Greg Mars does a great job as president of the club. He's very well supported by blokes like Johnny Hopes and Darcy Kerrigan in the canteen here. Darcy can't do enough for anyone. He's just an absolute legend.
Saw Johnny Hopes. Johnny Hopes is here, isn't he?
I
all down
thought I saw him
supporting.
before. Yep. And they've just managed to secure Jack Hall as the groundsman, and Jack used to work for NT Cricket. He was at Junction Oval.
Wow.
He was at Kensington and Adelaide, and this is straight under the acid test. And he's pulled this off, so we're just absolutely delighted.
Pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, the season's just finished a couple of weeks ago, or last week, really, wasn't it? The final, or 2, yeah.
And he took over after that.
After that,
So he took over a couple of weeks leading up to that.
So
there was a bit of a handover.
normally you get to have a break, don't you? They've gone and prepared another couple of wickets, which is fantastic.
And this is like Norths and Greg.
Spinner, change on.
There's Sharma here, bowling his left arm, orthodox. Greg
Sharma.
and North's Cricket Club are massive supporters of veteran cricket. In the same way, Winner Manley are another massive supporter of veterans cricket.
Oh, that's a little bit uppish, well fielded.
And we're very lucky in Queensland that we play our veterans cricket in winter. So we're just coming into our season. And, we've got the Toot Byron Cup's going to be here in July.
Toot Byron. Well, with that name mentioned, what a great man Toot is.
So we got that's coming up. That's a T20 franchise competition where, it's pretty much the Australian team for Karachi will be named not long after that. So it's sort of that opportunity for people, because the Nationals is only 45, it's sort of that opportunity for people, if they're a 20-over specialist, come and play in that, show your wares, and you could be on the plane.
And that Karachi, so with the A team playing at the moment and the number one side here, this has sort of been this tournament a bit of a process, and a bit of a selection process. I mean, a few trials, really, isn't it? And there's been some great performances. Hang on, we'll watch Sharma. Some great performances in the A side too, hasn't there, the last few days?
We've got... on the board, we appointed the selection panel to take us through to the end of the 26th World Cup.
Yep.
And that's in November, December in Barbados. So this is the start of it. So we have our nationals in Perth, picked teams for this, not just from that. Steve Poulsen, because of his commitments to Wests, can't play in nationals. Ryan Broad can never get time off at work that time of year. But because they're playing in the over 40s comp in Queensland, they're invested in the product.
Yes.
They want to be part of it. It's just they just can't get the time off at that time. This was step one. So there are three selectors. Trent Ryan from Sandgate.
Yep. Trent, first class player.
Nathan King from Western Australia, who was our manager in Karachi, and Tony Wilson from New South Wales. Unfortunately, Tony can't be here this week. He's a few health issues in the family that he's supporting,
managing it,
down there, and doing the right thing, because family first. So
and yourself?
I'm not a selector.
Oh, you're not?
I'm actually chairman of selectors, but I don't vote.
Oh, that's
just-
right. That's a good position. So you can make statements but not vote. I love that. How good is that? No, that's really cool. I like that idea, actually. So you're there to make sure that everyone...
Just that, okay, well, hang on, why are we looking at this bloke? You know, sometimes we've all been in selection meetings and
Yep.
people go off on tangents. Well, hang on, this is what we're talking about. And just that's my job. But with those three, it's a breeze. They've been the meetings we've had for selections, and, you know, it's not just one meeting, it's 5 and 6 meetings to put these teams together.
Yeah, they're not easy selection. Means you only pick 11. Shout there. I reckon there could have been a bit of bat, though.
Just hit that, yeah.
So Ryan Broad, fine first-class career, good player.
Yeah.
And Brian May's playing over there too.
Yes.
The Bush Bradman.
He's averaging 367 for the week.
Wow.
Just doing what Maisie does.
That's incredible. So I just say how strong the comp is for him not to be out here.
Well, this is, again, because Brian's 50 this year.
Yep.
So, you know, will he be just...
Yep, come back to that.
You know, Karachi's probably not a massive enticement for him. It's T20 cricket.
Yeah.
Barbados in nearly 2 years' time.
He'll be over 50s.
He's over 50 this year.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
the 50 selectors are looking at him already because I'm telling them to.
Yes.
And he, you know, it's one of those ones. Let's put him in the A's. Let's see how someone like a Sean Matthews goes here. We know what Maisie can do.
Yeah, and you also know that Maisie is going to be over 50 shortly
Yes.
too.
Now that, because he's over 50, that doesn't exclude him playing for over 40s because
Okay.
it's over.
Yep.
You know, so, but we wanted to have someone of his experience in that team with them as well because you can learn so much just watching Maisie on and off the field.
Yep.
Such, again, another professional in everything but monetary.
Yeah, him and Sam Scuderi, who was in my, when I was playing cricket, he came down from Townsville, had a couple of years with us at East, and then he went over to Valleys and scored 1 million runs.
Yep. It's well bowled.
Very well bowled. What sort of age group have we got out here, Melts, in this Australian side? And maybe the USA side as well might be a bit harder
Not
for you
sure
to
about
know.
the USA guys, but I know with the Aussies, Steve Baker's 49 this year, Jamie Pinelli's 49 this year, Jamie Garrity's 49.
Oh, so you got a few late age group?
Yeah, but they're fit.
Yep.
You know, they're
That's
fit,
it.
and that's the main thing. I don't care about your age. If you're fit, that's great.
But also, I'll just come back to it, the guys that are just turning 42 a lot of the time have just finished grade careers and they're probably not ready. They want to break a little. I mean, it's probably harder to get them.
So we've got a lot of 42-year-olds in there.
Yeah, okay.
And then a few 44, 45 and whatnot. So it is a very good spread of ages, which is great because as selectors we consider to go, okay, well, so-and-so had a good tournament there, he's only 42, right, well,
Yeah.
we're going to be looking at him for the next couple of years, you know. But obviously, 1 year later, and that might be the year your eyes go, or, you know, you do an injury or something like that, and there's another younger, fitter person coming through.
Well, we did that with East. I mean, Redlands, but we played in the over 40s when we all turned.
Yep.
We're in our early 60s now, most of the East boys that I played with. But we played when we were 39, 40, because
Yes.
you could play in those days as a 39-year-old.
Yep.
Here's Sharma.
And
Nice to see
there's a
play.
lot of me that would like to see that rule brought back because what that enables the Queensland selectors to do is go, right, here the 39-year-olds.
Yep.
We know how they perform in this comp.
Yes.
So they're
Sharma.
ready to pick them in.
No run.
If they're up to it, they're ready to pick them first year in.
Yep.
And we're lucky in Queensland, in our over 50s competition, we do allow 2 49-year-olds to play per team.
Yep. I had a game in the over 60s and I was 59. They snuck me in, Johnny Solder's team. Oh, that's nicely played too. No run. So what we did though was we had that East. It was basically East boys, even though we were at Redlands.
Yep.
And we played over 40s for, 15, 20 years, nearly the same team. And
Yeah.
the problem was we got into our mid-50s and all the other teams started picking 41-year-olds and they got a bit quicker for us then as we
Yes.
got a bit older. Yeah, straight out to deep mid off for one.
No, well, when I came back playing cricket after 14 years off, it was for Ipswich because obviously that's the closest club. And, you know, they had a similar situation where the guy, like they won 5 flags or something, and the guys had
That was
pretty much
strong.
not changed.
No.
And then a couple fall out, and it's, oh, well, if he's not playing...
That's a good
I'll-
shot.
Yeah. So if he's not playing, I'll give it away, blah, blah, and then they didn't have a team last year.
Yep.
So it's
Ipswich,
really about
they
that.
were strong when we played against them.
Yeah.
That's when I think we realised
Oops.
we got into a final against Ipswich out there, and I think we all realised then that we were done at over 40s level.
Yes.
Now Redland's still obviously a very strong over 40 side now.
It's well fielded.
A few imports have come over.
Yes.
And, we still... I'll probably try and have one game this year. It's just nice to go down there and have a game. And we normally play the uni game that we play for the Damien Mullins Cup.
Oh, lovely, yep.
So that's sometimes not even part of the competition. It's just
Yeah.
a game. It's a social game. Ian Elks plays a lot of the...
Chicken, yep.
It's a really good bunch of blokes down there at uni, the Bookworms.
Yep.
And we get all the old East boys back to play in that. Johnny
Yeah.
Solder, Ray Bubke, Brian Brick, Stenny always plays.
Yeah, I
Paul
was going to
Stenhouse
say,
is
Brixie and Stenny.
Stenny's a great. Ian Stenhouse, Paul Stenhouse is a very good supporter and captained the Australian over 50s.
Well, we
isn't he?
call him the godfather of veterans cricket.
Yep.
He was the initial captain for Australia, and coming back from a double knee reconstruction or double knee
he's
replacement or
gained
something.
4 centimetres. That's on his head.
But they give him a wig as well.
But he, what about his brother, Ian Stenhouse? He was at the academy. So, talk about separate to cricket. His young bloke, Tom, I don't know if you saw this on social media during the week. We'll go over to it in a second. We've got to change a bowler. We got
This is Vinny. That's the easy way to put it.
Vinny Perigaram. Is that how you pronounce it or not?
No,
Perigaram.
just Vinny.
Does that mean he's 8-sided or not? Don't know, but here he is.
So Vinny was in Karachi.
Vinny. Oh, that sounded good off the bat.
Didn't it?
A little bit of... boys are doing a good job here after losing 3 wickets pretty quickly too, didn't they? But yeah, so anyhow, his young bloke Tom's got into weightlifting.
Oh, okay.
And he's doing bench press. He bench pressed the other day 220 kilos. Can you believe? I mean, that is ridiculous. And he's, as they said, there's no issues with. He's not on any drugs or anything.
Yeah,
or,
all clean.
He's all clean. So that's world record stuff. I mean, I was talking to a mate of mine that, the strongest guys in the AFL and rugby league. 180, 170 is a good effort.
Mate, I reckon I'll be lucky to bench press 80.
Well, I couldn't do that pole, that 20 kilo pole that they put him on or whatever. But anyhow, here he is. See, good start too by Vinny.
So he's got a bit of an Anil Kumble sort of run up.
Yeah.
Sort of bounces into the wicket and...
Yeah, Greg Hunt's moved to 21. He's consolidating very well here.
And we didn't notice.
No,
He
that's
was
exactly
14,
right,
all of
yeah.
a sudden he's 21. That's what blokes like Brian May and Lumpy and these guys do.
Let's knock him around. Take the bad balls to the boundary. 13.3 overs gone. 3 for 48.
Excuse me.
That's all right. You've had a big week, probably, mate, haven't you?
Oh.
That's been
Yes.
You got the dinner. We got a dinner tonight.
Big dinner tonight, yep. We'll be listening to you. Mate, how's
Chat
your throat
down
going
at,
to be?
down at mate, as long as I'm not auctioning now, it'll be tonight. I've got we're going to raise a bit of money, so that's the auctions tend to get it going a bit.
So, mate, you're on trial as well, mate. If you do a good job tonight, we'll get you back for the over 50s nationals.
Thank you, mate. No, that's a lot of fun. I appreciate it. It's good. It's always good to be get me out of real estate today.
Well, I won't put Brad Green in here with the box for you because he's a real estate agent based in Tassie.
Oh, is he?
He's had 5 sales since he's been up here.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with
the
that.
greatest trip ever.
He better stay up here.
Yeah. Mate, how are you, Danny?
I bet you. I'd say that he's probably had done some of the work before he went away.
Yeah, you know what it is. I mean, I'm an ex-financial advisor. It's all the lead-up stuff, and then finally it happens.
Yeah, and I work with my wife now. She's Joe's sort of in the office today. But you're right. There's always calls coming through. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, down in Tassie too. Where is he? In Hobart.
Can't can't remember. No, he's near Devonport, I think.
Everything's near Hobart anyhow,
Yeah,
and it's
true.
not a real big island. Talking about not a big island, what a beautiful place to go. If you ever get a chance to go on a holiday to anywhere, and everyone goes all around the world, and I say, have you been to Tassie? You think, no,
Yeah.
I haven't been to Tassie. Well, do yourself a favour.
Well, the next nationals for over 40s are in February in Adelaide.
Okay.
And the ones after are in Tasmania.
Nothing wrong with Adelaide too.
Yep.
It's another place people forget about. Barossa Valley,
Yes.
Adelaide Hills, Coonawarra. I mean, it's just what a magnificent place that is. I mean, we haven't got a bad country really, have we, Mills?
No.
We've got, WA's that,
Spent a lot of time in WA. Loved my time living over there. Living down in Fremantle, playing for Fremantle Cricket Club. Some of the happiest days of my life over there. It was brilliant.
Was Johnny Blades over there when you were there or not? Had he already come back? He played with us at Easts. That's nicely played. A bit short though.
No, I was over there from 91 to 97 and then spent 97 to 2000 in Ireland.
Okay, so when you were in WA with Fremantle, who were the Shield cricketers? Who was at Fremantle at that
my
stage?
My captain was Jeff Marsh.
Wow.
Mark McPhee, God rest him, he was vice captain.
No run.
We had
Mark McPhee, did we lose him?
Yeah, he got killed in a car crash back in 98 or 99.
Wow, he was a good cricketer.
Good cricketer, great
Sad.
bloke. I actually used to work with him and, still in contact with, his brother Craig through Facebook and whatnot.
Yeah,
And
sorry to hear that. I didn't remember that. But yeah, so Mark McPhee and, Jeff Marsh, it's not a bad skipper.
not a bad two to start with. Then we had Brad Hogg had just cracked the Sheffield Shield team as a batsman.
As a batsman?
Yep. Not many people remember this.
Yeah, we're going to have a drinks break here now.
So 93, 94, Hoggy made the Shield team as a batsman. He didn't take up Chinaman until about 18 months before he got picked for Australia. He's a Chinaman bowler.
Is that right? So didn't even bowl him in the nets?
Used to bowl medium pace in the nets.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so I had the great privilege of, being the first keeper to keep to him bowling that.
Chinaman. Wow.
And then, obviously then he went on and got to the test side and I was delighted. He was a one-test wonder for a lot of years there, but I was delighted when they, when Warney got in a bit of strife and he got called in the 03 World Cup team and went on to win it and then played a few more tests on the back of that. He's a great ambassador for mental health in WA.
Okay, wow.
And, as you know, Banga, the veterans cricket, it's 50% on the field, 50% off. The amazing thing is we've grabbed a group from all around Australia, of which, a few of them would know each other. Other than that, not many of them would others. But you'll have guys, hang on, didn't we play 20 years ago? And they sit in the change rooms and they can talk about their team, their time, their music, etc. They're not, they don't have to sort of sit there and can't have a conversation with a 20-year-old or whatever. Mm-hmm. But what you find, the guys just open up about what they're struggling with within the first 10 minutes. It's amazing. And you hear some of the, we're at that stage of life where we've either had someone we love lost, we've had a serious injury or relationship issues or business issues.
Yep.
And it's just, I hate the term safe space, but it is. It's a safe space.
Yeah, people get to talk, which
and
is what...
and they get it off their chest. And I don't think people realise for men how important that is. So,
No, it certainly is. We go away every year, all the East Boys, for a golf weekend. And there's probably been, over that time, 2 or 3 guys have come out with, sort of saying they've had some depression and struggled a bit, and it's sort of been over a beer.
Yep.
And not always with their best mate.
No.
But with someone that they haven't seen for a while. And you tend to sometimes you tend to open up sometimes to people that aren't as close to you as you're probably finding out with these guys.
Oh, I won't say who, but one of the players, first night we were having a beer and he just started downloading the issues in his family. I was sitting going, mate, happy days, we'll have a chat.
Yeah, good on you.
And obviously it stays in-house. I know Brad Green, who played for Tasmania, has a very moving story about one of the fellas who, from their team, they had a squad and there was about 30 or 40 in their squad, and he got picked, went to WA, but he was umming and ahhing about going. And about 2 weeks after they got back, and he just wrote this, 3-screen WhatsApp chat to the whole group telling them how, he was considering suicide, If it wasn't for the cricket, he's now back playing. If it wasn't for the guys, that's life-changing stuff. And that's, life-saving stuff. And that's the power of what we have.
It is it's very close to my heart. I lost a brother to suicide, so it's something very important to me to talk to people about it always. And it's really good what you guys are doing, mate. And, mate, over here at the cricket, 3 for 50. Cliffo's still here. Hasn't been kicked out yet.
Apparently he's got the crowd ringing him.
3 for 50. So, Mills, tell me Australia, that's a good consolidating?
That's a great consolidation there by the boys. It's 17 runs, but it's a time. It's taken the buzz out of the Americans to an extent. They're now going, oh, hang on. They're now starting to look for their next wicket.
They are. Vinny, great nickname. What's his first name, is it?
Vinod.
Vinod.
Yeah.
And he's got Vinny on his shirt, hasn't he?
He's got Vinod on his shirt, but yeah.
But his last name is, we've got it here, it's Periagaram, which I'm sort of... Periagaram, great name, but he's gone with Vinny, which
and
is...
he was he was... Get through this.
No run?
In Karachi, we had a day at Karachi Golf Club on one of the rest days, and he was a bit of a dark horse there and ended up just destroying the competition. He's retired. His daughter's, I think she's getting close to getting on the tour with golf. So, he's one of these that, I'll go on a cricket tour.
Is it?
Well run, boys. So he's one of these, he's going on a cricket tour and he packs his golf clubs first. But,
they love their golf, don't they? A lot of all cricketers love their golf. Problem is the slice sometimes comes in when you...
Yeah.
With most of us, but yeah, okay. So they had a bit of golf while they've been here.
Well, no, because
not enough time.
Disruptions with the weather and whatnot, and it's been a bit hard. I'm going to have to be a pain, Banger.
No, you're right, mate.
I'm getting phone
calls.
Are you
going to grab? You want to grab Cliffo? You're going to have a chat.
I'll grab Cliffo.
Grab someone.
No worries, will do.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
So Mills is going to have a little bit of a spell. Go and find out what's going on with the tournament. That's his role, but he's in here with us. Short pulls, very, very well, hard out to deep mid wicket. Nikhil there, and the score moves along to 53. Greg Hunt 22. Here he is. You say lays back and best plays the pull shot. Didn't overplay it, and Spalagic now on strike. And they're back and just plays that out of the covers. No run, end of the over. 3 for 52 off 16. So Australia consolidating after losing 3 quick ones just recently. They were 3 for 33 and now 3 for 52. Greg Hunt's sort of done doing the job, and Spalagic as well, batting well. And Peter Clifford's down here just going to come and have a quick chat to us, former first-class cricketer with Queensland and New South Wales. Cliffo, what brings you down to Norths?
Well, one of the guys I work with, Wes, his brother's manager of the Aussie side, so I thought I'd come down and say hello. I only live down the road, so I just thought I'd come down and spend an hour or so, then go back and do some paperwork.
Get back into it. It's Johnny Devine, who does a wonderful job. Intervention to his friends, they call him. And the score here, mate, there was some very good bowling, wasn't there, earlier on there?
Yeah. The ball they have has got a pronounced seam on it, so it should do a bit for a while and then flatten out. But this week it'll probably get quicker and a bit lower.
You've got there's another change here too. We've got Haricha. They've got that right, Haricha. If I pronounce it, they've got any of these pronunciations wrong. My apologies.
So what's par for the score?
They're saying 250.
Okay.
I think that's probably on this wicket, which looks like a pretty good deck.
Yeah.
Spalagic facing. Yeah, late cuts, nicely played. He just sort of runs over the top of that, but it won't affect him. I only get one. Yeah, I've just sort of Milt's had a bit more of an idea to it. I've been watching from afar, and I'm getting a bit of a rundown on some of these players. I mean, Greg Hunt, I'm hearing, these guys. Some of these guys played a lot of first grade cricket all over the country.
Yep.
And they're still playing, which is a great effort.
Yeah, it's great to watch.
That's beautifully played through through the covers, I mean. And they'll just pick that up on the boundary and they'll come back for 2. Yeah. You played a bit over 40s, Cliff. I know that. We've played against each other over the years. And over 40s, obviously played against each other in grade cricket as well.
Yeah, Bang, it's a lot of fun playing with your mates, and we're off to Scotland in June with the Emu Colts, so we play against Scotland over 40s. And the thing with what they do over there, mate, they don't stop playing. They just go down the grades and then they play. And Scotland 40 Club play 168 games of cricket in their summer.
Jeez, that's a lot, isn't it? Because they play all those friendlies as well. Just waited for that too, just like at the point. So you're taking Emu young Colts over. What age group?
Oh, they're 18 to 25.
18 to 25.
And they can be playing grade cricket in Brisbane or Sydney, but they have a background of being brought up in the country. So that we sort of pick the cream of the country.
Well,
players.
it goes back and pulls. That's too short. Hits it for 4. Greg Hunt does.
That's a good shot. I mean, well, they got a 6-3 field. Anything that's a bit straight, if he can sweep or get him off his pads, there's runs there.
You know, nicely played there. I played. We talked about this the other day when we caught up, but I played at East with a lot of the Emus. Mm-hmm. Wayne Hayes, Johnny Blades, Kent Waddell. They used to rave about the Emus like it was a test team. You know, like they loved it.
Yeah, it's
60 behind point for
couple
2.
of runs there. Yeah, it's 65 years of tradition. So they've been touring the world, mainly New Zealand and in Europe. So we've been touring the world for 65 days.
End of the over. Yeah. So did you play Emus as well?
Yep.
Because you're from Bellingen, aren't you?
Yep. The whole 3,000 people there.
You were the most famous cricketer from Bellingen
until Gilchrist was born.
Until Adam Gilchrist was born. I love that story.
So I used to hang my hat on saying I was the best player ever to come from Bellingen.
Yes.
And then, unfortunately, Gilchrist was born. Same day, same month, 10 years apart.
Is that right?
Yeah. So
then he moved to Lismore. Was he an MU as well?
Yes, and he went to Lismore, and the Bellingen people put up a shrine with a big bust of his head in the primary school, and he got, Well,
that could have been you.
Now I've just got the shaft.
That's it. Hey, I got to ask you, nicely again, just no run. Score here 3 for 62 at Ian Healy Oval at Norths. You had a reunion the other day, I see on social media for 30 years, was it?
40 years reunion. Yeah. Sheffield Shield 84, we won the...
When you beat Queensland.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big game, that.
Yeah, no run.
So, unfortunately, Queensland hadn't won the Shield up to then, and out of a 5-day game, they were winning 4.5 days. Unfortunately, they lost it on the last day, but...
you got runs against us
I got runs the last day with the tail enders, so...
Yeah, that was... and was it a good catch-up?
It was amazing. It was like it hadn't been apart. I mean, the guys are all doing different things. Steve Smith's, he wasn't there. Obviously, Imran's sort of tied up literally in Pakistan.
He's over there, yeah.
And Dutchie passed away, so it was a great catch-up. And some really funny stories, Banger.
Who was the guy in... This takes a quick single. Who was the guy in the photo with the big bushy beard?
That's Rod Bauer. Yeah,
Rod Bauer.
Our middle order batter, and... Rod was a hard hitter, and he just he looks like someone out of a ZZ Top concert.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, no, it was good. I saw Jeff Lawson was there, and
Henry hadn't changed. Stumper
Steve
Rickson,
Waugh.
Yeah, Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh looks like he could still play. He's doing a lot of work for charity in India, and he's off to Europe next week. So,
and his son's playing cricket again too.
Austin, Austin's at Randwick, and he's got the love back for the game. He had 3 years off.
Yeah, no, he was
very disgruntled about cricket, and now Mike Whitney and Billy Anderson have got him the love back, and he's enjoying his cricket.
He's got a heap of runs, isn't he?
Yeah.
So there you go. Just played that defensively, but I did an event with Steve up here a couple of years ago, and I said, "How's your son going?" So he's giving it away. Then all of a sudden he's come back, and good on him.
Yeah, he's done really well, and he's very much like Steve apparently. Very quiet, doesn't say much, but. I'm just so glad he's back playing, and at Randwick it's a brotherhood down there. Whitney does a great job.
Because that was your club too, wasn't
it? Yeah, and we had 6 or 7 Shield players on that side, and I was only a kid from the bush, so they treated me well, and you know, you got to give a bit back. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing now with the Emu guys,
Good on
trying
you.
to help the country players.
And you play over 40s. This has become a juggernaut, hasn't it, this veterans cricket?
It's huge. Women's cricket and vet cricket are the growth parts of our game. And,
Yeah, no, it's a real... It's played all over the world. Actually, I was going to ask Melts before I did the the trophy night for the Scorchers the other day, and I'll ask you about that. Oh, that's been bowled. So we've got Sriracha again, and we might call him Hurry.
Well, the rules are pretty much the same.
That's short, pull for 4.
What is it, 15, 15, 15? Is it 3 out, 4 out, 5 out?
Yep. That's so. Yeah, no, I did that Scorchers one the other day, and Chad Soper.
Yep.
Was he playing up here, or he's come back from Sydney, I think? Shall I tell you what he can bowl? He's PNG lad, played for PNG.
Yep. Well, he's a good contender for the Burge medal, apparently.
Yep. And good lad too.
Yep.
Well, there's a little outside edge, but speaks well. Played for PNG, and he's got those Scorchers lads up there going really,
Scorchers
really well.
did really well. I mean, they made the final, and
they did.
Without doubt, Norths are the best grade side in Brisbane at the moment.
Just had one bad innings.
Yep.
Yep. You can't have a bad innings in a final.
Well, there's a lot of plus things for Norths. They haven't got a lot of Shield players, but they've got really good grade players.
Yep.
And they can get the same side, you know, nearly week in, week out. So that's a lot of good positive things for them, and they'll dominate it for years.
Yeah, they're good. And your old club Toombul too. That was a good effort. They were minor premiers and got rolled in the semi. But I was just saying before, they got quite a few recruits from Norths, and Norths still come out and win it. So that's good for cricket.
Yeah, it is. There's no, I shouldn't say animosity, but they pinch each other's players, Banger.
Yes.
Wilson was a great asset to Toombul. He's a leader. He's a good player.
Oh, he's a leader. He's a great lad.
And Addy did well. The little left-handed opening batter came out. Gruel did well. He was a highest run
He
scorer.
played in that Brisbane Premier League with you, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah. He's actually if he gets his head together, he can be a really
that's
good
in the
player.
air.
Jeez, he's throwing that up.
Yeah, no, giving it a bit of air. And Chowdhury. What about his? He's playing for Tassie now in the Big Bash.
And Chowdhury, and I saw Mr. Bean got signed up as well from North. Did you see that?
No, who's that?
Yeah, Bean, the left arm quick from North. He's gone down on a contract to play for the Tigers.
Is his nickname Mister? I'd have to call him Mister, wouldn't
It'd have to be called Mr. Bean.
M. Bean, isn't it?
Yeah,
M. Bean. Mitch, I think.
Don't know, but he's signed up for Tassie, I saw on Facebook, so I don't know how true that is, but
that's good to get him out of grade cricket. I like seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hopes is down there, so he's like a recruitment person.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's tied to North, so I mean he'd get a good look at these players. So
I tell you what, Queensland and Tasmania got a lot of history, haven't they? Players that have gone down there.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, look at Kuhneman. He had to go to Tasmania
Vinny
to get a game.
Gets taken through by Greg Hunt through the covers. Big chase out there. And turns around, left arm, throws it, bowler's end, no. Hunt's batting well, isn't he?
He is, hitting them really well. Cooney had to go to Tasmania and because Swepson was up here and then he got picked for Australia and then he's under contract, so...
Jorgensen back in the old day?
Yeah,
Peter McPhee?
Fetus?
Yeah. Peter?
Yeah, my mate Scotty Williams, he went down there.
Scotty Williams, the wild thing?
The wild thing, he went down there.
Good man, Scotty.
Tasmania they play pretty consistent cricket.
Oh, that's...
Unfortunately, you've got to live in Tasmania to play for them.
Yep.
But you always get a good head count when you go and play down there.
Good club, good country, good country, good state.
Yeah, my first Shield game was down there. I'll never forget that one, Banger. But Dirk Wellham, in his wisdom, put me in front of the beer tent and said, "Why don't you field there for 50 overs?" And oh my God, they
sled you?
Oh, all day.
You deserved it.
So yeah. Half a brain is better than 2 heads and all this sort of thing.
I
didn't say that.
They said that to you.
Yeah, they said that to me.
Because Oh, that's just played behind. Point, waited for it. That's a lovely late drive, really, more than a cut. That comes back for 2. The score moves to 72. And, we went down there for a holiday a couple of years ago. Just a beautiful spot.
Good food, good markets, I believe, those markets down the harbour. Hobart.
I know. It was and the bakeries, they're into bread down there. They love their bread, and it was real cool. I love it, and their scallop pies.
Ah.
Oh, there was a stumping chance there down the leg side.
Was that a chance?
I reckon it was a stumping chance.
Yeah, he lifted his back leg.
Definitely a stumping chance.
Did he call that? He should have called it. Yeah?
Wide.
Yeah, it was down the leg side. Missed his pad. It's got to be a wide.
Had to be close, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's pelagic.
Well, it's mandatory down there.
Thinks of one. Well, Phil, this USA side full of Indians, a few Pakistanis. There's a few players from all over the world. Isn't that great to see?
Yeah. Oh, mate, cricket's great. It gets everybody together. Here we go. Look, back leg. Yeah, that's a stumping, and it should have been a wide. But at any rate, can't be perfect.
End of the over. Did you like umpiring? Did you enjoy it when you got into it?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, as an ex-player, the players were really good to me. I mean, they carry on with a lot of BS, but I've been part of that. And the players were respectful. It was good fun. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
and it is a brotherhood. The blokes like Damien Mealy and Benny Farrell and these blokes, they treat you well.
Yeah.
You know, when you're a rookie and all that sort of stuff, you don't want to be treated any different because you're an ex-player. But I think you can stay ahead of the game a little bit more when you're an ex-player. That's all.
Jimmy Torpy was down here before. Did you see that?
Yep, I used to spend a lot of Tuesday nights with Torpy when I got reported.
Was he the? Oh, okay, that was.
Yeah.
See, I never ended up in there. I was too nice on the field.
Oh, I had my own car park. It was great.
I think that came in after we retired. There's no way in the world I wouldn't have been in there.
Well, mate, I was captain with Scott Williams, Harry Fry, Bob McGee, Andrew Knight, and they would get reported. When they got reported, I got reported. So, you know, it was a tough call.
Bobby's too nice a guy to get reported.
Well, yeah.
He was grumpy. Someone told me the other day that he turned around and they were playing against Toombul, and he gave him actually, you know who it was? It was Jeff Thomas.
Yeah.
Jeff Thomas said I was fielding, and I said something to him, and he wanted to fight me.
Yeah.
He got fired up.
Yeah.
Bobby, I can't. Yeah, he's a good. How good a bowler was he?
Well, I remember when Barry Richards was CEO of Queensland Cricket, he rang me one day and he said, we're winning the competition by a mile. And Barry rang me and he said, you're coming last in the spirit of cricket. And I said, oh, well, what is it? And he said, it's an aeroplane, isn't it? Parked in the hangar out there. It's a Qantas flagship.
Yeah.
And he said, no, it's not an aeroplane. It's how the game should be played. And he said, you're coming last. But we were winning the premiership, and it's just, you know, what are you going to do? You're winning the premiership and you don't care about the spirit of cricket. You just get caught up in the moment. And when we're dead and buried, mate, people are going to be getting cranky with each other and they're going to be saying a few things. But at the end of the day, they generally forget about it.
Yeah, that was... that's the end of the over.
Most players are pretty witty, and the only ones who are dumb are normally the quicks, and they don't say much.
That's why I wasn't quick.
No,
it's good to be a medium pacer.
In swing and medium pacer, nothing wrong with those.
But yeah, no, I love playing against Toombul, especially in 89-90 when we beat you in the final. But then you got us back a couple of years later, but I didn't play in that. They'd worked out that I wasn't a first grader by then. Back in seconds.
That's right. Yeah.
That's when you beat the East side in 91-92. That was 7 Shield players.
7 Shield players.
Law, Ritchie, Anderson, Wellham.
Well, Fat Cat
Steve Story.
Yeah, Fat Cat dropped a log on his toe the night before.
Oh, he didn't play?
Didn't play. But all the rest did, yeah. That was funny when Fat Cat broke his toe.
Here we go. Change here.
But, you know, probably the best player was Freeman.
Now Freeman, very good.
He would get runs all the time. He got runs against Toombul, for fun. He was a great player.
It's funny, he got runs against us, against you guys, and you used to always get him against East. I know you got runs with other people, but you did like Hazy and those blokes, didn't you? That was good. Bridgie.
I mean, it was always fun batting out there because there was someone not short of a word and just hanging would chat about the game.
Bridgie still was only just playing in Newcastle till recently. Steve Story.
Was he?
Yeah, good cricketer, wasn't he? Good player.
He was a really good player. He'd smash them. And left arm ortho. Unfortunately, in the Shield cricket, he got Hooks and Lehman at their worst. They were just slogging everybody that day, and he just unfortunately got caught up in it.
He had to give it away because that's how that's why it's great with these guys out here. That's just bounced off the wicket. I think that was a bit unlucky. But these guys still playing now. Bridgie had to give it away because of work. He couldn't afford to play. I mean, now it's cricketers today playing for Queensland and New South Wales, all the other states in Australia. They're so blessed, aren't they? To be able to play cricket for a living.
Yeah, even a rookie contract. What's that, 50, 100 grand a year rookie contract or whatever, and that's for red ball, and then they can get tied up in the big bash. So, I mean, it's good income. It's probably because of Mr. Packer.
Yeah.
We moved house about 10 years ago, Banger, and I found my first match payment back in 1981. It was $125.
$125, wow.
Yep, and you used to be able to get meals only if you ate at the hotel.
They'd eat there?
Eat there, and
it's
then...
a full toss that he slips around. That's well fielded too. Don't hit your hat.
Yeah. And then when Packer came in, it went from 125 a game to 1,500. That was because of Kerry Packer.
Even at state level?
Yep. And
that's pretty good,
that was considered a lot of money back then. But this reunion we had last week, all the players and blokes like Johnny Dyson and Jeff Lawson and Steve Waugh, and it was just great to get back together. And I mean, those guys have got great memories. I can't remember what I did on Monday, but they're remembering things 40 years ago. And Dave Gilbert piped up and he said he couldn't believe he batted behind Bobby Holland, because he said Bobby was awful. I said, well, you weren't much better. You were worse.
Yes.
And Lizard got very upset about that because Dyso was his batting coach.
He was quick, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was quick. And then, I mean, Imran helped everyone on how to, reverse swing and all that sort of stuff before it came part of the game. But
Imran was great?
Great guy, yep.
Yeah.
I roomed with him the first 7 games. Didn't get a lot of sleep, so I requested I go somewhere else.
Yeah, he snored.
He snored.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave it at that. So Johnny Dyson, I know he still keeps in touch with Dougie Walters and Lenny Pascoe and Tomo and all those guys.
Well, they do something similar called the Baggy Blues, a bit like the Bulls Masters up here.
Phil Emery's heavily involved with that too, isn't he?
It is. And it's just also blokes reaching out to have a talk to each other.
Lopes is into the attack. Greg Hunt now on 33 off 44 balls. Goes back and pulls it through behind square for 4.
That's
it's
a great
lovely shot by Hunt. He's taken the score to 79. Spalagic is 27 off 49. So good partnership here by these two guys.
Yeah, that's his first ball, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I reckon they'll target this bloke, Banger.
You reckon?
Yeah, they'll target him. He's probably the guy they'll go after, or what I've seen.
Yeah, we've got a deep mid on, we've got a deep mid off, we've got deep cover, so very defensive, deep mid wicket. And he went behind square, well bowled. That's short, that's pulled, there's no one there.
No.
So he hasn't got his radar right to start with. That won't go for 4, will it? Or will it? Yes, it will. Yeah. Rolls away. So definitely targeting him.
They're going to target him. Thing is now, Banger, don't hit him anymore, keep him on.
Yeah, that was the old adage. But I think Lopes is going to have to just
get the ball up.
Get it up a bit. He's bowling a bit too short, especially when you got no one behind square. Well, you have, but he's up. Deep mid wicket's out there. So deep mid wicket is probably come around a little bit. If he goes up here, I reckon he's going to take him straight. That's short again. And that's, I think, is what he bowls.
Yeah. It's supposed to be short of a length, but he's probably a metre too short. And this guy's going back and pulling it and cutting him. He's got to get it right up there.
Spalagic now 31. Yeah, that's better. That's well bowled.
Yeah, that's the length he's got to be. So, man, I reckon probably 230, 240 would be a great score on this if you bowl well.
45 overs, isn't it? Not 50.
Yeah, and I hear the Aussies are good fielders, by the way.
Good fielding side. Got their dinner tonight. I'm comparing Cliffo. And we've got Tomo, Jeffrey Robert coming along as a guest speaker.
Good. Where's that?
At Howard Smith Wharves.
Oh, good. Tomo will be great. He's great company.
He's quick, fairly quick. Fastest of all time. Did you face Tomo?
Unfortunately, I faced him a lot. Yeah, and that was after he broke his shoulder, and I wasn't around.
You were playing for New South Wales then?
Yeah. And he particularly didn't like Greg Matthews. So if you got caught up in the fray and he was bowling at Matthews and you were batting with Matthews, he'd try and hit you as well. So he went after everybody.
So I saw Greg Matthews in your reunion photo. Is he? Obviously, we all know that he's a very quirky character. Is he still quirky?
He's got worse.
Has he got worse?
He's got worse. Well, I met a guy the other day and they said they saw Greg walking his cat on a lead around Waverley Oval.
Serious?
Yeah. He's a different guy.
He was a spinner, though. I mean,
Yeah.
they're strange eggs spinners, I reckon. They're a bit different, and some of them are my best mates, but I reckon they could never be fast bowlers, so they struggle a bit in life.
Yeah, they make out they're the smart guys.
Yeah.
They've got to be smart to bowl spin. But he's out there. I mean, just looking at that side the other day, we had lunch, we didn't always get on well. There was a lot of headstrong people in that dressing room, but when we walked out, no one knew any different, but there was a lot of arguments in the dressing room, but Dirk Wellham got everybody together. And, it was quite a strange, it wasn't great.
He captained East for a year, and Hazy and all the guys he played under, Richie and Rowdy and all those guys, but they all said that his captaincy was the best they ever played under. They said he was just ridiculous how good he was.
Yeah, and he was probably 2 hours ahead of the play. We try and play in the moment, or maybe an over 2 ahead. Wellham was 2 hours ahead of the game.
Sharma takes it down to deep mid-on. Actually, it's funny, Wellham, when he came to Easts, never trained because he was working at Churchie.
Yeah.
And I don't think he needed to train because he was just, they asked him to play.
Yeah.
And we never met him. I was second grade captain. I'd never met him. This is when he'd come down. Anyhow, the last Thursday night before the finals, he came down to the Nats for bat training. And I'd never met him, so I went up and shook hands with him and I said, hello, Dirk, I'm Evan Bancroft. I'm the captain of second grade and looking forward to Saturday. And he said, what are you playing in the first grade side on Saturday? I said, no, you're playing second grade. There's no one told you. Here's Sharma. I said, we haven't enforced it this year, but we have. If you don't train, you don't play first grade.
Yeah.
And I said, didn't Rowdy tell you you're playing second grade? You're in our semi-final for seconds.
Oh dear.
And he said, here's Sharma. That's a lovely sweep shot.
That's a great shot.
Just for one, if he feels it correctly, which he does. Anyhow, he said, no, he started to fire, got a bit fiery, and all the boys were there, and they went, it's just joking, mate, it's all good. So that was good, first time I met him. But he played first grade and scored a lot of runs.
He did, and we got him out hooking. I've never seen him hook in his life. And I think Bob McGee got him out hooking in that game.
He turned around and had a bit of a crowd appeal there, which was a bit silly.
Yeah, so Snake Sharma's, second over, third over?
Yeah, he's going all right. Here he is. He's actually giving it the right air, isn't he?
Yeah.
Interesting talking to Milts before. He's talking about Brad Hogg. He played with him at Fremantle, and he said he never bowled Chinamans at all until he got into the state side.
He bowled mediums.
Started as a batter.
Yeah.
He was a batsman, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how things go around, isn't it?
They're going to have a drink here. I think we're going to have a break ourselves. We might just come back after that. Thanks, Cliffo.
Thanks,
good to have a chat, mate.
Thanks, Ben.
Good on you. Okay, let's turn that one down and turn that one down. And
क्या बात है चलेगा लाल से ऐसे अपोजिट पे यू वाला उधर है
ऐसी चीज है समथिंग लाइक दिस
हाँ उस पे टोटल 3 चीज है 2 एक जैसी होगी उसमें से एक चीज है
दोनों दे दूं
एक ही चाहिए जो भी दोनों ले थैंक यू इरफान Rudy out. Lovely, Rudy. Ball ready. Well, ball, yeah, Rudy. Good ball, Rudy. Excellent goal, Rudy.
at the Ian Healy Oval.
Yeah.
Now I've got it.
No.
Yeah, but we're not on.
We were not on the whole time.
We talked some good stuff too. Andy, that was great. That's where does the commentators? I was just thinking it didn't sound right because I couldn't hear you in there. So we're here at the Ian Healy Oval. I've got Andy, who's part of the management team from the USA side, and he's having a great holiday here. We've just talked some really good stuff that you've all missed out on. But yeah, the USA side, mate, they've had a bit of fun.
We had a great time. Enjoyed Brisbane. The boys have really enjoyed their cricket, the facilities, the people, the weather. Everything has been just top class. And it's fun being in the finals, beating New Zealand a couple of days back.
Yeah, beating New Zealand, that's good. We like that too as Australians. We love them, but we have a really good competition with New Zealand.
I heard they beat you guys in rugby though.
Oh, they've got a good rugby side. The only day of the year that we are friends with them is Anzac Day, because that's when we went to war together. No, they punch above their weight, New Zealand, in a lot of sports. And they haven't got obviously they haven't got as many people living there as Australia has. And their rugby side is the All Blacks.
The All Blacks.
They're probably regarded as one of the greatest sporting franchises in the world, in all sports. They talk about them. And but over here, back at the Ian Healy Oval, Australia 3 for 115 against your side. They were in a bit of trouble, weren't they? 3 for 30, but these Hunt and Spalagic have batted well, haven't they?
They have batted well. We had a good opening spell there by Vineet. We've got a lot of guys here who've played high-level cricket in India, and Rudy in the West Indies, Pakistan, and then so they've all come over to the States, and they've continued to play cricket. We've assembled them, and so you're seeing a little bit of talent coming out.
Yes. Oh, he bowled
well.
Very, very well. You said he's played for Poland.
He was on the national team for Poland for a while.
Wow, they play a lot of cricket. They mainly pole vault, isn't it? But they, that's great. I tell you, he would have been. You can tell he played first-class cricket.
Yes.
I mean, Steve Paulson got one from him that I don't know if you've seen it, but Steve Paulson's also played first-class cricket, and it swung in and cut in, and he let it go and lost his off bail. One of the best balls I've seen for a long time in any form of cricket.
Yes, and yes, we had a lot of respect for Steve because he played high-level cricket. Still does, doesn't he?
Still playing first-grade cricket in Brisbane and for Wests. And he's gone down the order a little bit this year to mentor some of the young cricketers that are playing there. There's a young Tommy Campbell playing in the second 11 for Queensland, and Isaiah Snell. We've got a power play, have we, here? Is that right?
Yes, so we're at the 30th over.
So
Hunt and Spolaric have... what's their partnership now?
I'd say, I think about 32, 33 when they came together. So, 60, 75, 80 odd.
80 odd, yeah.
And this is Rudy bowling now, is it? Rudy Hines?
It is Rudy.
And he's the captain?
No, he's not.
Not captain, not the skipper?
Not the skipper. Ajay, the lefty, the guy who just...
Oh, yes. Oh, who's not happy with himself.
The guy just misfielded.
He got a bad bounce in his defence, but he wasn't going to take any excuse for it. He feels very bad. He looks down and, okay, keep moving. No, don't. You've made the mistake now. You're all right. And he's from West Indies.
Yeah, Rudy's from the West Indies. Yes. Ajay is from Delhi. Barbados, yes.
Welcome to Barbados. There's a horse now running around in Australia, a racehorse called Welcome to Barbados.
Is it winning?
Pardon? Yeah, it's going all right. It's won 5 races. But someone said, how did you get the name? He said, we might let that one leave. It's an old joke and we won't go there. He's got a nice smooth run up. Charges.
So as expected, the Aussies fighting back after 31 for 3.
How are you going in the USA? Obviously, we've got a lot of expats. We're talking about a bit earlier on. We've got a lot of Indian cricketers, a lot of Pakistanis. We've got a West Indian. How are you going with just the traditional American that has never played much cricket before, that's played a lot of other sports like baseball and basketball and that? Are you getting a little bit from there, or is it still taking its time?
Still taking its time.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of sport, football, basketball. Ice hockey is big where I live in the northern part of the U.S.
There's a big shout. I think he's got a bit of bat on that, and he's out.
Oh, did he play it on?
Well, he played it on, he has, so I couldn't see because someone's in our way there. It's Milts. He wasn't in the way at all. But he played that on. At one stage there, we thought it was a nick through to the keeper, and out. Just goes for the late cut. Takes the bails out.
Takes the bails out, yeah. Sort of slowed it up, didn't he? It's a big wicket. Getting in the informed Greg Hunt.
Yeah, Milts is filling me in on Aresh Pereira, who's coming out to bat now, who played Test cricket for Sri Lanka.
That's right. I think 20 ODIs, 7 tests. He can really launch him.
Yeah, no, I do remember him. He was a fine cricketer. Milts, Pereira, where's he living these days?
WA.
In WA? That's a great country, WA. It feels like it from here. It's so far away. Have you been to WA, Andy?
I have not.
They sometimes think that they like to be separated from us. I think they've got all the money, all the mines, and everything over there. If you ever get a chance to go over there, get down to the Margaret River and
the Wacker
and the new stadium they've got over there now. Don't even know what that's called. I think it's named. It's an advertising stadium now.
So you guys are getting a new stadium with Gabba?
We're getting a new. It's only announced.
2032 Olympics.
Huge announcement last week. We're a bit sad actually because the Gabba, we love our Gabba. It's going to be pulled down, and it's sort of end of an era when it comes down. But it was getting a little bit tired. Straight away off the mark. It's funny with politics. There was one party that was in and it was going to do all of these things, and they got voted out, and the new ones come in, and it'll be magnificent. It's going to be over at Victoria Park, and we're going to have a lot of new facilities in all different sports in Brisbane and Sunny Coast and Gold Coast, and so they'll spread it out a little bit. So where are you, Andy? Where do you live in the United States?
I live in Michigan.
Michigan? Okay,
yes.
Cool.
Right smack in the middle, in the Rust Belt.
Yes, and ice hockey.
Yes.
Have you got a gridiron team there?
We do. It's the Detroit Lions.
How'd they go this year?
They did. They went to the playoffs and lost. But yeah, they've had a good team the last couple of years. So
Pereira will be facing Lopes. Is it Lopes? We pronounce it, or
Gordon Lopez? Yeah.
Lopez.
Yeah. He's got a bit of obviously Portuguese with that last name.
That's a quicker ball.
Yeah. So we've got folks from all over the country.
Yes.
So Gordon, Lopez, and Rudy live in San Francisco. We've got Dallas. We've got Houston. We've got Boston, New Jersey. Where else? Atlanta. So we've sort of got them all over the country.
Wow. What at New York? Any New Yorkers?
New York. Surprisingly, no.
No? I was in New York at Christmas time.
Yeah?
New Year's Eve I was in New York. It was place out there. We run out chance, maybe, no. They get home well run. We went over, my wife and I flew over to New York, and then we did a cruise down to the Caribbean.
Okay.
And then and we ended up finishing up at Houston.
Okay.
Galveston. And we loved America, loved New York. Like this, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. That's a good shot. Is anyone out there? I can't see here from here.
There is.
There's someone
Stop
there.
that, yes.
Go back to the screen. Comes back for 2. But it's the same with football, isn't it? In America, because they're getting stronger and stronger, aren't they? Or soccer.
Soccer.
It's especially in the ladies, isn't it? The women, their women's soccer side is very strong.
Yes, it's always the US and the Australians.
Oh, it's in the air, but there's no one there, so safe.
So a lot of these guys, the only time we get to see them together, because they're so spread apart, is when we have our national tournament, which we do once a year, and it's usually in Houston.
Yep.
'Cause
I didn't know that, and we spent 3 nights in Houston. If I'd known, I would have checked out
their facility. It's good. It's they've got eight grounds, and it's all turf wickets. So that's the only place where we can come together. All teams come together and play
there.
Play at the same time.
Was that in Memorial Park or not? Where do they have it there?
It's called Prairie View.
Okay.
Yes, it's in the northwest suburbs of Houston.
It's a big city.
Big city, Houston. Yes.
We were there when they had the marathon was on.
Okay.
And actually we had to get out because it snowed there. And the day we left, the next day they closed the airport.
It rarely snows.
Very rare. Hines, down the leg side, well taken again by the keeper.
So the keeper Petty played state level in India, sort of Ranji level, which is equivalent to your state level here in Queensland.
You can tell, you just see him here, he's just very busy like good keepers are.
Mm-hmm.
Just now Australia 123 for 4, 32.1 overs. They used to say you double it at 30, 250, 4 wickets down. They've got to be careful. They want to bat the overs out. That's doubling it when it was 50 overs. We only got 45 overs. So, be careful. Just want to make sure they bat through. That's nicely played. There'll only be 2. Because I was actually saying to Meltz too, Andy, the Australian side have been undefeated. Sometimes that can be tough in the final because a lot of the guys they've batted so well, a lot of their batsmen haven't had a bat much of a bat. So they come to the final and this is when they're really needed.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I'm not sure, I haven't seen all of the games whether they've swapped around their order a little bit to give everyone a bat.
I think against New Zealand, a lot of them got a bit of time on the crease.
Yep. The Kiwi side, they're here playing over the back today.
Yes. Yeah, it was a big win for us to beat them.
That's huge.
To beat a test-playing nation.
Yes.
For us was
one of the highlights
of our tour so far.
Yeah.
And the Kiwis, class act. They gave us an honor guard as we walked off.
That is really cool.
Very humbling.
They're just good people.
They're
Kiwis
fun people.
They're funny people too. I find they've got a great sense of humour, and they're real good. My daughter got married over there last year in north of Queenstown, and just so pretty. It's the snow and everything over there is just so cool.
Yeah, so I was talking to somebody on the team there that says in Queenstown, you need to have a special pilot certification to land in that airport.
Oh yeah.
It's not everybody can do it.
I went there many years ago, and when you could go into the cockpit.
Yeah. Good ball.
And I asked the pilot if I could go up, and I flew from Queenstown to Mount Cook in the cockpit. It was one of the most amazing things. No, they're lovely people. They love their animals. They love their sheep. They've got a lot of sheep over there. And
they love their rugby.
Rugby and and their cricket team's very good too.
Very good. Yes.
Their rugby league teams. They have the Warriors, and their rugby league team in the last few years has done really well as well. We normally beat them, but they beat us in the World Cup couple of years ago, which is that's been bad for us to lose rugby league to New Zealand. We expect the All Blacks to beat us,
but not the rugby
not
league.
the rugby league. That's our rugby league. Really is our. We're very strong with the league. Aussie rules obviously is our biggest one of our biggest sports.
I heard the Brisbane Lions won.
They won the premiership last year, and now I reckon they could go back to back too. They're
strong this year.
Yeah, very strong. It goes down for a sweep shot. Well bowled. He saw him coming. Keeper chases. Only get to one, and that's what he moves to. 49, I think now, is it? Or Spalagic?
49.
49. Yes. One away from a milestone. I'm going to... actually, I might get Milts to jump in with you, Andy, for a little sec while I just...
Have your lunch?
Grab some lunch.
Give me 2 minutes of a quick drink.
He's going to have a drink. And you can give Milts a bit of a... Check out what's going on with the Australian team. Oh, that's nicely played as well. You can see Pereira's got it, why he's got the reputation he's got.
Yes, so Pereira played high level, obviously. High level in Sri Lanka?
Yes.
7 tests.
Yeah, no, that's great to see. When you're getting these test players coming back and playing, it really adds a lot of value. It adds a lot of meaning to it.
Yes.
I don't think you need that. You don't have to have them, but it does add it. And you'll find that this level of cricket is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yes.
As players from Shield cricket and that retire and decide that they still want to play that level. And it's going to get so competitive all over the world, not only Shield cricket, but England and America. And that's his 50. Very well batted. Came in at a time when Australia were in a lot of trouble at 3 for 33. And he put on a fantastic partnership with Hunt. Now Pereira's joined him. So Pereira will just take his time here for a little bit, and then, as I keep hearing, he gives it a really good whack.
He does. He launched a couple when we played him the first time.
And the keel down here.
Over the trees over there.
Over the trees.
Yes.
The keel's out here going, oh, just hit me one, mate, hit me one. Oh, he took him on, and that's behind square. That'll run away for 4. Oh, does he field that in the end? That's a magnificent piece of fielding. Just on the other side of the commentary box, we are blocked out. So well done. You could see he was just chafing at the bit to get going with the shot.
Mm-hmm.
But he only, you mightn't see that one there, but just got a couple. And he just said thank you to, said well done to Spalagic.
So Spalagic has played a very steady innings. Do you know anything about him? His background?
Not a lot. No, not a lot. The boys were talking about him. Well, Milts will be able to fill you in a bit more. But yeah, no,
He bowled really well against the Kiwis as well. We watched him for a bit.
A lot of all-rounders in this Australian side. I mean, you get all-rounders at this level. You do get people who can bat and bowl. Rudy. This takes 1. Score now moves to 132 for 4. Johnny Devine and his team are doing a great job. Who look after all of this television and
yes,
as a calling all sports. I do a bit of commentary with Johnny as well in the Shield games during the year with KO. He's MAD, but he's a good man. He's in a good way.
Yes, the facilities, the support have all been fantastic.
Yeah, well bowled.
Been great.
It has been?
Yes.
Yeah, and you've all stayed in the same hotel, haven't
you?
Same
hotel, all the teams run into each other in the elevators, little banter here and there.
Yeah, that's good to see. And you've been out for dinner?
We've been down to dinner.
Been to the Brecky Creek Hotel at all for a steak?
Might have to head there.
Yeah, that's good value. That's a great pub. It's iconic. They have beer on off the wood, wooden kegs. So if you get a chance to... I mean, tonight you'll love too because it's right on the river at Howard Smith Wharves. It's really nice, really nice.
A few of us went down to...
Oh, he's hit that. He's out. Pereira's gone. Big wicket, huge wicket for the USA. The player that we knew that could take this game right away from the USA side is out. Pereira, former Test player. Andy, you enjoyed that one, I bet.
Really did. Yes. we were afraid of him. Pereira can really change the game, so that was a big wicket by Rudy.
Big wicket. Rudy's just started off. He's worked into it. There he is, just straight off the face of the bat. Just going for the late cut. And he's going out. He's back. He's out. He's back. We're watching it on the highlights. And, we just like slips catches, wasn't it? Straight through.
Straight through.
Spelagic, I'm going to have a little spell, and Milch is going to join you. You can tell him a bit about Spelagic, and you can tell him how you're feeling pretty good now. That's a nice wicket to get.
That was a big wicket for us.
Thanks, mate.
I'll probably leave that there again.
Watching the replay here.
Just got a bit big on him, a bit close to the body. Massive wicket for USA there, Andy.
That was a big wicket for us.
He can destroy games in
He
10
can.
overs. So that's really swung it back, I'd say, to favour of the US. Just a little bit of light drizzle there. It's a bit unexpected, but
It's been raining quite a bit, though, after your hurricane.
Yep.
Or your cyclone, you call it here.
Yeah, cyclone, whatever it is. By the time it hit, it was just a depression.
The facilities have been great, though, the way the guys have prepared everything. Been fantastic.
Yeah, they've done a great
The
job here at
grounds.
North and at Wynnum. Rudy comes in again. So Andy Crook from Victoria. Had a very, very good Nationals over there. Victoria in there, only their second year at the Nationals, came third, had a great result.
Mm-hmm.
And knocked off WA in the third place playoff. Always difficult to knock off the hosts.
And who won?
South Australia
South
beat
Australia.
Queensland in the final. That's Queensland's third final in a row, and we still haven't won it. I think I'm the only Queenslander to ever actually hold the trophy, but that was when I was handing it to the South Australian captain.
Pinelli captain, South
Yes.
Australia? Oh, okay.
Yes. Jamie's been their captain, I think, for at least the last 2 years. A really good captain.
Yeah, good.
He was vice captain in South Africa for the World Cup. Had to captain quite a couple of games there. And
Yeah,
did
good
a great
bowler.
job.
How's Garrity doing with his injury?
Yeah, he got the all scans, came back, got the all clear, thankfully. But obviously, because he was concussed, we have the guideline here of 13 days before he can play again. So unfortunately for him, because he was supposed to play in the T20 team, that'll rule him out of the T20s later in the week, which is a real shame because I'd love to see him bowling in that format because he's a real wily little off spinner, tall off spinner.
So the Kiwis were playing rugby, were they?
Yeah, yeah. Just can't stop him. Excuse me, everyone. My phone is going off. That was our Brad Green trying to get hold of me. Greeny's been a great help
Yes.
for the tournament. Came up from Tasmania just to help us out and loving the guys love him. They really appreciate the great work he does.
Have you seen those drone shots that he took? The drone?
Yeah,
The
they're
drone?
brilliant, aren't they?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Got a couple of our team, and so
Yeah, beautiful.
tell me something about Spoljaric.
So Spolly's Victorian,
Victoria.
or New South Wales originally, played grade cricket in New South Wales and then moved down to Victoria. Had a stellar first grade career in Premier Cricket in Victoria. Won the Jack Ryder medal, and that is for the best player for the whole year for the competition. And he won that medal once, and then he was runner-up again, and the amount of points he got as runner-up beat the highest ever points ever done, but there was someone just ahead of him. So, yeah, it was a very good cricketer.
And does he still play grade level?
Yeah, no, he plays. I think he plays a bit of country cricket or out of Melbourne. I'm not 100% sure, but he's still dominates at that level, and he's fitted in right at home here.
Yes, he's steadied the innings, and he's a good bowler too.
Yeah, very smart bowler.
So who are some of the good clubs out here? And obviously the North is good.
North's won the first grade premiership back-to-back this year, so it's their second in a row. My old club Toombul, which is about 2 kilometres down the road, finished minor premiers, but unfortunately lost the semi. So third place actually played fourth place. Sunshine Coast played Norths in the final, and Norths won that.
And Queensland won the Sheffield?
No. We runners-up.
Runners-up, yeah.
Yep,
That's
South
right.
Australia won that. So, it's...
And Queensland lost the finals of the veterans as well? So you guys...
Thanks, Andy. Bloody hell. Mate, in the 40s, yes. In 23, I played in the 50s team that won the Nationals.
Oh, nice.
So that was down in Melbourne, and we managed to knock off Victoria in a very good final at Junction Oval.
Good shot.
Controlled that nicely.
Rudy seems to be getting a bit of a bounce off that wicket.
Yeah, mate, I've never seen Rudy bowl. He was in Karachi and he never bowled over there. But he's really
a good bowler.
Caused a bit of havoc here. Has he bowled much for you during the tournament? I haven't seen him bowling much.
He bowled against New Zealand the first time he played.
Yep.
But not much.
That's a very well run by Andy Crook and Steve Spoljarek there. Just pushed to mid-on and took the single, made it home comfortably.
What do you reckon's a good par score today?
Well, at the beginning of the day, I was thinking 250 would be good, but now with 8 and a bit overs to go,
Oh,
wow. Okay, we'll take the single.
that was a good run.
Would have been interesting if that had hit.
I think he was in though, at least from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great 2 weeks for us.
Excellent.
Enjoy the facilities. Thank you guys for hosting us.
Oh no, it's been great to have everyone over here.
Can we come back next month?
If you want to, we'll sort a few games out for you. Well, funnily enough, you're heading into your summer back home, and we're heading into our winter. But our veterans cricket season in Queensland's only starting. It's played through the winter.
Okay.
So it's we still get days of 25, 26, 27 degrees. So a lovely shot there for single. That's well run.
And then, so for your veterans cricket in the winter, do you guys play 45?
Yep, 45
the same
over,
45
yeah.
overs.
The 40s comp only play 35 overs for some reason, but we don't control that competition. But in 50s, 60s, we play 45 overs. So our 50s competition's got 32 teams in it this year.
Wow.
Over 4 divisions. It kicks off this weekend.
That's the 50s?
Over 50s, yeah. So Division 3 and 4 have their first games this weekend, and then the week after Divisions 1 and 2 will play, and we just sort of alternate, so you play every fortnight.
And you rotate around different clubs. So let me get this straight. You have 32 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Over 50 just in Queensland.
Yeah, just in the southeast corner of Queensland. So, Brisbane, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, up to Wide Bay, out to Toowoomba, and Lockyer Valley. It's a different concept because we're not actually clubs, we're more regions. So, for example, just watch this ball from Lopez, sorry. It's well swept there from Crook. So we'll have, so what we do is we have it more based on regions. So the Gold Coast Cricket Association has its own competition, and then from that they have the Gold Coast region that plays in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Same with Ipswich, same with Toowoomba's got its own competition, yet they have a team that represents the whole region.
Yeah.
Brisbane's been the powerhouse in veterans cricket. They've won every premiership except for last year was the first year that Sunshine Coast won it in a great final. They chased down 283 to win the final. And Gold Coast had actually gone through the whole year undefeated. And then,
So how many Queenslanders went to the World Cup there in Sri Lanka just this past?
So there was Damien Meek. He lives up in Townsville, a couple of hour flight away. Craig Trindle, Trig, he's a Brizzy boy. Chris Holdings, Brizzy boy. Chris was my former captain down at Toombul in first grade. And Andrew Kratzman from the Sunshine Coast all went.
Good experience?
Oh,
they have fun?
Looked like they had fun.
Yeah, we did too. They have to start going for a few.
Yeah, they're going to
runs.
They're trying to put the bowler off here and make the dictate terms, which is good. So on the regional competition here in club region, whatever we call it. So Brisbane Veterans Cricket were the only team, were the only region that represented, had all the clubs from Brisbane. So they got to a stage where they had two teams in Division 1 and played off in the final against each other a couple of years in a row, and so that's why they kept winning everything. But like I said, Sunshine Coast cracked the glass last year and won their first tournament.
Rudy in for a 7th over.
Yeah, great figures.
Well.
Just going at 3 and over. Touch under now. Touch over now. That could be caught. That is a great catch out there on the boundary. Geez, he made a lot of room there, made a lot of ground there. That is a really good catch. How are your eyes? Who do you think that was?
That was Devon.
Yep.
Devon is a former state-level under-19 player.
Very good.
So a lot of these guys have played high level in India before they moved over.
Yep.
Or Pakistan and Rudy in the West Indies.
West Indies.
Yeah.
So Muddy's not playing today?
Muddy is not playing today. No, he's not.
No.
We have 3 seamers, just 2 of them bowled though, and Rudy. To open. That was well played. Good innings by
Jarek. Yeah. Well, I hope Andrew Crook has got his running shoes on, because there'll be lots of running between the wickets with Steve Baker over there. His little legs pump very hard and get him up and down the wicket pretty quickly.
Yes. I see him in the gym in the hotel every morning for an hour.
Yeah, we're just wondering if he's actually checked into his room at all.
Before he gets on the bus.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And then he runs a heavy, a good paced warm-up session for the boys. He's a real heart and soul of this, one of the heart and souls of this team. He's, the boys love playing with him.
And he's from Queensland?
He's a Queenslander, yep. Used to play here at Norths. Then moved up to Townsville with work. Just watch this from Rudy. That's what I mean. Straight away, perfect, into the gap, easy single. That's Stephen Baker all over. Then moved down back to Brisbane, I think. Played a bit for Gold Coast Dolphins Premier side, and played for Beenleigh Logan, which is a previous Premier grade side. And now he plays in the Gold Coast competition. This is what Steve's game is. He will push singles, call lots of sharp singles, and bowlers get frustrated, and he will put the bad ball away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having him coming in at number 8 is amazing. I mean, 2 years ago he was opening the batting for Queensland, scoring 100 in the Nationals, and now he, the Aussie team. I think even in the Queensland team, he bats at 7 when he's playing. Again. Great temperament, you know, he's going out there. You can't disturb him, you know. Okay, we lost
cricket,
a wicket.
yeah. Rotate the strike.
Yep. I was very fortunate he wasn't available for selection for Karachi. I managed to get the call for that one, so if he was available, I was probably watching it. Another good over from Rudy there. Three off with the wicket. Big wicket to Spol Jarrett.
.148 for six overs to go.
Yeah, look, if they get to 200, that'll be a great effort.
Be good, yes.
And the Aussies will think, you know, that's a defendable total. The deck's been doing a bit all day, so you know, our big bowlers will be looking to exploit that. We just want to say a big thank you to our tournament sponsors, Felons Brewery. They've been great for us all week. Icon Sports are our apparel sponsor for until the end of 26. Great to have them on board. Played back down. East Coast Building Consultants have sponsored the umpires for the tournament and done a great job with the kit for them. And McGrath Real Estate, another one of our 2-year sponsors.
Yes, we've enjoyed the Felons beer.
Yep. The boys have enjoyed it down there. It's a lovely view there under the bridge. Yep. Not where he wanted to go, but got away, got the single he was looking for.
And we have the banquet on tonight.
The main championship dinner tonight.
Is it at Felons?
It's down in the Harbourside Wharf area there.
Nice.
Not Harbourside, Howard Street Wharf, sorry.
Yes, we've enjoyed Brisbane.
It's a good place.
It's got
to
a
visit.
nice easy pace to it.
Yeah.
Unlike Sydney or Melbourne.
Well, I mean, for many years, Brisbane was just called a big country town.
Mm.
It's changed a bit over the last decade or so. But
and then, so you guys play cricket all year round? Is there a time?
There's competitions.
There's winter cricket.
Yes, so that's a separate competition. The Premier cricket.
Yes, I know the Premier cricket's
is
done.
September to end of March. And, you know, that would be where 80% of the cricket's played in winter. But down the road here a bit, a couple of kilometres away in Chermside, there's a place called Marchant Park, and it has 10 turf fields all in the one complex. And that's the home of warehouse cricket, which is an interesting name. But apparently it was initially formed by all the old warehouses down the wharves, and they'd have, you know, this warehouse and play that warehouse, so it just got called warehouse cricket. And so we've got probably 3 levels of cricket. We've got Premier cricket, then we've got what we call sub-districts, and then warehouse cricket underneath. And then there's lots of other little leagues. I mean, we've got a Nepalese cricket league in Brisbane with 11 teams. So, you know, there's an Indian league, there's a Pakistani league. Well played by Baker. Gone away for 4. That's what Steve Baker can do. You know, he's been out here. He's faced 4 balls off Rudy for 2 singles and now a boundary.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Tell you what, it's been a long 15 minutes for you, Andy.
No, it's interesting to give the folks back home just the perspective of the cricket here. So then these 10 grounds that you mentioned.
Yep, at Marchant Park, yep.
Who the council maintains them? How's that?
I'm not actually sure if it's...
Because that's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe Banger would know a bit more about that. Warehouse, do they have their own curators or is that council?
Might be a bit of both.
Bit of both? Yeah. So
that's a big difference. So back in the States, I was telling, most of the turf wickets are privately owned.
Yes. Well, Saki, Mohammed owns in Houston and whatnot, so
it's hard for us to, we have to just all assemble in one spot.
Yeah.
To be able to get this level of cricket.
So Andy's going to head.
Okay, cool. I'll jump in.
Banger's going to come back. And that's going to take some catching. And they've run 2. Cruel game, cricket.
Good attempt.
Good attempt. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, guys.
Great to have
Thank
you
lads.
online with us.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you want this? Lovely shot there by Crook. Just pushing one out to the mid-wicket region for 1.
Hey, that was good to have Andy in here, mate, for chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Very
Geez,
good.
American cricket's going all right.
Yeah, mate, it's ready to explode, isn't it?
It's all happening. Caught up with Pete Parker over there, Porky Parker.
Yep.
He's down here having a chat to Jimmy Torpy.
Yep. Oh, crikey. I don't want to hear those stories.
They,
Well played.
Steve Baker was a bit of a chat. I know we talked about him earlier on. So he came to Norths when Dom Overton was keeper in first grade.
Correct.
And then Dom just played as a bat.
Yeah.
Mate, talk about good cricketers, Dom Overton. Mate, he's as good a cricketer that didn't play Shield cricket. When you always have, those conversations you have, he should have played Shield cricket or whatever.
But who are you going to drop?
But it was such a strong era. I mean, that's how unlucky people can be. I mean,
Yes.
I think Dom scored 24, 25 A-grade hundreds.
Unbelievable.
Like Dean Tuckwell and those guys.
Yeah,
that era.
Tucky was another one.
There was a heap of them in that era that Mel Freeman at Easts.
Could you imagine Dean Tuckler if he'd played T20 with the bats today?
Tucky just would have been, I mean, the other bloke that would have been ridiculous was Glenn Trimble.
Yeah.
I mean, Glenn Trimble, as long as he didn't bowl, Glenn...
That's harsh.
Glenn was... Glenn actually didn't do a lot of bowling. He didn't even bowl in our winter team.
Really?
So he had that year where he bowled for Queensland and kept getting a few wickets. And
Then got picked for Australia. And
people always say that he choked, and he never choked. He just wasn't a great bowler. He just wasn't a... Glenn wouldn't choke. He was too confident to choke.
Chips.
Geez, he could bat. Funny story about Glenn, I'll tell you in a sec. Smack that. They'll come back for 2. No, they won't. Just be careful with Baker out there. He's quick, isn't he?
Yeah. I was just saying, those little legs pump pretty hard, but they get there quickly.
Yeah, it looks like Jimmy Cassidy, doesn't he?
I was saying to Andy, I said, he'll come out and just nudge singles, and it'll create the bad ball, and he'll put it away.
Nicely played. So Glenn was one of the unlucky blokes to be out to me in club cricket, Glenn, and we were good mates. And anyhow, he Here he is again. Years later, we're down in Melbourne, and a bloke walked up to him randomly in a bar, we were having a beer, and he said, "Was that the most embarrassing moment of your life when you bowled all those wides for Australia?" And Glenn looked at him. I think Glenn was to knock him out. And Glenn said, "No, second most embarrassing. When Banger got me out, was the most embarrassing."
This bloke got me out. That's a great shot, man, down there. So that'll just be one.
So tell us, Milts, the Australian side here are now 6 for 163. Consolidated, then lost a couple. And they're consolidating again, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
But there's only 3.5 overs to go, so they've got to go for it now, don't they?
Yep, and I was saying to Andy, look, if they could get to 200 from here, that'd be great. That'd be their target, I'm sure, now.
Oh, he's
And
hit that
Andy's
nicely.
Andy's
It'll
gonna
go
help
for
that.
6. Great shot.
So there's six of the 10 they need an over.
Yeah,
And, all of a sudden, a 3-run over is now a 9-run over. And that's, at this stage of a game, that's what can happen. 3 overs, we're looking at it going, okay, well, there's 6 down. But 6 down with 3 overs to go.
Yeah.
A common position.
No, 6 down, you've got to keep going now. You've got to keep going. You've only got, as you say, 3 overs after now. Just if you get rolled now, that's the way it is, isn't it?
Oh, look, they bat deep, as I've said previously.
It's only 18 balls, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 18 balls, and if you can get, as you say, you can two a ball, 36. You can end up with over 200.
Yes, it's
Pelagic just walked past. He batted very well, didn't he?
batted very well, yeah.
Takes a single run out on. If it hits, he's out. Brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, but that's what they got to do. So, they know that's what their plan is. It was interesting. What's happened today hasn't happened to this team all tournament. They've lost wickets in clumps.
Yes.
And that's... I know Panna's the captain and Kingy the coach. They'll be... Well, the team as a whole, they'll be disappointed with that.
There he goes for the big one over mid-wicket. That'll be another Dorothy.
Here we go.
Big
Beautiful.
6. And as you said, Milts, that was what the plan was. And it's great when a plan comes together. Be careful climbing over that fence. You might lose something more than you want to. There he goes. That's just a stand and deliver. That's what Crook loves playing, isn't it?
I don't think he had anything else planned for that ball. So Hines has gone from great over. Now he's still bowled bloody well, but 4 balls to go.
Yes,
He's gone for 37.
Yep. Yeah, that's a lot better. Good delivery.
Very good delivery.
Nice and full. Don't give him a chance to get underneath it. So Fallons have sponsored you guys too, have they?
Yeah, they've done a great job. The boys are very appreciative.
That's fantastic, isn't it? And that's where the function will be tonight.
Down at Howard Street Wharf,
Howard
yes.
Smith, yep, Fallons.
How's it, Howard Smith? I keep saying Harbourside, so...
No, that's all good. Here he is again. Through. Where's that gone?
That's
deep mid-off, but picks it up. Come back for 2 as they do. Great throw.
Well run.
And well run.
Yep.
Fielding's been exceptional.
The Americans all week have fielded really well. They're definitely wide awake and up for this game. So,
Someone brought their families out with them? Kids and that, wives and kids.
Wives and kids.
Oh, he's got that one in the air. There's someone there. He's running in and has put it down. Very, very costly miss.
We were speaking about how well they're fielded.
Yeah, it would have been a good catch. Had to run a long way, but should have taken it at this level.
But Crook's a big lad.
Just got to it, and his hands just got away from him a little bit.
Just never got balanced.
Yep. Score 180 now.
So that's 11 off the over with 1 to go.
1 ball to go, then 2 overs after that. He'll be looking maybe for a single here. Goes the reverse.
What do you call that?
I don't know. What was it? The reverse?
Straight drive.
Yes. And missed it. Probably not. He would have been probably better off just trying to get up the other end.
Yeah.
That's okay. Good over though for the Australian
Great over
side.
for Australia, yes.
Yep.
11 off it.
Crook's 28 off 26. He bowls well too, doesn't he,
Yeah,
Crook?
good spin bowler.
Yep.
Used his
Tall.
height well.
Tall, and then Stevie Baker's 13 off 14. So this has been a good little partnership after losing those, that, as you said, a clump, a few wickets. Johnny Devine walks past. He was putting a bit of shelter over his cameras before. There was a little bit of rain we got earlier on, but nothing. I like to see they played through that too, Melts. There was no thought of getting off the field. It was only a shower.
And look, that's one of the great things in veterans cricket. They don't worry about that stuff. Just keep going.
Penultimate over being bowled now to Baker, who just lays back and sweeps it down to... and just takes one. He probably, the way he runs, could have got two, but he didn't want to be at that end. He knows Crook is there.
We need the big long limbs of Crook.
So Crook will be... Crooker by hook will probably try and go... He takes it anywhere, doesn't he, really?
Yeah.
Let's put the foot down and try and hit it for 6.
Oh, interesting ball. He bowled that way behind the popping crease.
Yeah, and worked too.
Did, yeah.
Confused him a little bit.
Smart bowling there from Sharma.
Yeah, he... what'll he do now? Does he normally bowl a few from back there? We'll have a look. It'll be interesting when he bowls to Baker. They should be probably bringing that short cover in and maybe just one over there to try and keep him on strike. But they're not.
I'll tell you what, if he drops short, Baker will deal with it.
He'll put it away too. I didn't need to drop short. He just hit it straight out here for 4. Just ran around. Big Vinny was unfortunately...
Just got beaten by the spin of the ball off the bat there, I think.
He did. He won't be happy with himself, Vinny. He probably should have stopped that. Here he is. He won't see that replay. They're very proud, Andy was saying, about beating New Zealand.
Yeah, first time ever.
We don't mind seeing that either, do we, as Aussies?
I was quite happy. It's look, hopefully the Wallabies will learn from this.
He did bring them up. I did say what a great country New Zealand is, though. They bat above their weight, don't they?
Oh, yep, well run, good call.
Takes a single.
So that's 7 off the over so far with 2 to go. We could be in a bit of trouble here, Banger.
You think you are?
Well,
yeah, it's a good attack though. You've got runs on the board.
No, I'm just saying danger-wise with the ball, with the Crook on strike.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking you were thinking the Australian side were in a bit of trouble, but I think it's going to be a very even match now. Oh, that's
bowled again.
Well bowled, fielded, and hits the stumps. He's out, but it doesn't.
Well run. No thought of a dot ball there.
Well fielded though, and well bowled. That was actually very well bowled.
Yeah, again another one from behind the crease, way behind. He's not even getting up to the stumps.
And he pushed it out too, didn't he? Didn't give him room to get under it, which a lot of the time can be the mistake people make. Baker might go big here. He does, into the gap as well. Well fielded.
Fielded out there.
Well fielded and a good arm. That's the thing that, as I got older playing cricket too, Mills, was the arm went. Like when you're in your 40s, these guys, you're okay.
Still got the arm.
But as you get older, and it's one of the most awful feelings, because if you had a decent arm, to be called custard as you get older it's a sledge. It's a real sledge. It's not very nice.
Well, the New Zealand A team, I think it's Stuart Farquhar, I think that's his name. He's 4-time Olympian for javelin.
Wow.
And one of the Aussies found out the hard way the other way and took his arm on.
Is that right? So did he win any medals or anything?
No, I believe he medalled in Commonwealth Games.
Wow, that's cool.
So, yeah.
Famous rugby league name in Australia, in Brisbane, the Farquhars.
Yes.
Own the Caxton Hotel, Steve.
Just trying to find by...
So what does Baker do here? I think Baker can go along himself. I think if he gets one, he's going to have a crack at it. He's not looking at singles, really.
No.
But if there's a single there, he'll take
6 balls. If they can get 11 off the over, I reckon they'll be really happy with that.
What does that put the game in? Par? Even? Probably runs on the board? Good attack?
Aussies were probably looking to get up at around that 250 mark as par. The USA have bowled really well to restrict them and fielded really well. Dropped a couple of difficult chances, but...
Done well. At short, just takes one on a very good arm, a very good fielder. Unfortunately, just didn't get it into his hands.
I think Darcy's old shed over there could be in a bit of trouble now, or the volleyball courts.
Yeah, I know. That's onto the roof. I saw Nikhil Chowdhury put one on there during the Brisbane Premier League. Did he wax it?
So, yeah, Stuart Farquhar, silver medalist at 2010 Delhi Commonwealth Games.
Oh, there you go.
In the javelin.
Yeah, no, I remember the name.
So this will be interesting. If he swings it into his hips.
Oh, that's just gone straight. I think it's only 4.
Just 4, but great shot.
Magnificent shot.
So that's, well, there's 4 balls to go. There's 6 runs for 200. You know, a couple of overs to go.
Yeah, there you go. He just waited for that. That was a very, very good cricket shot. Sensible cricket shot too, knowing where the field is.
USA, if Australia gets 200, you know, it could just be that little mental 200. Hang on, we had them 4 for 30, or whatever it was, 3 for 30.
Yeah, 630, 640.
But again, as I said before, the Australian team bat deep. Selectors did a very good job in. There's a lot of all-rounders in this team.
Yes.
So Crook's an all-rounder, Sean Matthews is an all-rounder, Spoljaric's an all-rounder, Suresh Pereira's an all-rounder.
Here he is again. What will he do this time? Where will he go? Go through mid-wicket.
Yeah,
Decided to go down there.
Baker
Come back for 2.
Yep. No, that's well run by the boys there. Stephen Baker set off with 2 in mind. That was all that was happening. He did turn blind, I notice.
Yeah,
so that will be brought up at fines this evening.
I think in this situation we won't tell him that. But when you know you're going to go for 2, whether you get run out or not, turning blind's not as big a deal, is it?
No, it's very unprofessional from Stephen Baker.
I think he should
very
be
disappointed.
Suspension, I reckon. Well done. He does pump those little legs. You can still say that.
Oh, yeah.
Here he is again. What'll he do here? Lays back and splashes it. It could be a catch, though.
Oh.
Yeah, just unfortunately doesn't get to it. But that doesn't matter. They got a single.
I think that through the air, the spinning, it was just taking the ball away from the fielder there. I don't think he picked it up straight away either.
No, he didn't. So this is what have we got? 1 to go, 2 to go. Baker on strike.
3 for the 200.
I think Baker just swings here. I reckon he's going to go behind square, through square.
I'd love to see this ball be short.
Loves to hook.
Loves to hook, loves to pull, loves to cut. No. But
yeah, just plays it straight.
By Baker.
There we go.
So last ball of the over. Last ball of the innings. See what Andrew Crook does here, but he's played a great knock here. Both of the lads, 37 off 31 for Crook and Baker, 22 off 20.
Very important little partnership.
Oh, well, brilliant. 51 balls for 59 runs.
Last ball of the innings for the Australian side here. Slower ball.
That's wide.
Called a wide too. Not a good time to bowl a wide.
No, well, that's 199. So I'd say they'll be running on anything.
200 to win though. Already got that magical figure. But he'll be trying to go big here. He's going to go over mid-wicket. It's another wide. Oh, that's not good.
Well, there's the 200.
That's disappointing. He'll be very disappointed with that. Eight ball over. Not 10 balls like the great man, Peter Parker.
Chat about that.
Porky. Guest speaker he is at the subbies lunch dinner a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, that would have been good.
No, he's coming up 2 weeks' time. I'll be interviewing him, so I might bring up the 10 ball thing. He loves that. He always loves bringing it up. Yeah. Oh, and then he bowls him. That makes you feel real good after bowling the 2 wides.
Baker was halfway down the wicket before it hit the stumps, so no matter what was happening, they were running.
Yeah, well done, though, in the end. That was a great little knock by Crook. He just took it on. He was batting for his team.
Yeah.
37 off 31. Steve Baker 22 off 20, and well done to the bowler as well there. He just bowled it right up in the slot.
Hit leg stump.
Hit leg stump after bowling the 2 wide, so it was a good effort that. So the score in the end, 200 right on the dot, 7 for 200, which means that they will come out, the USA side, in about 10, 20 minutes.
No, about 40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes, that's a lunch break. 40 minutes time, and they will be chasing 201 to be the winner of this series. So there we go.
So they'll
4.46.
4.46 the US will need to win the final, but I tell you what, they have got themselves in well and truly into this game with that great performance in the field and with the ball. Rudy Hines, I played against him in Karachi, never saw him bowl, and he comes out and takes 3 for. The opening bowlers really made the Aussie top order work hard for their runs. And then we had, as we said, the great knocks from Spol Jarek and Greg Hunt.
Greg Hunt batted very, very well.
Yep. And then these 2 boys putting a bit of cream on the back end is brilliant. That's a great little partnership to end the innings.
Certainly was. We're going to have a break here at the Ian Healy Oval, and Australia, obviously, there, as we mentioned, 7 for 200. We'll be back shortly. 201 to chase. Welcome back to the Ian Healy Oval for the World Series Cup over 40s, Australia versus the USA. And they, Australia amassed 7 for 200. And USA side will come out and chase that 201 to win the cup. Muhammad and Krish will be opening the batting for the USA. And O'Neill will be bowling for the Aussies. Big tall fella. Stephen Baker, the keeper. Former Norths cricketer in Brisbane. Very, very good player. Captain out there. Jumping up and down. Pinelli, so they're ready to go. Umpires say, yep, the score is ready. Muhammad will be facing. Goes back and plays a cut shot. Down to third man for one. Slashed at it. Through the slips. I don't know whether it just there's a little bit of a blind spot here in the commentary box. To see it on the replay. But it's off the mark, the USA side. Goes back and plays a little hook shot down to fine leg for a single. He's off the mark as well. None for two. Yeah, nice defensive shot and good, nice big wheels there from O'Neill. Big tall lad. Suppose you can still call them lads when they're over 40, a fair bit younger than me. Yeah, another defensive, good forward defence from Muhammad. Tom O'Neill, right on the spot first up. Bowling around the wicket to the lefty. Goes for the big drive, gets a nick, he's out. USA in strife, straight up, well taken by Baker. O'Neill gets the breakthrough early, Muhammad's out. Says to his partner, mate, I'm gone. You keep going, though. Just went for a pretty big thick edge. Very well taken by Baker. Comfortable catch. But that's the wicket that the USA didn't want to lose straight up. But Australia was looking for to put a bit of pressure on them. Milts has joined me. And good wicket for the Aussies, mate.
Great start. The top order, American top order, they go hard early, as we saw.
I did hear the next in. He gives it a whack too, doesn't he? Number 3 here. Who is it? What's he? Just got his name there.
Just getting that for us now.
Come up on there. But I did hear from their captain or from one of their managers, Krish, that he gives it a good old whack. Number 72. It's Ankar Kasal.
It's a great start there for the Aussies. That's what they need. They need early wickets, just to let New Zealand, let USA know that it's game on.
Sure do. And Tom O'Neill's got the wicket early.
Well, Banger, I'm just going to give you some scores from over at Wynnum Manly.
Okay, let's watch ball. Tom O'Neill. He's got that French cut down to, and a run for 4.
Wow.
That gets him away. 6 off So what's happened over there?
So Australia batted first, and they posted 3 for 244 off their 45 overs.
Yep.
Richie Wild and Ryan Broad opened the batting. Richie Wild 33 off 54 balls. Ryan Broad 47 off 75, continuing on from his 160 odd the other day. I'll go through the batsmen dismissed. Wayne Ritzmer 20 off 17 balls. And this will be no surprise to you, Banger. Brian May 78 not out.
Yes.
Of 82 balls. And the other top run scorer for Australia, Luke Jackson, 50 not out of 43 balls. So I know that brings Jacko's average for the tournament to 240.
Yes.
A quick bit of maths is going to hurt me here, but I'll come up with what Maisie...
Is the skipper's going to bowl from the booner end?
So Brian May has made 445 runs in this tournament at an average of 445.
Is that right? Actually, Atkinson, is it? And that's not the skipper? Atkinson.
No, this will be Atkinson bowling.
It's down the leg side. That's a wide. So go back to that again. Brian May has done what?
Brian May has scored 445 runs for this tournament at an average of 445.
So he got out once.
Got out once. Luke Jackson has made 240 runs for the tournament at an average of 240.
Wow, so normally you get 240, you'd win the batting average.
That's right.
Here's Atkinson, played by Krish. That's incredible. That'd have to be close to a world record for a tournament, wouldn't it?
Unbelievable. But, yeah, I mean, what hasn't he done?
Brian May. Couldn't. Selectors...
I think
talked about him earlier
the over
too.
50 selectors, I'll be ringing them again and letting them know.
The Bush Bradman is back. Atkinson looks like very much the outswinger action there.
So Acko takes the ball away, he's good into the wind bowl, and he'll really play with that wide line. He'll go close, and a lot of the times after the batsman will go wide of that line. But as it passes them, he'll be inside it.
And where's Atkinson?
Victoria.
Victorian?
Yep.
Goes back and cuts. Gets through 2. Come back for a second. Paulson feels it. Okay, from Victoria.
Yep, played in Cape Town with the Aussie team at the World Cup.
Yep.
Had a good World Cup. Backed it up well with another good Nationals. I think... Sean Matthews got a hand on that, I think, so that slowed it down and cut it back to 2.
Yeah, probably would have gone for 4 otherwise, wouldn't it? He got a bit of bat on it. So Krish is away. Oh, he likes the cut shot, I think, Krish. It was a bit too close to the body. Be careful. Score at the moment 1 for 9. I think if the USA are to win this game, they'll get it fairly quickly.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be going to 45 overs either way.
They're going to have a good crack. Australian side up and about though now with that early wicket, and that's in the air, but it's over the top. Won't go for 4, but shouldn't. Steve Paulson runs back, picks up, throws. Still got a fairly good arm there too. We talked about earlier. It's the first thing that goes as you get into a bit older. You normally have one a game. You got one a game.
We're just dropping Paulson back a few steps there.
Good to have blokes like that. Such a good quality side. Short. Cuts through cover for 4. That's a magnificent shot. Takes the score to 15. Have a look at this again. A bit too short and just went whack. Straight over the top of cover for 4.
Brilliant shot.
Krish is away. Cassell's the 1-2 that we hear is a goer as well. I think Krish was born square cutting, I think. It just loves it. Great facility out here, though. It melts, isn't it? Just fantastic.
No, it's definitely a lot different to what it was when Norths first moved up here from Albion.
Yeah, nicely played. Tell us what's happening over the back here too. Was it the Kiwis are playing Canada? Aren't? Is that for
That's
fourth?
for third place.
For third place.
New Zealand playing Canada. Obviously a bit of a surprise that New Zealand didn't get through the final, but Canada put on a good 8 for 222.
Oh, real good effort.
Opener Barnveet Butler 72.
O'Neill just takes a leg by. I don't think it was bad on that, but they're closer than me. They'll let me know in a minute. Here's a leg by.
So Butler made 72 off 101 balls. Raffle 11 off 36. Ahmed Adam 6 off 20. Ahmed Annan 29 off 47. I'll wait for this ball.
Big tall fella O'Neill. Oh, he's just played a miss. Little jagged at that. Through to Baker.
And here's one for you. Former one-day international player for the West Indies, Royston Crandon, been living in Canada now for some time. Made 55 off 36 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes.
And 3 sixes, wow.
Ooh.
That just cut him in half.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying before. The first 10 overs, they'll get a lot out of this deck with the new ball. Yeah, so Royston, I was happened to walk around there to watch one of the sixes straight over the side screen, about 20 metres up the gum tree, and it hit the gum tree and it sounded like a gunshot.
I did hear you talking to someone about that earlier on. Big Tom O'Neill. Oh, he thought he might have got a bit of bat on that, but he didn't. Through to the keeper.
So then we've had, like yesterday, Canada got their first win on the board yesterday after Royston made 143 off 104 balls, hitting 11 fours and 7 sixes.
So when did he last play international cricket?
I'll double check that for you.
Gets through, they think about a run, don't run on the miss field.
So he played his only ODI in 2009 versus India.
Yeah, thanks, mate. For
West Indies.
For West Indies.
Made 5 in that game and never got another look.
That's all right. Played for his country.
That's
Nothing
it.
wrong with that. One more than we've had.
100%.
You don't get picked for the West Indies unless you're doing something right. We were talking about the Brendan Nash the other day. Talking about blokes playing for a country. One of the great stories, Brendan Nash.
Yeah, and one of the loveliest blokes ever.
Fantastic bloke. Played for Norths in Brisbane. Played for Queensland.
Played for Toombul.
Played for Toombul. He played for Toombul.
Yep, he ended up back down at Toombul.
Did he start at Norths, didn't he?
Started at Norths, yeah.
Started at Norths. You guys poached him. There he goes back and pulls. That's 4.
Apparently, Greg Maher didn't want any past Test players. He only wanted future.
Future. Well, his story is just incredible, isn't it? Like he played for Queensland. Ray Phillips said, "Mate, I don't think there's a spot for you." So he went over on a tour over there to see the World Cup. His dad had represented West Indies in swimming.
Jamaica at the Olympics.
Jamaica at the Olympics in swimming. Not the West Indies. Jamaica. His mum was a dancer. Nick won, and he ended up playing a social game, got runs, got picked for Jamaica, and then got picked for the West Indies, scored 2 Test hundreds.
Yep.
Great story.
And I, down in Boona, I think it's his uncle lives down in Boona. I've bumped into him a couple of times down there. He's got an old Queensland bull shirt. Oh, so where'd you get that? Oh, my nephew.
Yeah, just not dying wondering. These guys out here at the moment, Krish, is just... And I think it's the way to play it. I was talking to the manager just during the break, and he was saying that for us to probably beat these guys, we need to take them on.
Yeah.
You know, they're a very good attack. They're a good side. They've got to try and put them off their game a little bit, which is the tactics. It's working at the moment. Plays and misses again. And I tell you what, Atkinson doesn't seem to miss too often with the ball in the right spots, as you said.
Didn't realise Brendan Nash was actually born in WA.
West Australian. Yeah, that's right. His family grew up there, or moved there. I don't know how it all worked, though, but that's... Yeah, no, they left Jamaica and moved to WA, and that's how it all worked out.
Got both your face.
John Devine, intervention.
Oh, I'm bringing Rose with me.
Just coming in to help out, doing a fine job. Calling All Sports Australia. That's what it's called, isn't it?
Brisbane.
Brisbane. It's giving him
Give him the
promotion.
country.
Giving him a whole country.
So yeah, Nash, he played 21 tests, averaged 33 with the bat. 2 test hundreds, as you said.
One against England, one against South Africa, against Dale Steyn.
Wow.
Hit that one straight up in the air.
This will take some catching.
There's no one going to get there. Who they do.
Oh, that is a great
That's the
catch.
skipper. Is that the skipper
That
out there?
looks like Jamie Pinelli. That is a great catch by Panners.
Came from nowhere.
That's a big, big wicket.
A big wicket. I think he thought he was safe there. So did we, but I couldn't see him there where he was, behind the bowl. Ran around, watched it into his hands, threw the hand up in the air. That's a good catch.
He's pretty happy too, the big fella.
He knows.
This is what... It'll go hard either way.
Yeah, he knew that... Jamie knew that was a wicket they needed to get. And 2 for now. 2 for 21. Krish is out. It was Krish, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes.
Krish is out. Casal's still the one that they're big raps on. Huge big raps on. But he'll be disappointed because Krish was looking so good.
Mm-hmm.
Was Pereira not on the field, I don't think, at the moment?
Yeah, Pereira's having a few overs off.
So that's how they play it? There's a bit of a rest? And
Yeah,
he'll be bowling, won't he? He'll be needed, won't he?
Well, I don't think he's bowled yet this week.
Okay.
And as I was saying before, we've got so many all-rounders. You've got Pereira, Crook,
Yep.
Paulson, Matthews, Spoljaric.
There's plenty out there, isn't there?
Mm. Atkinson just keeping that line outside off stump.
So Atkinson we talked about earlier on. So what's bowling?
I'm sorry, that was O'Neill.
O'Neill. What about Atkinson? I'm sorry, O'Neill.
So O'Neill's New South Wales boy.
Yep.
Went to his first Nationals last year, performed well.
Oh, he's got that right on the spot.
You know, one of these great bloody 6'6" bowlers coming in at you. Never fun.
No, and you can just... He's got such an economical action.
Yes.
And then it sort of lets it go a bit like... trying to think of someone that I reckon I've seen. The umpire, he used to run in and bowl like that. What's his name? I'll think of him in a minute. Big Wilson. Big blocker.
So New Zealand A have lost their first wicket over at Wynnum. They're 1 for 16. Hoogan Stratton was bowled by Matthew Gordon.
Gone. But there's a game
3.
on over the back here too, isn't there? Over the other
So
side.
up on Jeff Dimmick Oval. That's the A Series 3rd and 4th playoff.
Okay. Lots of cricket on.
Yeah. What else do you want to do?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So 3 games here and 1 over at Wynnum.
Yeah, the A Series was initially supposed to be completely over at Wynnum, but with the flooding on Ian Droney Oval, so...
That's hit him straight in the just above the knee roll. He's all right though. Must have missed the spot.
So unfortunately Ian Droney Oval was just unplayable. It was playable today, but we thought, look, they've played all their games here. They know these grounds. Let's just keep it here. But we will be playing the T20A series over at Bill Aubrey and Ian Droney.
Oh, okay. Yep. Ian Droney Oval. That's he was a good man, Ian Droney.
Never met him, unfortunately.
Yeah, no. Great stalwart of Wynnum.
There's a replay of this catch.
Good. It's just a good catch.
Very good catch.
But he didn't run very fast.
No,
Oh,
he's
that's
running
slow
very
motion.
slowly there. Yeah. Mind you, the ball's hanging up there too.
It's hanging up there a long way. The way he ran to it. When we saw him come into picture, the other side of the pole here. First of all, we just thought there was no one out there. Just.
We made great ground, Pinelli.
What do we got here? We're going to have Atkinson again.
Yep. So he'll just, as I said, play with that offside wide line, annoy the living daylights out of batsmen.
Tell you what, whoever the cutting coach is in the USA, he's working on them a lot because seems to be the shot they're all going for. Nothing wrong with that if you can play a good cut shot. Play it.
Well, we got 2 slips, 2 gollies, and a deepish point.
So they're onto it.
And a third man just to cover as well. So pretty easy to sort out what the plan for this fella is.
Big cameras over there that Johnny Devine's got set up, both ends. Oh, it's straight over the top of point. There's a third man down there who'll run around and field it and runs into the fence. Great effort, though.
Good effort by big Tommy O'Neill down there. Just couldn't quite keep it in.
Dived, got a hand on it. But it is another boundary to the USA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just runs in. It's hard.
Well, they're ahead of the run rate, so...
Yeah, I think if they bat the 45 overs, they win. I just think that's going to be the two equations. Either can they hang in there?
That's
Take
well
a
run.
Quick single and well run. Some good cricket here. Be nice to get a close one though, Milts. I know where your allegiances lie, but I think your allegiance is about getting a good game of cricket, isn't it?
100%. The fact that USA have made it through the finals is a marvellous achievement for them, but I don't want them to continue. They've been great tourists to the USA team. Obviously, we know a few of the boys from Karachi. We know the others know a few of the boys from Cape Town. So that's the other thing with these events. It's catching up with blokes you played against overseas in a foreign country or.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Very similar actions actually, O'Neill and Atkinson. They both run in tall, get on the spot. He'll bowl. Jamie bowl it. Come on to one of the ends there.
Not sure if Jamie's going to be bowling. He's got an issue with osteopubis at the moment, and I saw him warming up, and he just didn't look quite there. But what he won't do with the ball, he'll do with his captaincy and leadership out there. So
sure will. What's his? Does he normally open up? Or
yeah,
he does.
Yeah, he usually takes the new ball.
So for him not to be bowling, there must be an issue.
Yeah.
We've got Cassell on strike.
Gets right deep in his crease, doesn't he?
He certainly does, and you can tell that he's got a great eye because there's not a lot of footwork there, but he seems to be... the bat seems to be hitting the middle of the bat, the ball does. I reckon something's going to happen soon. It's either a wicket or a big shot. I don't think there'll be too many in-betweens. Goes for the big cut shot.
How was your chat with Peter Clifford before?
Yeah, no, it was good. Cliffo was good. It was good to have him down here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
It was really good. He just loves his cricket, doesn't he,
Yeah.
Cliffo? We hated him as Queenslanders, though, didn't we, when he did that job on us in Sydney. He got 60, 70 not out.
83, I think it was.
Was it 83?
Dave Gilbert hit the winning runs and...
Oh. Then he moves to Queensland.
Yeah, of all places.
Don't even know why we let him in. We should have got him at the tick gates.
Yes. But no, he was great at Toombul Cricket. I mean, he's a legend down at Toombul.
Yeah, he's still coaching. He did a coaching in Valleys last year, didn't he? And then did a bit down the Goldie. And, but geez, he was a good club player. He was as good a player as I ever saw. I mean, obviously he was a good state player, but the guys that came back to club cricket and still dominated. You knew they loved their. I mean, Greg Ritchie was another one. Greg came back to all clubs he played for and scored a lot of runs. Enjoyed it.
But I was lucky enough to play in an era where the Shield and Test players came back like you did.
Yeah. Oh, it's just gone for another big one. I mean, obviously up here you had Harry, didn't you? Harry Fry.
Harry Fry, yep. I believe he's moved down to Moe, back to Moe.
Bobby McGee.
Well, Bobby's heavily involved in veterans cricket. He was at the over 60s World Cup early last year that Australia won.
Yeah, he's just a ripping bloke too, Bobby. But yeah, no, they. Who else was down at Toombul at that stage? Scotty Williams obviously had a couple of games for Queensland.
Yep. Rod Lawrence.
Rod Lawrence, yes, RL. And then in WA you had Jeff Marsh you played with. Yeah.
Yep.
How did he score many runs in club cricket?
Yeah.
Did you know his boys at that stage?
Yeah,
coming through.
First met Mitch when he was 3, I think.
Yeah.
And Sean's a few years older, but yeah, I knew the boys when they were young. And actually, there was a fellow who used to play for Toombul, David Blake, God rest him.
Yeah, I was at Blakey's funeral. He's a great man, Blakey. He
played for Walsden in the UK, and he rang me one day and he said, can you tell me about Sean Marsh? I said, what do you mean? He goes, we're looking for a pro. I said, just take him. Just get him.
And he went and played?
He went and played at Walsden, and that year my wife and I went back to Ireland for a holiday, and I went over to Walsden and caught up with Blakey and whatnot, and Sauce, as his nickname, Son of Swamp. Caught up with him for a few days. It was really good just to get over there and catch up with the guy, and then whenever he was in Brisbane, we'd sort of bump into each other or whatever. It was always really good to catch up with him. I'd love him to be playing in this stuff because he's over 40 now. But I think he gets paid a lot of money on that Cricket Masters League or whatever. So
that Sean.
Yeah.
That Blakey was a tough cricketer, wasn't he, David Blake?
Yeah.
He wasn't overly talented.
Heart the size of Ayers Rock. He was.
Did you play with Voldy Snyder?
I didn't play with Voldy. No, I was after him.
He came over from Easts.
Okay.
Poached off us. He was playing 4th grade at Easts. And thought he should be playing 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Voldy. So he went to Toombul and played 1st grade and scored 100 in his very second game. We went, well, maybe he was better than we thought he was. Good man, Voldy. Yeah. Really good bloke.
I'm going to have to disappear for a few minutes. I've got to set up some back office stuff, but I'll be back to you.
See if you got out there. There's someone you can see out there. Send him in.
I will do.
Peter Parker's not still here, is he?
I'll go and check if Porky's still here.
Yeah, I'll grab him in and we'll come and have a yarn.
Cheers, Banger.
Thank you, mate. So here at the Ian Healy Oval, USA 2 for 27. On strike is Casal, facing Jarvis. Jarvis just straight on the spot. All very similar actions, these first 3 opening bowlers for the Australian side. Just been picked to be economical with a bit of extra pace when they need it. All just run in and drop it on a good spot. Any young cricketers watching, that's the way to do it. Just straight onto a line. Through to the keeper. It's the best way to play the game. It's a wide. Been a few of those. Just trying to stretch for that spot outside off stump. A little bit of swing. USA run rate's fine at the moment. About to be the end of the 8th over. 2 for 28. Cassell on strike on 9. Just watches that onto the bat. There's another over, another ball to go because there was the wide, couple of wides in the over. Yeah, well played. Pushed it through the covers. Come back for 2, comfortable 2. Into the over. That's the first one for Jarvis. None for 4. Interesting to see what happens at the Sunshine Coast end. Might be O'Neill still to keep bowling. I think he's going to continue. A little bit of a shot at some of the crowd. Mr. Paulson over there. Lots of family and friends and come down to support their loved ones. A few have come on the tours too from New Zealand and Canada and the US of A. O'Neill 4 overs, 1 for 6. Good figures. Big shout going down, says the umpire. I thought it might have been a bit of bat as well. But Haricha was hurried up a bit there. It's a better shot. Throws his hands in the air. I think he thought it might have nearly got through. Very much what a lot of fast bowlers do, throw the hand in the air, think that they had a wicket. He's been down here watching a bit of cricket too. I'm going to throw this up to him. Big O'Neill again. And he plays that nicely down to fine leg for a single. I've got former Test umpire Peter Parker's down here watching a bit of cricket. Just joined me in commentary. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Banger. How are you?
I'm good, mate. This is a bit of fun, isn't it? I know you're down here for some meetings, the umpiring meetings, but just to watch a bit of cricket as well.
Yeah, look, it's a great opportunity. I mean, it's good to see grassroots cricket, people playing for the love of the game rather than all the money and the glory that goes with that. It's back to basics.
It certainly is, and these guys, I've been pretty impressed with this American side too. I mean, the Aussie guys, I've heard of it and seen a lot of these guys running around. But this American side, I mean, there's about 60% expat Indians.
Yeah, look, and I think that's American cricket at the moment. Is there's a lot of expat, but there is an interest in the game. I mean, them winning a game in the T20 World Cup obviously sparked a bit of interest amongst America. I've got friends over there and they contacted me to say, oh, look, we've won a game. And they're genuine Americans, had no idea about cricket. So I think T20 is the answer over there, actually.
Yeah, T20's big, and I know Stewie Law coached that Victory, didn't he? He was coaching there for a bit.
Yeah.
He moved on to Nepal.
Interesting one, yeah. I think I'd like the scenery in Nepal rather than some of the American places. But
what about that? Nepal, Stewie, I mean, when he's coached Bangladesh, I think he's trying to catch up with Peter Anderson, isn't he? And coach all over the world.
Yeah, well, why not? It's now spreading to opportunities anywhere in the world. I mean, look at some of the players now. They're playing in places we wouldn't even go for holidays.
No, there's Super 10 comps there's one in the Cayman Islands.
Cayman Islands,
which where Peter Anderson lives.
Yes, yep.
And it's over there. Wasn't he a good cricketer?
Oh, mate, outstanding.
We're at Ian Healy Oval here today, but even Ian Healy will tell you that Peter Anderson was a magnificent keeper.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting time, wasn't it? You had Ando, you had Heels, obviously.
Yeah.
You had Darren Berry, who...
Here's again, Jarvis. Yeah, Darren Berry's another good keeper. I mean, a lot missed out, didn't they?
Mate, with all... not putting Ian Healy down, but I don't think he was, as a gloveman, was close to Ando or Berry.
No, they worked together too. You know, it's sort of thing that people always used to forget, because Heels had a year with Easts as a young lad, and Ando went to Colts, and they worked together. Heels always talks about how he helped him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I did Ian's first under-19 game at East.
Yep, with Jason Dunstall played in that one. He always talks about it there, because they won that game.
Yeah, I can't remember who they played, but Heels took a stumping, and you could just tell that he had.
Yeah, I reckon it was Valleys, because I used to think that's how much we spent so much time down there. We'd go watch the under-19s on the Sunday because there was beer.
Yeah, and you slept under the covers.
I slept under the covers one day, but that was we went down there to watch. I think it was Valleys. I remember Wayne Islop. Wayne Islop was playing for Valley. He was another good cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And but now out here, what about Stevie Paulson still playing and running around? I mean, that's just amazing.
And still hitting him well. I think he's still playing the T20 competition.
Well, he played a couple of 2-day games for West too this year.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And still an outstanding fielder.
Oh yeah, and he was annoyed with himself for letting one go today. Were you here for that?
No, I didn't see it.
But it was an outswing and it swung in and cut in, and I said to him, you had every right to let it go, and he said, yeah, and I won't be doing that again for a while though.
It's unlike Steve to let anything go.
Well, that's what I was a bit surprised too. I didn't want to say anything because he was still a little bit annoyed, I think. But his dad's down here too. They're just a great family, aren't they, the Paulsons?
Yeah, I actually played with his dad at West when he was in the Air Force.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's his dad's first name? That's
Neville.
Neville, that's right.
Yeah,
Neville.
yeah.
Great fella.
Yeah.
Was he good? Good player?
Mate, he was solid.
Yeah,
we played lower grades together, but fast bowler.
Okay.
Oh, no, he wasn't fast. He was your place banger.
No. Behind with the wind.
Yeah. Stand over the stumps with a new ball.
That was only if you're a good keeper. Here he is again, Jarvis. Shout? No, just a half shout.
Yeah, a little bit forward.
So the umpires in this, Pete,
Yep.
So they can, there's one from Canada, I think. So
one from Canada. No, he, as I understand, he pays his own way.
Comes out,
and
loves
comes
it.
out. Yeah, lovely guy from Winnipeg.
The other umpy was from Wollongong, he was saying.
Yeah, Ulladulla.
Ulladulla?
Yeah.
Does he umpired first class cricket or anything?
No,
no, he's more just
more local. Puts a lot of effort into promoting cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, so Chiller, he's based Ulladulla. Two people have done international cricket in Ulladulla. Chiller and Rod Tucker.
Rod Tucker, yes. Rod Tucker's I'd met him down at Mollymook. Mate of mine, Westy, is the head pro golfer down there.
Okay.
And they're good mates.
I was going to say, and Rod would be spare time pro.
Yes, I think he's a good golfer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's off scratch.
Yeah, they're good mates. I think they have a few drinks together. And Westy was at Coralbin for years.
Okay.
Too, before that. So we're going to change a bowler here at the Sunshine Coast end, or have we? No, it's still Atkinson. I thought there was something going on there, but yeah, he's still going. Just a change of field. And what are you doing, Pete? Now you've moved back up from Hobart.
Yeah.
What's your role with the umpires now?
Yeah, so I'm state umpire coach with a focus on working with the high performance guys and looking to identify the next group coming through.
Atkinson to Harachi.
Wide.
It is a wide. Haricha. How do I pronounce that, do you reckon? What do you reckon looking at that?
I reckon that sounds pretty close.
Haricha.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And are the umpiring ranks good, or do you need more? Or what's
mate, always need more.
Yeah.
Anybody in that 30 to 35 with a cricket background, not necessarily, but it helps your development if you understand the game. But in that 30-35 bracket, we're always looking for new umpires. Working with Jim Torpy, who's taken over as the premier cricket coach, and our idea is to get some young ones, put them through, do a lot of the basic work with them in the off season, so as come the start of the season they're ready with their techniques.
Defensively played. Just kind of their shells a bit here. They've got to be a bit careful because
It's a little bit, they're 2 down. I'm not sure what their batting depth's like, but 2 for 32 after 10.
Yep.
They've probably got to consolidate a little bit.
Yeah, they do.
But they've still got to take that single and keep the runs ticking.
Certainly do. Oh, okay, so that's... let's go through to the keeper. So, yeah, always looking for umpires. So if you're out there listening and you're watching and you're thinking about having a crack at some umpiring, it's anywhere in Australia.
Anywhere in Australia.
Anywhere in the world. There's probably some people watching in from other countries here.
Yeah. And look, it's not just a male area these days. I mean, we're obviously looking for good females as well.
Well, that's been around. They were around many years ago.
Yeah, they were.
They were.
Yeah, my wife was a former first-grade umpire.
She was there. She umpired me. She thought I was a fine player.
Yeah, and she survived.
Nell McGrath?
Nell McGrath, absolutely. We've got Karen Naylor, who's done a lot of Premier cricket in Brisbane. Currently, we've got a couple of young ones coming through.
Is that right?
Okay. Yeah. And look, the growth of the women's game it's going to create greater opportunities for female umpires. I mean, Claire Polisak and Eloise Sheridan are both umpiring on the international stage in women's. The opportunity.
Joey Broadbent too. Joey Broadbent umpired for a while, didn't she? Now she's a match referee, isn't she?
She is. She just finished her first year, but Jo could have been a really good umpire. She was outstanding person, outstanding attributes.
Better test average than Don Bradman.
Yeah, mate, she could play too.
Or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. You show your age. I umpired Jo as well back a long time ago.
You did?
Yeah. And Christina Matthews.
Have we had a female umpire at men's test yet in the world?
No. During COVID, Claire was fourth umpire.
Yeah.
Claire and Eloise have now both umpired first-class cricket in Australia.
They're only one step away.
Yeah. So, you're probably more than one these days.
Through the gap there. Yeah. They'll run away for 2. Actually, it could take 3 if it doesn't go for 4.
It's going to go for 4, I think.
It's a shorter boundary out there. Did it go?
Might have stopped just inside.
Yeah, they didn't want that. Did they get 3? Not sure. Okay, yeah.
The opportunities, I mean, Claire has been and Eloise have been to the last 2 50 over World Cups and T20 World Cups, so the opportunity to travel the world and umpire in different countries is opening up more and more for the female side of the game.
Sure is. So here we got Cassell again. It goes back down the leg
down
side, called a wide.
Yeah,
it is. That takes
good call.
To 37, 2 for a wide here, isn't it? 36.
6, yeah.
So 1 for wide was for many. 1 for wide,
yep.
2 for no ball.
Yep.
And when we were playing back in the day, it was 1 for no ball, wasn't it? It was a million years ago.
I think the 2 for no ball is 2 for no ball this competition, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
And you got the free hits now.
Sure,
and
it's all
set up for the batter.
8 ball overs it used to be.
Yeah.
At the bowl, that was hard on a hot day.
Yeah.
Sometimes it sort of felt like I didn't ever get to the end of it. Especially I was bowling the Glen ball or something like that.
Yeah. Well, at least you had plenty of rest in between balls.
Yes, I did. When we were out, he said to me one day, just that, here he is again, just pull a hammy banger. Pull a hammy, we don't want you to finish this over. That's a good shot, that is.
Mate, he hits a nice cover drive, this guy.
He certainly does.
He actually gets his hands in really good position when he plays the shot.
No, they've been impressive. I mean, the bowling, there was a couple of bowlers in their side. The one was bowled pretty quick too.
I didn't see him, yeah. Apparently there's a guy bowls with a fair bit of heat, which...
I'll grab his name because I want to make sure they remember some of these guys. But they played a bit of first-class cricket, some of them too. Sinner, I think it was, Vinette Sinner.
Okay. It's a good shot. Square drive.
Shot. That's 4. And a bit of excitement from the USA crowd and players too next to us here. And they...
Mate, it's a flat wicket, but he's hit him on the up with a square drive.
Yeah, that was a good shot. That was a really good shot. It wasn't a half volley.
No. No, it was actually on the up. And as I said, to hit it as a square drive.
The manager told me that this guy can really bat.
Yeah, okay. He's got very, very supple wrists. Like he plays like that subcontinent player where it's very wristy and can take the ball from different areas and hit him in places they shouldn't.
Certainly has, and he's. I mean, 2 for 42. They're not. They're right in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Right in it, USA.
Yeah, I think Australia would like another wicket. Ooh.
Well, that kicked.
That got on him, didn't it?
Jarvis bent the back a bit then. That has sort of shook the head a bit. It'll be interesting to see what they do at this sunny coast end. Whether they go with the spinner, I reckon they'd have to start to talk about a spinner soon. Or they're going to go, O'Neill's going to bowl. Keep bowling, I think. He might bowl him out. That could be a plan.
Yeah. Try and keep some pressure on whilst they're here. I suppose bringing a spin at the moment, maybe another couple of overs before you
just keep going.
You bring the spinner in. Yeah.
I think the skipper is injured too, which is not helping Jamie Pinelli.
Okay.
And he's a good cricketer, Pinelli. You seen much of him? Yeah.
Yeah, haven't seen a lot. Look, I've been down a couple of times, but no.
That's nicely played. He's from Adelaide.
Okay.
Yeah, played obviously a lot of great cricket down there. He's on the board actually of the Saka.
Okay.
And he's been involved with the Brisbane Premier League as well, with the Comets.
Yes.
And so he had a century. So he's got involved with that. Nice fella too, but he's captain out here. Down the leg side, called a wide. It's getting a little bit tired, old Atkinson, not O'Neill. Atkinson. They've bowled at the other end originally, came back on here to replace O'Neill. So they've bowled a few overs into his fifth. It's not a hot day though, is it? It's a lovely day here at Norths.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. It's interesting watching some of these Australian players that you know, like Stevie Baker and
yes.
Still running around. I mean, Steve, I think, could still glove them in Premier Cricket if he wanted to.
He. I think he was sort of just coming through at the end of when I was playing, but I do, he's very big raps on him. He took Dom over, and Dom just played as a bat, didn't he? They were saying.
Yeah. Steve was an outstanding Australian under-19 player. Dom had been an Australian under-19 player a couple of years prior to that, but he decided that he was just going to play as a bat, so Steve could come into the side and play as the keeper bat, and did extremely well.
Wow. Dom Overton, we were talking before about to Melts about guys, aren't they, that played in that era of cricket, not just Queensland, but who didn't play Shield cricket.
Yeah,
Dom
absolutely.
scored 20, 23, 24 A-grade hundreds.
Yeah, he would have been good enough in today's world to play as a bat, but even as a keeper, he was extremely tidy. But you had
that's in the air, but well played over second slip for
that's four. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. He was Dom. I mean, that whole we talked about Dean Tuckwell and Ian Venamore, even from Toombul, guys that scored 100 after 100 after 100. And
Mel Edwards from South.
Mel Edwards, Mel Freeman, we talked about.
Yeah.
But some of them just prolific, weren't they?
Absolutely.
I should tell you the one that's even better than them, really, I think his record was Matty Goggin.
Matty Goggin, absolutely.
Matty Goggin.
Mate, he just got hundreds for fun, didn't he?
He did, and his brother played for Queensland, Peter.
Yep. Peter was probably a better field.
Yep.
But Matty was a better bat.
Better bat, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's it. Yeah, you look at, again, opportunity. I think when Peter came into the side, it was Queensland made it just might have been in a little bit, but he scored a couple of 50s, didn't he, for Queensland?
Oh, look, he was, he probably fitted that Brad Inwood type player.
Yep.
And he I think he probably followed Brad.
Also a bit like Sammy Truloff. He's a really risky, wasn't he? Like a very risky player.
Yeah, I think he was a better player than Sammy Truloff.
he was very good
with
player.
with all due respect to Sam.
Sam in the last few years has scored a lot
absolutely.
of club runs.
Yeah.
But also those guys at that era, they were they made decisions about picking people. Like Glenn Trimble, I think he got picked without scoring an A-grade 100.
No.
You don't reckon?
No.
There was a couple there. There was someone that did at that era. But what I'm saying is the decision wasn't a bad one because they went okay when they got there.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of players today that get picked without scoring A-grade 100.
Yes.
Compared to that time frame. I mean, bowlers had to take a lot of wickets, and if they didn't take the wickets, they didn't get picked.
I heard a story Doug Walters told about. Remember Alan Turner?
Yeah,
Alan Turner. And he was here and Alan Turner said, Doug, he said, well done, mate. He said, oh, how good's that? He said, what do you mean? He said, you just scored 100 for your country. Obviously, it's good. He said, oh, mate, it's great. And here's Jarvis to Harachia. There's a lot of playing missing going on out there at the moment.
Yeah.
And he said he got a... he said, just scoring 100, it's great. And he goes, yeah, well, it's for your country. And he said, yeah, I'm just getting 100. So it's my first 100.
Wow.
And he said, oh, what do you mean? Like, obviously, your first 100 for Australia. And he said, no. He said, what, first for New South Wales? He said, yeah, no, never got 100 before. He said, what, not even in club cricket? And he said, no. Backyard? And he said, no. And so that was his first 100. So he obviously scored a lot of 80s and 90s because he was a very good cricketer, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
But there wouldn't be too many that play for Australia.
No, I wouldn't have
scoring.
thought so. You talk about people that were unlucky to play, and you spoke about Glenn Trimble. What about his father, Sam?
Oh.
That is an absolute injustice. If ever there is one in the world.
Unbelievable. If there's internationals up in the sky at St Peter at the gates,
yep.
I hope they give them a game up there.
Oh, absolutely.
So you'll get a game in the drinking stakes.
He certainly would.
Beer.
Mate, there'd be a couple there up there with him that wouldn't mind joining him.
To go well, but he... I only saw that recently, and I mean, I loved Sam. It was like, to all of us, it was like a second dad. I'd spent half our life at that Trimble house, and but his record was just ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember as a kid growing up, you'd go to the Gabba and watch the last couple of hours of cricket after school, and Sam would generally be going out to bat and holding Queensland together. And
remember him and Greg Chappell chased down 100 or 200, and they got him pretty quickly. They had to get him quickly.
Yep.
That was pretty cool. Here at Ian Healy Oval in the World Series final, Australia and USA. Australia big favourites going into this game today, and they're in a little bit of, I wouldn't say strife, but the USA are definitely taking it to them, Peter Parker.
Absolutely. 200's probably, I reckon, 30 or 40 short of where they would have liked to have been. And watching the USA, their fielding are a couple of outstanding catches. And now the batters, the pressure's gone back to the bowling team.
Certainly has. And we've got Spalagic coming on, who batted very well for 50. Maybe looking for a wicket. Just a nice little relaxed action.
I reckon he might be just a tad slower than you, Bang.
Still have me covered. I think he's just obviously just going to come in and just try and swing it.
Yeah, they've just got to bowl good angles. One of the things watching the game today, not so much just today, but the way cricket's played today, they keep moving the field. They bowl a bad ball, get hit.
Yes.
So they move the field.
Yep.
You don't change the field for a bad ball. You bowl the ball where you want to bowl it. If you bowl a bad one and get hit for 4, fine. But bowl the ball to get the wicket.
Correct.
And that's what people forget. At the end of the day, he's a very solid front foot player. But at the end of the day, if you take 10 wickets, you generally win a match.
You do.
Whether it's T20, one day as test matches, you
Yeah.
take 2 lots of 10 in first class.
Oh, there we go. That's just a little bit of swing there.
Yeah.
You're right.
And his hands are starting to push in front, push out. So he's not making the contact under the eyes. So the hands are starting to follow the ball.
Yeah, I reckon he might go for a big one here soon. Yep,
There it is.
straight over mid-off for 6, I think. It is.
Yeah.
What a great shot. You could just sort of feel it. That he was just, he just a bit slower than the other guys that have been bowling, and he thought, okay, if he pitches it up, I'm going to take him on. And from a confidence point of view, very important now, 56. The USA, this would be, just beating New Zealand yesterday was an incredible, probably the greatest win by them. But if we had beat Australia, run-out chance if they're not home easily.
Comfortable
If they beat Australia, it would be huge for them. If Andy down there, one of the managers, getting a bit of apple sauce. And it's good. Good to see. They're going to have a drinks break. Pete, we'll have a break as well.
Yep.
And
sounds good.
thanks for joining me, mate.
No
It was
worries,
a bit of
mate.
fun.
Thank you.
Good to see you, mate.
Bye.
Actually, I see Peter Mears. He lives up at Marcoola.
Sorry?
Peter Mears. I run into him a bit up at Marcoola.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Here we are back at the Ian Healy Oval. Pete Park's here to stay with me, which is great. Former test umpire a few years ago now. Since when was your last test?
Oh, gee. I don't know, actually.
Back in the day when it was tough. No third, not too many. Was there third umpire that started?
Yeah, it was. I was at the start of the third umpire era where we started and it was only line decisions.
Originally.
And then we went to catches.
Here's Jarvis. Australia looking for a wicket here. They're going to take a quick single. It's well run, is it? If it hits, he's out. Great piece of fielding.
Overthrow? No.
Yeah, so it was only working on the run out and stumping, was
Run
it?
out and stumping, line decisions only.
Yeah.
And then they went to boundaries, and it was pretty much line decisions and boundaries.
Wow.
That was it. Yeah.
It's all different now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Interesting thing though, the technology hasn't changed that much.
Jarvis. So it was already there.
Yeah, Channel 9, they were using it to show how we got it wrong rather than to overturn it. So
yeah, that's always been the thing, isn't it? Like how, they say live, it's not, it's a good decision or bad decision or whatever, but then it's after 15 slow motion replays. Just the umpire mucked that one up.
Yeah, and look, really the umpires don't miss that many. The good umpires still have a high success rate of accuracy.
Yeah. Mate, it's a tough game. I mean, I've done it just at school cricket. I've been coaching, and it's hard. It is really hard.
Yeah, look, it is. I suppose it's like playing. The good players race to the top. The good umpires race to the top.
Lets that one go through. And who do you go look back on your career? Who do you, in all your life of umpiring, who would you put at the top of the? I know it's a hard decision, like picking, but is there someone there? I mean, obviously, you did lots with Mel and Mel Johnson, all those sort of guys.
Yeah. From an Australian perspective, probably Darryl Hare.
Darryl Hare, wow.
Yeah, he was.
Is Jarvis goes for the drive again and misses.
Another one who we potentially shouldn't mention.
No, leave him alone. You leave him alone.
But Darryl was fantastic. He was a tough man. You knew if it got into a street fight that he had your back. And that's really important. The strength of your partner as an umpire.
Yeah.
You're a team, the same as every other. You're the third team on the ground. So.
Defensively played. I think now they're thinking about this over rate. They probably worked it out at drinks and thought we only need this many and over.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be interesting how the US play it because they've got to be careful that they don't put themselves under pressure.
I agree with you. I'm just thinking...
And to start to think, we might win this. Yeah. So the whole mental approach to it can go to water or... if they just keep playing the way they are, I reckon they can get the 200.
Especially when if they're starting to think, 3 and over, 4 and over, and they just work at that, and they lose a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah.
And these are their better players.
Yeah.
And better if the better players can get them to 140, 150.
Yeah,
and quickly
put the pressure back on the bowling team. As I said, they've got their...
Thinks about 2 here.
I reckon they can run 2 if they
come
go hard.
Back easy. But you know what? You're right. Australian side they've won every game. They haven't had a lot of pressure put on them over the time. No. And this could be the first time in this whole series.
Yeah, and I think the key to it is that the US have just got to be positive. They've just got to continue to play the way they have been. If they start to go, we're not going to take risks, we're just going to put the 1s and the 2s, then they're starting to bring the pressure back on themselves.
Oh, he's nicked that. It's dropped. It carried. It would have been a magnificent catch. Didn't go quickly, though.
No.
Dive to his right. Just got the old elbow on the ground, I think, has done the job on him.
Is that the famous Steve Waugh, you've just dropped the cup?
It's we'll have a look at this on replay in a second, but yeah, big Spelagic got the outside edge. He actually not really. He played the cut shot and bowled a slower over ball.
I reckon he can run. No,
Just the one.
Yeah.
We'll see the replay of this catch in a second. Or not catch. But, just basically Al Slips catches, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, they'd be looking for... They want a wicket, this Australian side at the moment.
Mate, I don't know whether he bowls much these days, but I'd give Stevie Paulson a roll.
I think he's been bowling with them a bit. Yeah, he definitely has.
He was very underrated as a bowler, and coming out, being a leggy.
I reckon he might be used.
Yeah, it's just going to change the perspective a little bit. That the pressure, having not bowled previously, having not seen him probably, and he is a turner of the ball. So
I think they need to. Maybe it's time to try the spinner.
Yeah, but the game's played today. You get a fast bowler gets hit for 4 fours and an over. They give him another one.
Oh, he's just tried to hit that out of the ground.
Mate, that wasn't going to be a 4.
And the bowler was like, oh.
Yeah, it probably wasn't a bad over. Drop catch, 3 runs.
It was a good over.
Again, the batter, it's probably changed the batter's mindset. Instead of everything being in the slot and playing, all of a sudden, he's done something different.
Certainly has. Geez, I'll tell you what, though, Pete, they've got a lot of cricketers out here this week.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 games going on here, the semis, but there's been 3. And then you've got the A series going on as well.
Mate, how good is this venue compared to when we had Norths at the old Windsor Park, where you had the ridge, and then when they first moved out here, and you're in the demountables and
Healy. It's amazing. Actually, my daughter was working for Rothy Loman, and they were the architects that did this.
Okay.
So that she had a little bit to do with it, but it was interesting. The commentary boxes, they could have made them a little bit bigger, but that was close. But the old Norths with the ridge.
Yeah.
That was that's just a quick single. Duck Mainhart.
Or
Danny Mullins.
Zippy.
Zip
Man, yeah. Mate, even Python, Steve Monty, bowled the little medium paces that hit the ridge and...
Late great Sting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Peter Charles. Yeah. He's a good bloke, Peter Charles.
Mate, he was a cracker.
Very sad, wasn't it? He had dementia, wasn't it? In the end, he was like... Very sad. He did a lot for cricket outside of cricket. Did a lot of coaching too.
He was a very, very good coach. Great club man.
Yeah. Mate, that Norths. I toured with him a few years ago with Johnny Salter. We went down to Yamba, and I was very, very honoured to be part of a trip with him. It was great.
Yeah, mate, there's some really good blokes that played here, and interesting looking at the internationals that the club's produced.
There's not as many as we thought, did we?
No, I thought there would have been more.
We were looking at that at lunchtime, and obviously Robbie Kerr.
Yeah,
he got
Nathan
picked.
Horrocks.
Nathan Horrocks. Robbie Kerr got picked.
Wrong
probably
time.
went out at the wrong time, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so did Matthew Hayden, but he came back and then got some more runs and then went back.
Yeah.
Scored 1 million runs.
Yeah.
Stewie Law got picked at the wrong time.
Well, you look at that, and I mean, probably the injustice. I did the Test match in Perth where he debuted.
Oh, did you really?
Okay, yeah. And that series was actually David Boone's last series.
Okay.
So they went from Perth to Adelaide, and the speculation in the media was that they were going to drop David Boone, and Phil Wilkins, who wrote for the Sydney Morning Herald, he was very much that Stewart should have stayed and Booney should have gone, because Booney, mate, he was drinking more beers than scoring runs.
He was done.
He was past.
So that was his last series in the end?
Yeah. But and then
Is it Mark Walk?
I reckon Mark come in, and Steve never. Oh no, Mark.
So he
was
made
in
his
the side.
debut with Ricky Ponting.
Absolutely.
Yep. And Ponting, did Ponting get 100?
No, he got 97.
97.
Yeah.
And Stewie got 55?
Not out.
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting was what was probably deemed a very dubious decision, LBW. And he didn't look like getting out until he...
Who gave him out?
Kizza Hyatt from Pakistan.
So he was umpiring with you, yeah?
Yep. So Kizza gave it, not me, thank goodness.
It's Stewie, because Stewie batted, that was a pretty good 50 too, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Ricky and Stewie batted together. Like it was probably a bat off that one of them would stay and one would go, because Stewie come in
Takes one here. Thinking about two, no?
For Steve Waugh. So Steve Waugh did a hammy. So Stewie got called into the test. Went to Adelaide. Steve Waugh come back in, and Stewie went out, and unfortunately never played another test.
Unbelievable. I mean, his first class record.
Oh, phenomenal!
It's just ridiculous. All those games he played over in England as well. He's been bowled. Went for the big slog. Did Harasha.
Well, as we were saying, you're looking. The pressure's sort of changing. All of a sudden, they were batting that no one thought they were going to win.
No.
And all of a sudden, they're 60 and too far, and we might win this. So their mindset has changed. Instead of being positive and just hitting the gaps like they were doing, they're now playing a shot like that, and one of your key players.
He did get himself a little bit, because now all of a sudden they're 18 overs, nearly 19 overs, and he thought he had to go then, didn't he? Really, because it's only 3 and over.
Yep. And again, that's probably experience.
Yep. And the guy that the wicket they don't want to lose, obviously, is up there is Casal. I don't know. They've got to start moving it along, don't they? Because they're behind the run rate now.
Yeah, look, I just think they've just got to be positive. Push.
Nothing silly.
Yeah, look, a run a ball, they get 6 and over.
Yes.
No risks, nothing fancy.
Yep.
They'll pick up the odd 2, the odd 4. They're back in the game.
Yep.
If they're chasing the game at more than 1 and over, the pressure's... But now they've created pressure on themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Australia were 3 for 30 basically early on, and they lost 3 quick ones to be 6 for 140, and then there was a good partnership at the end. But this guy's the key, Casal.
Yep.
And he's been joined. We'll have a look in a minute who he's been joined by. It'll come up on the...
The interesting thing with Casal, and as I said, I haven't seen him, but potentially his problem is he's now starting to think, I'm going to have to dominate.
Yes. Nikhil Sikka.
Yeah, I haven't seen him bat, but again, Casal thinks that I'm the person that's got to get us home. Again, mind games.
Yes, I think he does. I think he is working on that. And I'd say the job of Sikka is to come out, push it around a bit, take some singles, start with, and then maybe if he gets a loose one, we don't know what Sikka does, and he might be he's a big, tall lad, and if he can give him a bit of a whack at it, it wouldn't hurt.
No, and probably the thing against Australia is, he strikes it pretty cleanly,
That was a nice shot.
Yeah. You're bringing a spinner in now. All of a sudden, you've got a varied length they're going to bowl, because Sikka's a tall lad.
Yep.
And has reach that he can get to the ball a little bit more. Whereas Casal's a little bit shorter, so all of a sudden the spinner's got to vary his lengths.
There's the wicket.
Yeah.
Just went for the big hit. It was actually good. It was a good slower ball, I think. He beat him with the slower ball. He's got the bat's way through before the ball gets to him.
Yeah.
And that's out. Furniture removed.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a preemptive. The ball's going to be there, and I'm going to give it some.
I'm going. I'm going already. And I think that'll be interesting to see how Casal plays this now too. He's got a very good technique, very good defensive
He-
shot. He's
yeah.
a good player.
And just look at the way the ball comes off the bat. He's he's not swinging through, he's not swinging hard, but he's actually generating a lot of pace on the ball off the bat.
Nathan McSweeney, a bit unlucky not to get a contract.
I would have thought so.
Yeah, I thought he might have been.
Look, I suppose contracts, yes, they're nice, and they it'd be nice in my bank account, but
if you score runs, you can still get bet, can't you?
yeah, and they've only got to play 3 test matches and they get upgraded, or he gets a couple of tours, like if he goes to the West Indies. And
It's interesting, though, Pete. What I don't understand, I don't know how it all works, but I would have thought if you've got someone like Usman Khawaja there that is close to retirement,
Yep.
they could still pick him in the Australian side in the Test matches. Why does he need to have a contract when he's only going to play probably 2 or 3 tests? And you've got a guy like McSweeney who's a future.
Yeah, it's interesting, and Usman is probably going to be a top end contract as well.
Because he doesn't, and I mean, I shouldn't say he doesn't need the money, but maybe they could have given him like a half contract and a half contract.
Yeah, although McSweeney's going to pick up a pretty good contract in South Australia. Be nice.
It's in the air, and we'll be out. That's the big wicket
Yeah.
Australia needed.
Again,
Casale's out.
And that mindset of, I've got to do it.
Yes.
Where all of a sudden they were doing it easy.
Yep.
Had drinks, someone's talked about we're in a chance to win this, and your mind changes.
Mind change. You know what I do now, and this is probably my mindset as a batsman when I was playing cricket anyhow.
You couldn't bat, banger.
As in, I'm a slogger.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? I reckon now these guys
Hit
are
'em
in a
off the
position
length.
is just
Yeah.
come out and play shots.
Yep.
If you try and block them around, you're not going to get there.
No.
But if someone just comes out and gets away with a few good slog shots, and it's well batted there by Casale, he's getting a good round of applause.
Yeah. Very good innings.
A good player.
And
Real
look,
good player.
probably, there's probably that inexperience at this level as well.
Yes.
Playing in a final when you're not expected can work in your favour, but it's a great experience for these guys because looking at them, there's no reason why they can't be competitive in all formats.
Yeah.
Playing, and if they lose it, really nothing's changed. No one expected them to win it, but it might do something for how they play going forward. They can sit down and review it, and how could we have done this differently?
It's if he keeps playing like that, he's got it covered. That's
Yeah,
shots.
absolutely.
He's so what bowl though?
Let's see if he can play those shots as well with it when the ball comes into play.
When he's in there, Jarvis 1 for 18 now. He's done a pretty good job here actually. He's about to finish his 7th over, a couple of balls to go, and he's gone only for 18, which they needed. Big shout from a couple of
down
people.
leg.
Sliding down, not out.
No.
And here he is here, just has a bit of a look. Goes to hit a 3-leg slip. Through mid-wicket, I mean.
Yeah, again, wasn't balanced when he was trying to hit it though.
Head in the air.
Yep.
Know the feeling.
That's how I played.
That's it. Silly to do it any other way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's keep that head still. That was a big thing. It always is in any sport. Golf's the other one.
Yeah.
US Masters this weekend or next weekend?
I think it's Easter, isn't it?
Easter some years. I just got a feeling it was...
It might be this weekend, actually.
This weekend. I'll have a look and check it out because that's going to be some great golf too.
Oh, yeah. It's always... you don't go too far away from the coverage, do you?
No, I love it. It's my it's the only ones I enjoy now is because you got the players from both the live and that too. I feel like it's watching A grade, isn't it?
Mate, absolutely.
It's not. I can't really. I've really gone off watching a lot of golf because of what's happened. Not that I care whether either way.
Mate, I quite enjoy watching live golf.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
If that, by the fan situation.
Yep. Fans love it, though, don't they?
Oh, mate, absolutely. I know people that go over to Adelaide and they just go crazy for it.
There's big crowds.
Yeah.
Big crowds, wasn't it?
Yep.
The Aussie PGA, I like watching the golf here when it's on.
Yeah,
It's really
absolutely.
good.
Yeah.
That's a slower ball. That's very well bowled.
It's a good slow ball, isn't it?
Yeah, he comes in and just out the back of the hand.
Yep.
He's Spelagic having a good game. 1 for 11 now after his 50. Definitely in the conversation for man of the match.
Well, yeah, and it's the time that he's got the wicket too, and who he got. But you know, Australia were probably
that's actually hit the bail.
and it hit the stump. Didn't bail
Didn't come off. I think he just got home. It would have been tight. The third umpire would have been. Here we go. We're going to see that. It'd be good to see what the camera work is like here. No, we're not on. They missed that. Very hard. They've only just got the stationary cameras.
Yeah,
But that's a great job, John Devine, with his team.
mate, it's a great effort. You know, I remember John going way back when it wasn't as sophisticated as it is now.
It's got all the gear.
Yeah, reminds me a lot of a guy who.
Here we go. So he got his bat down,
back,
but
yeah.
I reckon it's
Just glanced
saw it just come up. But there's a couple have been recently, haven't they? They won at Marnus's in the final. Did you see that?
No.
Rolled back onto his stump at about this pace. Hit the base of the stump. No bails.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've spoken to the umpires about it. They put the stumps in so tight these days. You know, when back in my time when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, we actually used to put the stumps in by hand. We'd put a bit of water into the holes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we'd push the stumps in. Whereas now, if you watch the umpires, they all take mallets out and bash them in.
Okay.
So what happens is they're so tight that if the ball's really got to strike it for the bails to come off. Whereas in our time, because we'd put the water in, and we would make sure that they weren't super loose, but there was a little bit of movement that if the ball made contact, the bails would come off.
Oh, and I mean, when I bowled, they'd cartwheel out of the stumps. Cartwheel.
What, when the fielder threw it in?
I nearly killed Ando one day. It cartwheeled, but Ando was standing up with the stumps.
Yeah. But yeah, so that, you know, when was the last time you seen, watching cricket, the stumps come out of the ground?
Not very often, is it? No.
No, and that's because they're in so tight. So when they're jammed in tight and the bails are sitting properly into the groove, there's nowhere for it to move. The other thing is the grooves for the bails have got deeper, so they're sitting deeper into it. So the bails used to sit higher on the stumps than they do in today's world. Again, you know, you think back on really windy days, the bails would blow off.
Yeah.
You don't see that a lot now.
No, you don't.
Because they're sitting deeper in the groove and the stumps aren't
Because the grooves
moving.
used to be made by the groundsmen, aren't they? The grooves
No,
for
no,
the stumps?
no.
They're all
They're all, yeah.
The umpires used to measure that, didn't they? Here's a quick single.
You'd measure,
home.
yeah. So you'd measure the width of the stump, so it was 9 inches outside to outside.
Okay.
And the bails would have to sit, or are supposed to sit, within, you know, the 4.5 inch each side.
Yep.
But in today's world, where they're making the stumps with the bails are actually butting up against each other. So again, you know, the old traditional stumps had a gap between the bails, so they wouldn't join together. They wouldn't come together. Whereas now they pretty much sit right up against each other, which again makes it hard for them to come off.
Now that was one of the that was pretty amazing, that one. And the other, I mean, you've seen them where they've popped up, haven't you, too?
Yeah. I did a game in Premier Cricket two games actually. Premier Cricket in Brisbane, and it was Valleys playing Wynnum, and Mark Gaskell was the batter.
There's a big shout. Umpire says not out. Bit of bat, maybe.
Yeah, I thought he got an inside edge to it. Mark Gaskell was the batter. The first time was at at Valleys. Gary Moore was the bowler.
Maury, yeah.
Yeah. Went back, played it, ball dropped down, rolled back. We measured the stumps, but they were really thin stumps.
Yeah.
Balls rolled back and rolled between the stumps.
No.
So Gasso was not out. It was a duck when that happened. Went on and got 200 and something for the afternoon and smashed Maury everywhere.
How was Maury about that?
I wasn't overly happy. So about two and a half seasons later, down at Wynnum, exactly the same thing. Same batter, same bowler.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Same
Gasso,
umpire?
yeah. Gasso.
So it's all your fault?
Absolutely.
You didn't put his stumps in.
No, they were at the other end. I was at the bowler's end. Yeah. Mine were right, his were wrong.
Oh, wow. And the same thing happened again.
Yeah, except Gasso didn't get 200. He only got 100.
Wow. What about the odds of that?
Yeah. And Maury said, can you believe it's happened twice?
Jeez, I was only talking to Maury the other day, actually. He's
Yeah.
a good man. He was a good bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Very underrated.
Yes. And he underrates himself, and he took a lot of wickets.
Oh, absolutely. Through those the years that they won and were competitive, mate, he would be taking his 40 wickets a season.
Yep.
You know, we have state bowlers today who don't take 40 wickets in a season.
Oh, yeah. No, here we go. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. There's a fielder running around to catch it. And it's taken it. Actually, interesting how he took it, but it doesn't matter. It's out. It's waiting for that one to be taken. The other way around, hands it up. But he preferred to do it that way. Watched it all the way into his hands. Big wicket, another wicket down. USA now in a little bit of strife.
Yeah, I think you could put your money on Australia, so to speak.
Now I think they're just going for the. He took it well. Took it comfortably in the end. Doesn't really matter how you take it.
Yeah,
you catch it.
I reckon the way he caught it's the way it should be caught.
Oh, I used to watch it.
It was always cup it in, and the ball comes into. If it spills, it comes into your chest. Where
because
if
you
take
sort
it,
of see it closer that way, don't you?
Yeah, and if you're taking it palms out, if the ball bobbles, it bobbles away from you.
Yeah.
Whereas if you got your palms to your chest, and the ball bobbles, it can go to your body, and you're following it down.
You're watching it down into your hands, all the way into your hands. When you're catching it there, there is a moment where you actually have
a blind spot.
A blind spot.
Yeah.
And you're also looking over, aren't you?
Yep.
You're not.
It's not directly to your eyes.
The only way is if you take it in front of your eyes, but then there's a blind spot because you got your hands in front of your face.
Yep.
And, you're right. It is the only time you'd catch them up there when you were running backwards. Obviously, there's no other way. But if you had time to get into it, you watch it into your hands.
Yeah. Generally, to me, fingers up majority of the time was slip gully, where the balls come fast and you don't have time or the opportunity. And wicket keepers in those days, the way you took the ball was generally not fingers up. Your hands were sideways, although your fingers pointed down.
Yeah.
And the only time you took it palms out was if it was above your head.
That's a thing I noticed when I played a bit of veterans cricket last few years, catching you just because when your eyes start to go, you could do everything right. You're watching it into your hands, all of a sudden the ball's there before you, because your eyes aren't adjusting. Here's another wicket to Australia, so down the leg side, that's a wide. So now the score at the moment here is 5 for 66, the USA, and they are in a bit of strife. Just need someone to come out and play that Glenn Maxwell innings.
I still think that Sicker, the way that he strikes the ball, could do that.
Yep. He's just 1 off 8 at the moment, but we've seen a couple of shots where he hasn't scored runs from.
But he's hit it very cleanly.
Hit it real cleanly. A few photos being taken over there. Oh, I thought he got a nick on that. Might find out we have a change in commentator soon. I might see what Milts is doing. Yeah. So I'm going to have to head off and get ready for they got their big function on tonight.
Here's Milts now.
How are you travelling, Milts? He's. I'm going to have a quick chat to him. Pete, can you just cover that for 1 sec? Watch a couple of those for me, and I'll go and have a quick chat.
So Spelagic coming in to bowl, and it's just pushed back down the wicket. Looks quite a handy bowler, bowls with good variation. His slower ball's certainly done some damage.
Certainly is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good variance. Predominantly he's got it in an area that the batters had to play every ball. And if you were going to hit him, you had to take a risk.
Yeah, look at that, Spelagic. Twofer.
Yeah.
Now with his 50, definitely getting his hand around that man of the match. It's, he batted well. Kerr Family Pavilion.
Yeah, talking to Robbie.
Probably a good man. He could bat, couldn't he?
Oh, yeah. Interesting, you had Robbie Kerr, who was classical. You had Stuart Law. You had Martin Kent.
Martin Love.
Martin Love, yeah.
He was down here earlier on doing some physio work.
Oh, was he?
With the side, yeah.
I reckon he'd get plenty of work.
He looked very happy there. He was relaxed, enjoying himself.
Yeah, you talk of players. Yes, he played.
Now the big shout. Umpire says not out. Haven't given a lot of LBs today. You've got to be pretty close. Yeah. That's how it should be. It's got to be out, doesn't it, Pete?
It certainly does.
If he didn't hit it, it wasn't going down leg or down off, and it was in front, it should have been out.
Absolutely. Height was good.
Height was good. And I don't think they were...
Best thing about the side on view.
I don't think they were that disappointed. Oh, there we go. There's a shot in anger, which we wanted to see. Didn't get all of it, though, so it won't go for 4.
Yeah.
Yes, it will. He
no, it won't.
Just got his foot
I reckon
on.
He's got the foot just inside.
A good arm, too. That might be Pereira, is it? Played for Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's... Here we go. Let's have a look. Did he stop that?
I reckon he did. Yeah, the rope didn't seem to move.
That's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, it's dangerous. His foot could have landed on the ball.
You're not playing a lot of cricket for a while, are you? If that was the case. US Masters cricket. There we go. Another run. Let's get some more of the Australian side. So where's Pereira's name? There he is. Pereira. Sharma. That's the Australian side. Bowling world here at the moment. Suresh Pereira played a couple of one-day internationals at least. There's a good shot.
He's picking the field out pretty well.
Rod Tucker's still umpiring, isn't he?
Yeah. Rod's still umpiring. He will probably be the first Australian to stand in 100 tests.
Okay.
I reckon he's around the mid-90s at the moment.
Well, he doesn't do Australian tests either now, does he?
No. I reckon he'll go. Well, Darryl Harper. I think he might be on 99 tests.
It's amazing, isn't it, how you think, Tucker. I haven't seen him for so long because he's umpiring games that we don't get to see that often, are we?
Yeah. Yeah, we've still got Rod and Paul Rifle on the ICC International.
He's a good fella, Rod Tucker, isn't he?
No, he's great.
Yeah, he's not I only had a beer with him that one night when I was in Mollymook.
Yeah. Carl Rackerman, for whatever reason, every time Rod come out to bat, wanted to kill him.
Did he?
Yeah. Rod said, I don't know what he did to him, but mate, Carl would grab the ball and come on as soon as Rod walked into the wicket, and he'd get a yard quicker and it wouldn't be landing in Rod's half of the wicket. And Mocker, as you know, was fairly sharp in those days.
He's a very good man. Rod Tucker's got a bit of Peter Taylor about him, hasn't he? He looks a bit like Peter Taylor. There's a bit of that. I reckon he's one of those blokes that he does look like someone you want to bounce.
Yeah. Mate, very underrated cricketer.
Yeah.
When you look at his record for Tasmania, was
very good.
Yeah, he actually went on.
That's got to go. He should be.
Yeah.
He's got to hit that.
Yeah. There was a tour that went to Zimbabwe. It wasn't an Australian Australia A side or whatever. Peter Clifford went on it as well. And
What could go on that?
I reckon he might have.
I reckon Ray Jackson, who died a few years
Yep.
ago, was an umpire. He lived down
Yep.
here, had a printing business.
Yes, yeah.
He talks about it. Davey Houghton and all those guys
Yeah.
played against him.
Yeah, yeah.
And big, yeah. Okay, he went on one of those.
Yeah, mate, he might have even captained it. Like he was in contention for Test sides.
Okay.
If you have a look at his record, he was a handy bowler and a very, very handy late middle order bat.
What did he bowl? Meds? Did
Yeah,
he?
yeah. But he actually swung the ball.
So wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he moved down to. He was from New
He
South
was
Wales
New
originally.
South Wales originally.
And
Yeah.
did he play for New South Wales?
Yes.
He did.
Yep.
And then he moved to Tassie.
And his brother Darren
Yeah,
played
Darren
for New
Tucker,
South,
yeah.
played
Yeah.
for New South Wales. And Darren, I don't know whether he still is, but he was Vice President Asia Pacific for New Balance.
Okay.
So he basically went from, he was playing, got a role with Nike, I think, originally, and then moved overseas with New Balance and gave the playing side away. But yeah, he was a very good cricketer as well.
So he played in Sydney though, mainly.
Yep. Yeah, and Rod, at that time, sort of there was no spots in the New South Wales side, and moved to Tassie. Captain Tassie.
Yeah. Tassie, how many years did you have in Tassie?
3.
3.
Yeah. Yeah, great place.
It's a great place. It is.
Yeah.
Just,
Yes, it's one of the most picturesque places.
Yeah.
That Battery Point, Salamanca,
Oh.
just outstanding.
the scallop pies, we were talking about them earlier on with Cliffo.
Yes. Yeah.
It's fantastic. I think they're having a drinks break here. I think we're going to have to pass over to Milts and a few of the boys.
Yeah.
But we'll have a break in here. Thanks.
Okay.
Paul.
No
Hey,
worries,
it's been
mate.
good to catch up,
Yep.
mate. A bit of a chat.
Yeah, it was
and,
excellent.
We'll pass over to the other guys, and there we go, and we'll get Milts in here.
Ron? Right. So a good wicket there for O'Neill. I hope you were on when Peter Parker was.
Oh, no,
commentating.
we've been on. Yeah, we're on now. Yeah, divine intervention. Just we got to. It's all good though.
We've had
what about that, mate? The last time I spoke to you, they were going along all right. The USA side, but they've just got themselves in a bit of strife now.
Well, the young fella going out to bat now, it's good to be able to call 40-year-old young fellas.
Yes.
Rudy Hines hits the ball big strapping West Indian fella from Barbados.
Didn't he? Well, he's going to need to hit it big today.
He's out there, got 2 bats.
Rudy Hines, he bowled well.
He did bowl well.
James Bond, 007, he's got on the back.
Yep.
And but yeah, no, they were going along all right for a bit there. Then just got themselves, I thought, went in their shells a bit, thinking, we can just do this. But the bowling was good too. I mean,
I had to disappear for a while, but from what I've seen, Spoljaric mixing everything up.
Mate, he's definitely, at the moment, got man of the match.
He's had a good game.
Pretty tied up, unless someone comes on and takes a quick forfeit. But no, his little spell there has been superb.
Well, Hunt might be brought on to see if he can get some wickets.
Yeah, he'd have to. O'Neill's bowled well too.
Yes.
5.4 overs, 2 for 11. Hard to beat that as well. If he gets another 2, he's in the game.
It's going down leg there.
But yeah, no, it's been a great effort by the USA. They just, in the end, they may go down by more than they'd like, but they're in the match. They're in the game.
They bowled and fielded brilliantly. A couple of drop catches, but they were difficult chances. But they in the field. It's the best I've ever seen them play.
Defensively played. So, mate, I'm going to have to shoot off. I'm going to get ready for tonight.
No worries, Banger.
I'm going to see who I can find out there and send in for you.
That'd be lovely.
I'll
and
go
if they could bring me a yellow Powerade, that'd be even better.
Even better. Okay, leave that with me, and I'll catch up with you tonight, mate. It's been a great day out here.
Thanks, Banger.
And some very good cricket.
We'll see you tonight. So there's the scoreboard there, 6 for 78. Obviously the Canada A, USA A game has finished. USA winning that one pretty easily from memory. I'll just grab those scores now. Where are we? So yeah, USA chasing Canada's score of 129. USA got it 3 down for 132. Cameron Syed got 63 off 56 balls, and Nandan Parab 22 off 23. And Abdik Moknonja 31 off 14. So we just see another boundary there to the USA. Just want to check the score over at Wynnum Manly in the Australia A, New Zealand A game. As we said before, Australia A making 244 for 3 off their 45 overs. New Zealand in a little bit of trouble, just nearly at the end of the 25th over. They're 5 for 99. So, but if they've got some big hitting down below, it could still be game on. Spoljaric comes in, bowling another mix-up delivery. Very difficult to get a bloke away when he's bowling 6 different balls and over and bowling them well. Another slower ball taken by Stephen Baker. Had another nice day behind the stumps and a great little cameo at the end to get Australia up to 200. Oh, attempted slog sweep there from Lopez. Another dot ball, so only 4 off the over there. So I'm joined in the commentary box here by Nick Hill. He is part of the USA team and sits on the management committee of USA Masters Cricket. Mate, how have you guys enjoyed the trip?
Thank you, Simon. It's been a great experience. The facilities over here, the sort of pitches and the standard of cricket, it's been amazing to see. And as this one goes over the head of the keeper, and it might go away for a couple of runs, I believe. So that will be Rudy off the mark.
Yep. So a good bouncer there from O'Neill. Just caught Rudy Hines on the gloves over the top of Baker for 2. Probably a bit wide of Baker as well, but can't have a go at him about that. So what's your role with USA Masters?
Yeah, I'm in the executive committee of the over 40s Masters USA. So basically, we sort of coordinate with, like for this tournament, for example, we were coordinating with you and your management, getting things in place. And domestically as well, we basically operate and conduct a lot of tournaments, the nationals, the zonals. So it's a full structure there in place, and that's what we try to do.
Brilliant. Now, certainly, you seem to be growing the product well over there.
Yes, as we see this ball, it's down the leg side and it's played towards fine leg. I believe it'll be a couple of runs again.
Couple of runs. Stephen Baker, the keeper, having to do the work. And look at that. Typical keeper throw right. Perfect height.
Yep, leg by signal by the umpire. Yeah, so Masters Cricket USA, it's expanded a lot in the last 2 to 3 years, I would say. Over 40, especially. This is the third international tour. They went to the World Cup in Pakistan, then Cape Town, and now here. And we did the zonals in Dubai last October, so it's been good. Yeah, coming to the cricket here, chasing 201, the USA team, and they are 28th over on 6 for 87. Gordon Lopez and Rudolph Hines are the two batters in there. Very capable with the bat, both of them. So if they can stitch together a partnership, USA can come back. As we see this bouncer down the leg side, not a wide, probably Gordon shuffling across, so not given a wide. But yeah, a good start here by Australia, obviously defending 200.
Yes, USA were doing well. They went hard early, which I expected, and unfortunately lost an early wicket. But 2 for 40 at the stage, I thought, well, game on. But it looks, I had to disappear and do a couple of things, and it looks like since I've come, whilst I was away, the Aussies have taken a few important wickets.
Yep. Jarvis bowled a great spell, 9 overs on a trot, I believe, and then O'Neill obviously in his 7th over, 2 for 14 here. This one on the offside, nicely played by Gordon towards third man for a single.
Yep.
That would be the end of the 28th over. It is 88 for 6. Yeah, so, obviously, I remember the first World Cup, the Global Cup, I would say, in Pakistan, where we played against you guys twice, and then we beat you in the first game, but then obviously the big one where it mattered, I believe.
Well, as I keep saying to everyone, I didn't play in the first one.
Sorry,
I didn't play in the first game where you beat us.
Oh. When I said that, what I meant is obviously Australia.
And look, and that was that loss to Australia really put us under the pump. We had to win everything from then on in, which we managed to do, and then came across a rampant Abdul Razak and co. National Stadium.
True. So, with respect to the Masters here in Australia, how's the structure? The upcoming tournaments and stuff.
So every year we have a national tournament. So all the states send. We actually have 2 divisions. So all the states send 2 teams to that.
Okay.
And so there's been 3 events on that. New South Wales won the first 2, and South Australia won the third, and Queensland lost all 3 finals.
Well, that's ironical. And I did see the pictures, Jeff Thompson handing over the debut caps to the debutants, the baggy green.
Really nice touch for the debutants.
Yeah.
you don't care how you get one, but when you get a legend of the game giving you, it's extra special. So I know the boys really enjoyed that.
Absolutely. I mean, to get a cap from no one but Jeff Thompson, I mean, that is a dream in itself. And
yes.
That was awesome to see. As we see a change in bowling, the left arm spinner Matthews has come into the attack. This is his first over. He's coming left arm around, bowling to Gordon Lopez. That's the arm ball played on the offside, dot ball.
I get the feeling you've done a fair bit of commentary before.
Yes, I have. I actually do a lot of active commentary back in US with minor league and some other big tournaments. So pretty much used to it. That's a good ball. That ball kicked off and it's caught behind.
Great ball, great catch. Stephen Baker nearly had to take that one over his head, but that happens quite often with Steve. But Shawnee Matthews just got that one to kick, and Lopez, just watch it here.
Yeah, this ball kicked off the pitch, and excellent catch that.
Great bit of wicket keeping there from Stephen Baker.
Look at that. Trying to play the cut shot, got too high on him, and excellent wicket keeping. That's the technique you would ideally want as a keeper.
Well, at 49, there's a reason he's still in the over 40s Australian team. He's shown his class at this is the third international event and a couple of nationals, and he's a brilliant little keeper.
Absolutely. I mean, and meanwhile USA 7 for 88. They're in the spot of ball. There are 3 wickets to go now, and the target more than 100 runs to get. So looking a tad difficult. They need to stitch together a partnership. The captain Ajay Sharma has walked in, a left-hander. So something different here against a left-arm spinner. Tactically, not a bad ploy. Obviously, they lost Zishan in the beginning, the top-order opener who was a left-hander, and since then it's been all right-handed batters. So there's a change over here against a left-arm spinner tactically, you can say.
Now, Jamie Pinelli, very clever captain, really good leader of the players. Everyone has a hell of a lot of respect for him, and one of those guys they do anything to play for, and very smart with his bowling changes, reads the game brilliantly. And his vice captain Greg Hunt, who's in his first slip there, similar,
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things I observed is obviously the bowling with the discipline that we have seen with respect to the bowling, but the angles in the field, the way they cover the angles, I mean, that's exceptional and amazing to see. Like, they basically know where the ball is going to be pitched, and the fielders are accordingly already proactive, and that makes a big difference.
Makes life easy when you've got bowlers who are able to put in the right areas and bowl to their field.
As we see Ajay getting ready to face his first ball. This ball from Matthews, defended on the back foot on the offside towards covers. So Ajay Sharma here, the captain for USA. He would want to play a good knock and get his team back. Obviously he has Rudy at the other end. So from USA's perspective, they need a partnership right here. This ball is flighted, played on the offside, and it's yet another dot ball.
Having a look at the scorecard here, you mentioned Scotty Jarvis, so he bowled his 9 overs straight, 1 maiden, 1 for 26, so going at 2.8 and over.
Yeah, and I mean, that's again testimony to that's a good ball here, as we see. That's testimony to his fitness, Jarvis. This is the final. I mean, we have played quite a few games back to back, and to bowl 9 on a trot and do the way he did in this match, I mean, that's just exceptional.
Well, he was one of the leading wicket takers, if not the leading wicket taker in Cape Town, and he was one of the finalists for over 40s Cricket of the Year.
Wow.
Obviously Farouk, who unfortunately is not here. We'd love to have had him out here, Farouk Mohammed.
Yes.
He was great to watch in Karachi, very happy when he was out, but really top batsman, top bloke.
Yep.
Played a lot of cricket all around the world, played over in Ireland, obviously US and whatnot.
Yep.
Just a really disappointing that commitments elsewhere have made him unavailable for this. But we're sending Farouk all our regards and hope everything's going as well as it can, mate.
Yep, thank you. I mean, definitely from USA's perspective, Mohammad Farooq not being here was a big hole to fill. Not easy at all, like you mentioned. An amazing bloke and an exceptional batter. He's a good spinner as well. International cricketer for over 40. So I mean, it's not easy to fill those shoes. There were opportunities for the others, but obviously, I would say we also missed his experience on the field besides his batting and bowling, like the leadership and all those things. So, yep, I agree with you.
No, he runs a tight ship.
Yeah.
And in Karachi, his captaincy was exceptional as well. So we see another change here, Steve Poulsen.
Yeah, but having said that, I mean, I would add one thing. I mean, I'm sure Mohammad Farooq would be proud of this. The way Ajay Sharma and Vinod have led the team. I mean, beating New Zealand was a big thing for us.
That was amazing.
And playing Australia in the final, I mean, that in itself is, I mean, and this game is not over, but, you know, getting here is a big thing from where we are coming.
Yes, it was great to watch you win over New Zealand the other day.
Yeah, I saw most of you guys. I mean, you were there cheering for, like, the way the game was going. I would say you were supporting the
I was going for the underdog.
Let's just put it that way. The Trans-Tasmanian rivalry, but supporting the underdogs. And I mean, it was kind of interesting because after that, the next day, we lost to Canada. USA lost to Canada, and it was almost like an anticlimax for us. And we were thinking, okay, the final is gone, and then you guys, I mean, you guys, the way you guys played against New Zealand and beat them by 100 plus runs, and we qualified based on run rate.
They needed to get 188.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Yep.
I think they got 161 or something. They got close.
Yep.
But, that was a pretty clinical win in the field
Absolutely.
by the Aussies the other night.
And I mean, it was just with respect to the facilities, I would like to add, that was a day-night game. And it was such an amazing atmosphere. I mean, there were the New Zealand A players, the other club members around here cheering for both the teams. Australia obviously had their players as well. And it was very scenic as well. I mean, the background, it was just beautiful to see that game.
Yeah, it's a good spectacle at night. As Sharma pushes that one out to deep cover, fielded out there by Pereira.
Yep. So it's we're coming towards the second drinks break. Last ball before the break, 90-7 USA.
Yep.
So I'm sure they'll tactically discuss a few things after this ball as Rudy gets ready to face the final ball of the 30th over. In comes Paulson. Right arm over to Rudy here. This ball is short, cut away towards sweeper cover for a single. That's the end of the 30th over. It's 91-7 USA, and we'll have drinks. So
we'll have drinks here. I'm going to have to disappear. I will find you a partner.
Nope.
If you need one. You're doing such a good job on your own.
Thank you.
Cheers, Nikhil.
Okay.
See you, mate.
All right, so 30 overs. more in 10 overs there, as we are back in this game here. USA versus Australia. 91 for 7 after 30. And it will be Matthews to continue, the left arm spinner who got a wicket in his first over. He got Gordon Lopez out, caught behind. Gordon Lopez got out for 6 of 22 balls. And from USA's perspective, Ankur, he had a good day today with the bat. He scored 34 of 56, could have carried on, but unfortunately missing out after that. But overall a good tournament for Ankur. He's been consistent for USA in this tournament. And now we have Rudolph Hines getting ready to face the first ball after the drinks break. Matthews is coming left arm around. He's got one slip in place. In comes Matthews. That's the arm ball played towards the bowler. So a dot ball to start the over. The required run rate obviously mounting up. It's more than 7 per over, as Matthews is getting ready to bowl the second ball of the 31st over here. Rudolph Hines batting on 5 of 10 balls. Matthews coming left arm around. That shot, and it's played again back to the bowler. 2 dot balls to start the 31st over here. The sun is beating down. It's an excellent day to watch and play cricket. There's a nice breeze as well. Third ball of the over. Matthews coming in to Rudolph Hines. That's well bowled, and again it's played towards mid-wicket. So 9 dot balls in the spell so far from Matthews. He's really started well here, and good captaincy here obviously to get Matthews in at the right time. He picked up a wicket in his first over. He got Gordon out. As we see Matthews continuing here, he's bowling left arm around. He's bowling to Rudolph Hines. And Rudolph just taking his time, just adjusting his gloves here. He's got a deep mid-wicket in place for the big shot from Rudolph Hines. Matthews coming in. 4th ball of the 31st over. He's bowling to Hines. This time it's flighted and it's played again on the leg side. Good hustle by the keeper, Baker. Not giving the quick single there. 4 dot balls. So this is a very good over here from Matthews so far. He does have long on, long off in place, and a deep mid-wicket outside the circle. And he's also got a deep backward square. Those are the 4 fielders outside. Matthews coming in. This time it's well bowled, and that's gone through the gate. And it's a second wicket here for Matthews. Rudolph Hines has to depart. He's out on 5 of 14 balls. This one was tossed up a tad quicker before the bat came down. The ball crashes on to the stumps. We'll take a look at the replay when it comes up. But this is a big wicket for Australia, and not quite what USA was hoping, because Rudolph Hines can definitely play the big shots. Let's take a look at the replay here. This ball from Matthews was the quicker one before the ball came down, and it crashes the stumps. The off stump is gone. That's the 8th wicket down here for USA. 91 for 8. And the arm ball taking the stumps, as the vice captain Vinod Periagram walking in for USA here at number 10. Rudolph Hines missing out with the bat, and not quite what USA was hoping. That was a good ball. Got some drift there, and he's castled him. Beaten all ends up Rudolph Hines, as the captain and vice captain for USA in there now, Ajay Sharma and Vinod Periagram. We were talking about it as a leadership. I mean, they've done a good job, given that Mohammad Farooq, his experience was missed by the USA team. From there to make it to the finals is a big achievement, and it's kudos to both these players, Ajay and Vinod. They had some plans in place, and USA did beat New Zealand, and we are here in the finals. USA is in the finals here, as we see Matthews to Vinod. This time played on the offside towards backward point. It's a dot ball. So an exceptional over, another wicket maiden here for Matthews. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets and no runs. It's been good going and a good start by Matthews. 8 down USA after 31 overs and 91 runs on the board. Ajay Sharma, he will be taking strike now to face the first ball of the 32nd over. So there's one slip in place. It's good to see that the captain is attacking despite getting 8 wickets. He's not taking it easy. It will be Paulson to continue here. He's bowled 1 over so far. Ajay on strike. Paulson is coming in right arm over, and first ball of the 32nd over here. This is well bowled, nicely played towards long off for a single. So Ajay Sharma moving on to 2 of 5 balls. As we see Vinod, he will be getting ready to face his first ball against Paulson. 92 for 8 USA. We are in the 32nd over here. The right-hander on strike against Paulson. 1.1 over, none for 4. And the field for Vinod. There's a fielder at sweeper cover, long on, long off, and deep mid wicket. Second ball of the over. This is flighted outside the off stump. Nicely played on the offside. It is going towards deep backward point. They're thinking of a second, and good running by Vinod. He's supremely fit. So as we could see over there, he converted that 1 run into 2 runs, and he's off the mark with that. 94 on the board for USA. 8 wickets down. From USA's perspective, they would want these two to stitch together a partnership and try to get close to that total. This is flighted again, and this is played towards long on for a single. So good rotation of strike here by Vinod. He's moved on to 3 now. Ajay back on strike. In comes Paulson to Ajay. Oh, appeal for leg before there. Probably going down. Obviously with the angle, the leg spinner bowling to a left-hander. Let's take a look at the replay. Ajay playing this ball on the front foot. A good stride forward. Wrapped on the pads, but lucky as we saw that may have gone down the leg. In comes Paulson here to Ajay. Dancing down the track and tried to play towards long on, but a good stop by the fielder at mid-wicket. Very nicely done there, preventing that single. Final ball of the 32nd over coming up here. Ajay on strike. In comes Paulson, right arm over. This time again well bowled, defended on the back foot. That's the end of the 32nd. USA 95 for 8, and it will be Vinod to face the first ball of the next over after this. Matthews will be continuing, I believe. He's bowled 2 exceptional overs. Both have been wicket maidens. He's picked up a couple of wickets, so the spinners really keeping it tight. And again, just to mention the facilities here at the Ian Healy Oval and the Alan Pettigrew Oval, both the grounds, it's been exceptional. I mean, kudos to Veterans Cricket Australia for the facilities and the type of tournament they have conducted. The pitches have been excellent. The cricket has been good. Thank you to the umpires as well. They've done a good job. As we see the first ball of the 33rd over coming up here. Vinod on strike. In comes Matthews. This time he plays the scoop. It's gone over the head of the fielder. It's gone towards the fine leg boundary for 4. In fact, there was no short fine. And that was very nicely done by Vinod. He gets his first boundary. Let's take a look at the replay here. This one was very nicely played. There was no short fine. He picked up his spot and he played it beautifully for a 4. So Vinod gets his first boundary here. He's moved on to 7 of 4. 99 on the board for USA. 1 run away from 100. And that's the first run against Matthews. He's in his 3rd over. As we see now, there is a fielder at deep fine leg, but still there is no one at 45 on the leg side at short fine. In comes Matthews. This is again well bowled. The drift coming into the right-handed batter, almost similar to the way he got Rudolph Hines out, but this time Vinod defending it nicely. Vinod batting on 7 of 5. Ajay at the other end on 2 of 8. In comes Matthews, left arm around. This is played beautifully towards extra cover. There's no one there. The fielder from long off giving the chase. And in the end, it will be a couple of runs. They're thinking of 3, but not quite there. A good throw from the deep by the fielder at long off, preventing that 3rd run. But a good shot this by Vinod. He's certainly showing intent. There was a fielder at covers. He played it over his head towards extra cover. Nicely done by Vinod here. He's got 6 runs in this over so far of 3 balls, and that's the 100 up for USA. They are 101 for 8. So exactly 100 runs to win now. And we have 75 balls to go. 2 wickets in hand. Matthews coming into Vinod. This is well bowled and defended back to the bowler. Smartly done by Vinod. He knows he's got 6 of 4 balls in this over. So he doesn't have to take undue risk unless the ball is there to hit. Let's see what happens. The 5th ball of the over coming up. Matthews to Vinod. This is short, and again it's played on the offside. This time straight to the fielder. So 2 dot balls back to back. Good comeback by Matthews. He's given away 6 runs, and it's been an exceptional spell so far. He's just bowled 2.5 overs, picked up a couple of wickets. Final ball of the 33rd over coming up here. This time it's nicely played towards long off for a single. That would be the end of the 33rd over. USA 102 for 8, and which means the first ball of the next over would be faced by Vinod. It's a left-hand right-hand combination. The captain and vice captain, they are trying to take USA closer to the target and get the win. 99 more to win in 12 overs. Required run rate of more than 8. Both of them are more than capable to take this deep and get as close to Australia and hopefully chase this down. Paulson coming in. First ball of the 34th over. He's bowling to Vinod here. This is well bowled, beautifully bowled, and Vinod tried to play the drive, beaten in the flight, and we'll wait for the umpire's signal. Looks like there was an edge there, so probably a catch, we would say, for the keeper Baker. Not an easy one though, as we see now the left-handed Ajay back on strike. There's one slip in place for him as well. Paulson coming in, right arm over. He's bowling to Ajay here. This is flighted and Ajay plays the sweep. It's gone towards deep square leg. They are thinking of the second, but not quite there. Nicely done by the fielder in the deep, keeping it to just a single. So now we have Vinod on strike, batting on 11 of 10. Ajay at the other end, batting on 3 of 9. It's been a top-class bowling performance by the Australian team here. All the bowlers have stuck to the task, bowled disciplined, tight lines, and the fielders have supported all the bowlers. Paulson coming in here. This time Vinod dancing down the track, and he's played it to long on for just a single here. Vinod moves on to 12 now of 11. All the bowlers right from the first few overs in the power play, picking up the wickets, keeping it tight, not giving away anything easy, hardly any loose balls, and the discipline showing off here for Australia. This time Ajay dancing down the track, back to the bowler, and they take a run of the overthrow here. Ajay, well, that could be close. In the end, I think he's just made it in time. Otherwise, that would have been a run out. Well. Interesting that Vinod called Ajay for a single. He's asking if that was okay. Ajay not quite. Well, let's take a look at the replay here. This one, in the end, yeah, he was in safely. As we see here, Ajay running in. Yep, just in there. Good call by the umpire. Remember, they don't have the camera to make the decision. Anyways, we have the final ball of the 34th over coming up here. 106 for 8 USA. And it's Vinod on strike. Tried to play the sweep. Dot ball to finish the over. 34 done. 106 for 8 USA. And we'll be back. And now we have Ajay, who will be facing his first ball of the 35th over here. It would be Matthews to continue, I believe. 3 overs, 2 for 6 for Matthews. The spinners doing a good job. Between them, they have bowled 6 overs, given away 17 runs, Paulson and Matthews, and they've picked up a couple of wickets. Obviously, both the wickets went to Matthews. We'll see what's happening here. Probably setting up the field. There's a fielder here at extra cover, long on, long off. And there's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. So it will be Matthews, 3 overs, 2 for 7. And it is Ajay who is on strike. Matthews will be coming left arm over to the left-handed batter. 106 for 8. We are in the 35th over here. Ajay on strike. This is flicked away on the leg side for an easy single. So 65 more balls, 65 legal balls to go from here on in this final. And it's all gone to plan for Australia, we would say, in the second inning. But USA had started well in this match. They picked up 3 quick wickets, and then Australians, the 2 batters stitched together a partnership, got them back in the game. As we see Vinod getting ready to face the second ball of the 35th over. It is Matthews on strike. 1 slip in place here. Matthews coming left arm around. This is cut away on the offside for an easy single. So good rotation of strike between these 2 batters, the captain and vice captain, fighting it out here for the USA team, trying to chase this down. 93 more runs to get, and we have 64 balls to go. 2 wickets in hand. Ajay facing the left arm spinner here. This time he's played it on the offside nicely towards extra cover for a single. Ajay moves on to 6 now of 12 balls. At the other end, Vinod batting on 13 of 14 balls here. These 2 are rotating the strike nicely. The left hand right hand combination obviously helping as well. Matthews in his 4th over here. He's bowling to Vinod. This time Vinod plays the scoop again, and it's gone towards the fine leg boundary. There is a fielder at deep fine, and he keeps it to a couple of runs. But a good shot here by Vinod. He did play the scoop when he walked into bat, and he got a boundary back then. This time he gets a couple of runs. He's moved on to 15 of 15 balls here. Matthews picked up a couple of wickets. He's continuing here bowling to Vinod. This time taken on the full, straight to covers. It's a dot ball. Final ball of the 35th over coming up. 111 for 8 USA. They need 90 more runs to win from here. This time flicked away towards mid-wicket. 2 dot balls to finish the 35th after 35 USA. 111 for 8. 10 overs to go. 90 runs to win. And 2 wickets in hand. That's the equation. This is the final of the over 40s World Series. 4 nations participating in this: New Zealand, Australia, Canada and USA. The other game going on is for the 3rd position between New Zealand and Canada. New Zealand chasing 223 there, and they are 202 for 3. The opener Greg Johnson batting on 97, close to his 100. The other opener Leighton Parsons scoring 61 of 67. And so Greg Johnson and Byron Jolivet, they are the 2 who are taking New Zealand home there. Just 21 more runs to get for New Zealand, so should be an easy chase as they have 9 more overs to go. Back to this game now. Ajay on strike. Paulson continuing here. He's coming in right arm over to Ajay. Ajay is batting on 6 of 12. First ball of the 36th over here. Outside the off stump, nicely played the cover drive by Ajay. It's gone towards extra cover. The fielder at long off giving the chase, and he's got a couple of runs over there. Could have been close. We know it is quick, but if that would have been a direct hit, it probably would have been close. In the end, 2 runs here for Ajay. Nicely played. 1-1-3 for 8 now. First ball of the 36th over. A couple of runs here for Ajay. Paulson coming in now again. He's bowling to Ajay. This time again Ajay trying to come down the track, and this time keeping it a tad back. Not quite giving the full ball here to drive. Well bowled by Paulson. Dot ball over here. 58 legal balls to go now. Paulson to Ajay again. Ajay dancing down the track. Appeal for leg before here. Not out, says the umpire. That was well bowled. Obviously this is the side angle we cannot quite figure out, but he had walked down the track quite a wee bit, so probably that was the reason the umpire decided regardless that it could not be out. Good. So Ajay coming in now. I beg your pardon. Paulson coming in. He's bowling to Ajay. This time it's nicely played. Well, this could have been a catch to the fielder at covers. Missed opportunity there. Ajay tried to play the extra cover drive over the head of the fielder at covers. A good effort there by the fielder, but not quite holding on to the catch. So Ajay gets a life over here. Otherwise that would have been the first wicket for Paulson. Meanwhile it's a single towards extra cover now with that one. Vinod is back on strike. He's batting on 15 of 17. We are in the 36th over. It's 114 for 8 USA. Paulson coming in. He's bowling to Vinod. This is well bowled. Flicked away towards square leg for a quick single. It's 115 now. Final ball of the 36th over coming up. And Ajay will be on strike. Change in field with the left-hander back on strike. Paulson 3.5 overs, none for 15. As he's coming in now to bowl to Ajay Sharma, the captain. This time outside the off stump again, nicely played towards long off for a single. That's the end of the 36th over here. It's 116 for 8 USA. 9 more overs to go and 85 runs to win this final. Well, we were talking about the New Zealand-Canada game, and the opener, Greg Johnson, he's got his 100. What a knock he must have played there, chasing 222. He has led from the front, I would say, with the bat as an opener. He's not out here, and he would want to stay not out and finish the game for his team. Byron obviously supporting him from the other end. It's 2:07 now there in the New Zealand versus Canada game. New Zealand needs just 16 more runs, and it should be pretty easy now for the New Zealand team. Back to the USA-Australia final here. 85 more to get and 9 overs to go. So Thomas O'Neill 7 overs, 2 for 15. Atkinson 1 for 26. Jarvis 9 overs, 1 for 26. Oljaric 7 overs, 2 for 18. Matthews 4 overs, 2 for 12, and Paulson 4 overs, none for 16. That's the bowling card for Australia, and it's all gone to plan with the ball for Australia after they put on 200 runs on the board, which was a par score, I would say. Very much chaseable, but disciplined bowling and excellent fielding has meant that they are favourites to win this game. But it's not over yet. Like I said, these two are capable and with the bat, and they can certainly fight it out till the end and hopefully try to win this. Matthews to Ajay here. Oh, again, that could have been a catch for first slip, but it's gone towards third man for a couple of runs. So 2 lives for Ajay in the last few balls. He was dropped at covers, and now the fielder at slip. He was positioned over there. Let's take a look at the replay. This one, the outside edge, and a good effort, I would say, by the fielder at first slip, but a lucky escape for Ajay. He gets a couple of runs. He's moved on to 12 now of 18 balls. Second ball of the 37th over coming up. This is flighted, and this is nicely played by Ajay away from the fielder at covers. It's gone towards extra cover for a single now. So now we have Vinod back on strike. Vinod batting on 16 of 18 balls. Ajay on 13 of 19. Captain and vice captain fighting it out here for the USA team with the bat. Vinod does have a slip. And the 4 conventional fielders outside the circle. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and sweeper cover as Matthews continues here, left arm around. This time again he's tried to play the scoop, not quite so it's Matthews coming left arm around and Vinod on strike. This time, well, it's a missed stumping opportunity. Can you believe it? It's all happening over here. And unfortunately for Matthews, he could have got a couple of wickets or at least one in this over. Let's take a look at the replay here. This time flighted and inviting the batter to play the big shot. Dancing down the track, Vinod. And Baker, well, that ball bounced higher. Could not quite collect the ball. And a missed stumping opportunity. The next ball is played by Vinod on the offside for a single. It's been a good over here by Matthews. Final ball of his 5th over coming up. Final ball of the 37th over coming up. 120 for 8. The USA team. They need 81 more in 43 balls. Not an easy task. Just 2 wickets in hand. But the captain and vice captain are fighting it out here for their team. Matthews coming in here. Again Ajay dancing down the track this time. And he's played it towards long off for a single. 37 done, 121 for 8, the USA team. And that is the end of the over for Matthews. 5 overs, 2 for 17. I believe Paulson will continue here. Still to pick up 1 wicket for himself, Paulson. He could have had a wicket in the previous over, but not quite. It's a beautiful day here to watch and play cricket. Slight breeze, excellent facilities, and kudos to Veterans Cricket Australia for organizing this tournament. And the 4 teams, they've had a great experience. Obviously this is the 45 over final that's going on. There would be T20s after this. There would be a day break, a 1 day break tomorrow, and then there would be 2 T20s per team. And they would be playing a total of 4 T20s on 2 days, so 2 per day. As we get ready for first ball of the 38th, this time it's shot by Paulson. Tried to play the pull shot, Ajay, but it went straight back to the bowler. So 121 for 8. Let's take a look at this replay. It was short, tried to play the pull, but going straight to the bowler. Second ball of the 38th over here. Paulson to Ajay. This time plays the sweep towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Ajay has moved on to 15 now of 22. Vinod batting on 17 of 21. So we have 46 legal balls to go in this final match. Paulson to Vinod. This time again Vinod taking it on the full, playing it nicely towards long on for a single. He's moved on to 18 of 22. And it's 123 for 8. We are in the 38th over here. Paulson continuing here to Ajay. This time again Ajay plays the slog sweep. It's this time gone towards wideish long on for a single. So these two have stitched together a fairly good partnership here for the USA team. They've both crossed 15 respectively as Vinod gets ready to face the next ball from Paulson. This time it's short and beautifully cut away. It's gone towards sweeper cover. They're thinking of the second. They're going for it, and good running this by Vinod. It's nicely done this. Again, this is a testimony to his fitness. Vinod, he's a supremely fit player. Bowled 5 overs today, and here he's with the bat, taking that extra run for his team. He's moved on to 20 now, Vinod. This time it's short and it's pulled away towards deep mid wicket for a single. And it's 21 now. And that's the end of the 38th over. It's 127 for 8, the USA team. 7 overs to go in this match. And 74 runs to get for USA to win this match. 7 overs, 74. 2 wickets in hand. So it would be Vinod on strike. He's batting on 21 of 24. And at the other end, Ajay batting on 16 of 23. First ball of the 39th over here. This is nicely played by Vinod towards long off for a single. It's 129 for 8. And it is Ajay on strike. Matthews continuing here. He's bowling left arm over. He's in his 6th over, given away 18 runs, picked up a couple of wickets. Ajay batting on 16 of 23. Matthews coming in to bowl to Ajay. This time Ajay tries to play the reverse sweep, but not quite getting the connection. It's a dot ball over here. So we have Matthews in his 6th over. He bowled, the first 2 overs that he bowled were wicket maidens. And there were a couple of missed opportunities in his previous over. So he's in the middle of a very good spell here. Third ball of the 39th over coming up here. Ajay on strike. This time Ajay dancing down the track. He's played it towards deep mid wicket and he gets a couple of runs over here. Nicely done this by Ajay. Good running by Vinod. 130 on the board for USA. 8 wickets down. 71 more runs to get in 39 balls. That's the equation. 39 balls, 71 runs to win. Next ball coming up, Matthews to Ajay. This time it's nicely played by Ajay, away from the fielder at deep mid wicket towards square leg for a couple of runs. So this is good batting here by the captain. He's moved on to 20 of 26 now. And it's 132 for 8. So 69 more runs to win of 38 balls. Ajay on strike. In comes Matthews, 5th ball of the over. This time nicely bowled and played towards mid wicket. It's a dot ball here. Final ball of the 39th coming up. 37 legal balls to go in this final. It's been an exceptional performance by Australia with the ball here. This time he's tried to play the slog sweep, got some bat onto it, otherwise, well, not quite, it was a bye, beg your pardon, so no bat on that, which means if that would have been on the stumps, that would have been curtains. But good batting this by both the captain and the vice captain. They are really fighting it out here for their team. Vinod on 22 of 25, Ajay on 20 of 28, and this is really good job. This is a good job by both these players, fighting till the end and being there for their team. 39 overs done, 133 for 8, 68 to get in 6 overs now, couple of wickets in hand. So we have the first ball of the 40th over coming up now. 2 wickets in hand for USA. They are fighting it out right till the end. Paulson continuing here. 5 overs, none for 22 for Paulson. And it's Ajay on strike, batting on 20. Paulson will be coming right arm over to the left-handed batter. This time Ajay has played this straight to covers. I beg your pardon, he's played it straight to backward point, not covers. And that's the 9th wicket down here. The captain departs. And it's 133 for 9. Ajay Sharma departs for 20 of 29. Tried to play the extra cover drive, but not quite getting the connection. And let's take a look at the replay here. This ball from Paulson, flighting it. Ajay tried to play it over covers. In the end, he got it straight to backward point. That's the 9th wicket down. The captain departs here for 20 of 29. And it's 133 for 9. Take a look at this. Tried to play this and he's gone. Maybe he was trying to get the elevation over point covers, but not quite getting it. In the end, slicing it straight to the fielder at backward point. But a good knock here by the captain. He fought it out for his team. He departs for 20. It's 133 for 9. And now this is the last pair here for the USA team. It will be Vineet Sinha, who's walked in at number 11 for his team. Paulson got his first wicket here. There is a slip in place. There is a backward point. Fielder in covers. There is long on, long off. Deep mid wicket. Fielder at extra cover. And there is a fielder going back at deep square leg as well. So those are the 5 fielders outside. There's a fielder at 45 on the leg side. Short fine. And it will be Paulson continuing here. He's bowling to Vineet. That's well played off the back foot. Straight to the bowler. There's no one at mid wicket. Vineet on strike. Paulson coming in. Third ball of his 6th over. Well bowled. Nicely played by Vineet towards long off. He's off the mark. It's 134 for 9 now. 3 balls to go in this over. Vinod on strike, batting on 22 of 25. In comes Paulson. Again Vinod plays the scoop. This time there is a fielder at 45 and it will be just a single here. In the other game, the third place game between New Zealand and Canada, they have won the game by 6 wickets. As we have Vineet on strike. Paulson is coming in now. He's bowling right arm over. That's well bowled. It's played towards long off by Vineet for a single. He's moved on to 2 now of 3 balls. And Vinod is on strike, batting on 23 of 26. Final ball of Paulson's 6th over coming up. 1 for 25 for him. In comes Paulson to Vinod. That's flicked away. They're thinking of a single, but not quite there. That's the end of the 40th over. After 40, USA 136 for 9. And 5 overs to go now. 65 to get. 1 wicket in hand. It's been an excellent display of bowling and fielding by the Australian team. It's been they've really stuck to their plans, and all the bowlers have done their job here. Good captaincy obviously by the captain as well. So overall a good day here for the home team in this final between Australia and USA. It will be Matthews to continue. 6 overs, 2 for 22. And it will be Vinod on strike. I believe it's Vineet on strike, not Vinod. Last ball was a dot ball to short fine. Vineet batting on 2 of 3 balls. Six overs, 2 for 22 for Matthews. He's coming left arm around. This time he tries to play the big shot, not taking the single here, Vineet. Straight to long on. Looks like he wants to have some fun and play some big shots refusing the single. He's wanting to play some big ones over the head of the fielders and possibly take the ball outside the ground. Let's see what happens here. This time he takes the single. It's too long off. So we have Vinod now back on strike, batting on 23. It's 137 for 9. 4.4 overs to go, 28 legal balls, 64 to get. As we see Matthews continuing here. This time it's played on the offside towards backward point. It's a dot ball. Matthews in his 7th over, 2 for 23. In comes Matthews to Vinod. This time it's cut away beautifully, away from the fielder at backward point. It's going towards the backward point boundary, but a couple of runs in the end for Vinod. He's moved on to 25 now of 29 balls. It's 139 for 9. 2 balls to go in this over. Vinod is batting well over here. Matthews coming in, left arm around to Vinod. That's out. That's the end of the match. A catch to first slip. USA is all out for 139, and Australia have won this World Series Cup, and they have been completely brilliant in this match. They've outplayed USA in this game, and they win this game by 61 runs. Obviously Australia batted first. Greg Hunt scored a 50. Spoljaric 57 of 99. Andy Crook 37 of 32. Stephen Baker 22 not out. For USA, Vineet Sinha 2 for 15. Amir Shehzad 2 for 36. And 3 wickets for Rudolph Hines. From the bowling perspective for Australia, Thomas O'Neill started it with 2 for 15 in his 7. Atkinson got 1. Jarvis got 1. 9 overs on a trot for Jarvis. Oljaric 2 for 18 besides his 50 with the bat. A superb game for him. Sean Matthews picked up 3 wickets, 6.5 overs, 3 for 25, 1 wicket for Paulson. And Australia have won this by 61 runs, and they have taken this World Series Cup. Thank you everyone, and have a good one.
All good, chill.
How's the camera, John? Excellent. Good chat.
How's that? You all right, Jim? Talk? Is that all right? Get a photo?
He can kneel over a little bit. It's on the shoulder, Tommy.
one to grind. Am I on that camera?
So if we could get the players over here, please. Come on, Spolly. One dad.
Smatter.
One dad. Come on, one dad.
Grey.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just do the post-match presentation of the one-day World Series Cup. Johnny, we need it turned up.
Oh, I mean the camera. Wait. No, brothers. Find out any
Is that a face to
Doug.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Right.
Right to go, John? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentations. I feel like Tony Gregg. Great game there today, boys. USA fielded, bowled brilliantly. You really gave yourself a chance. Well done in the field. The Aussie boys were having trouble a couple of times. They fought back. Credit to the team there, guys. Well batted. And obviously your bowling and fielding, phenomenal as always. We're not a big one in this country of doing personal awards or anything. It's all about the team. So, unless Trish or your captain would like to say a few words.
I want to start by saying that congratulations Australia, very well played. We are learning a lot by just watching you guys bat. The way you guys bat the whole 45 overs is the template we want to follow. So thank you for doing that. And back to my team. So guys, we're very, very happy to be in the finals. We did well in patches, especially bowling did really well, and then a couple of batsmen scored really well. I'm pretty sure you're learning from this. I know the back home, the facilities are not that great, but playing on these wickets against tough opposition will teach us a lot. So I'm pretty sure we'll come back stronger and we'll beat the Aussies next time.
Jamie, do you want to say a few words?
Challenge accepted. First of all, it's been very important to address and acknowledge these tournaments don't come easily. Milts and Co, we really appreciate it. It's been a fantastic week. Thank you very much. I know it's going to be very hard to mention everyone, but please pass on our thank you and our congratulations to a great week. Great man. To the umpires, to the officiators, thank you very much. To our umpires today, thank you. For all week, the umpires have been fantastic. Thank you. To Norths and the whole facility, to Darcy, to all the people. Yes, we're here to play cricket, but if we don't acknowledge the people that make it happen for us, it's quite remiss. So thank you very much. To the supporters, the parents, all the family, the wives, the brothers, the sisters, the kids, to all the families, thank you for making an effort. Well done. We really appreciate the support. To USA, if you said you'd be playing a grand final in the World Series, I think you'd take it. You know, it's a great credit to you. You had to fight hard to be here. It was a great game. You challenged us. Take a lot of pride from what you've done, and we look forward to the continual improvement. It's only better for us in this stage of our life to continue to have USA and Canada continue to improve. So congratulations on the great work. To our team manager, Kingy, I know you've done a lot of work, mate, behind the scenes, and then on game day you've done a shitload. So on behalf of all of us, mate, we really appreciate everything you've done for us, mate. And finally, to the Aussie men, we're a big country, we all come together, we connected really well, we played great cricket, you deserve it. Thank you for all your support, and great win today, great week, all week. Well done.
Thank you, guys. You boys want to come up and be with your captain? Obviously, this is the one-day World Series Cup. T20 stuff starts on Friday. Fellas, congratulations.
Grab a photo?
Don't do what you did to the national trade.
I'll take one of you. Hey. Some socials in. Watching you, Baker. Stand up, Max.
Okay.